Wow, I can't believe that they announced that. See, so cool. I can't wait. Oh, but it says, oh, okay. It's so cool what you just said. Is that
Yeah.
is that a good bit that we know? I don't know. Luke
That's
announced
exactly what
that
we're
he's
just talking about.
Luke had totally announced he's going to become a pro Yu-Gi-Oh player, and we all support him on this new journey. But I hope no one heard it.
Heart of the cards.
Oh man, get him, Yugi. All right, can we show our faces now? This is my least favorite part, where like I have
All
to
right,
talk.
there you
Showing an
go.
enchanted
We
Okay,
can
being.
see your face now. You happy?
Oh,
yes,
You happy?
I am.
we
Welcome,
made it.
Wonderland. We are in the rabbit hole. Grab your tea and whatever, because we are not in Wonderland's dojo. We are actually. It's ICL Monday night. How are you doing? How are you doing, Luke? Let's start with you. You introduced this. This is your house.
I'm doing pretty good. As you can tell from my hair, just got out of the shower, being lazy, running late. Same thing, different day. Kind of excited. I'm a big fan of the Villain Club. I'm not gonna lie. I've got some friends on the team. There might have been a chance that I would have was going to be a villainous player this season, but they're doing so well that like that even chance of that happening, I feel is a little unfair. Like if you're in the playoff thing and all of a sudden the person running the event's like, hey, let me join your opposing team, I think you might be a little upset about that at times.
You never beat those allegations. You never beat them.
Yeah, I never beat them. So it's just like better not to do it now. I feel like if I was going to do that, I needed to do it in like the first few games.
Well, we got a pretty great lineup tonight. Looks like you said it's Backseat Genius versus Villain Club, but on our pre-show, we got double the tide, double the fun. It's Habibi of Enter the Battlefield. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. I have a lot of. I feel like I don't want to be everyone just cheers on Villain Club, but I got to cheer on my friend Wochuk, the Amber Steel player.
It's hard,
So,
yeah. They have a
we
lot
gotta
of
support him.
I'm wearing
Lorcana
his
sweethearts.
colors. Although it looks more black, it is gray. I'm telling you, I'm wearing a mustard and gray thing. We're Amber Steel today.
That's it.
Yeah.
Although Backseat Genius has amazing jerseys, I will say, so it's kind of hard.
And yeah, the graphic design, it's hard to top that. Villain Club, I don't want to say they phoned it in, but they heavily relied on one person's graphic design for their logo. I won't say whose graphic design they leaned on, but they might have taken someone's logo and just edited it a little bit there.
He is the team owner, team manager.
He's the team owner. Okay,
it's his team, so it's a little okay that Lorcana Villains logo's right there on the front.
That's true. Yeah. So both logos are beautiful, but that's not what this is about. It's about who plays the better, who speak the English better. Not me, but we got Dakota from Legends of the Inkwell. Welcome. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. How are you guys tonight?
Not well.
Not well.
I just wanted to really,
We're gonna make it through it anyway.
Yeah. Not well.
I decided to sport the blue and white since it is my first cast since the ban, and rest in peace, Sapphire Steel. So here we are. Moment of silence.
Not
All
for
right, that's
me.
enough. We can move on from there.
Pack watch,
Yeah.
Bozo. Isn't that what they say? Anyway.
Something like that.
Pack watch, Bozo. I don't know.
As a Diablo player, good riddance. Get rid of that rat.
I do like that people still, after this weekend, they're still like, but we should probably ban Diablo. I'm like, just because you had a bad game against Diablo does not mean we have to ban Diablo. Either way, that's neither here nor there. So we're probably gonna talk about our matchups. I don't know. We want to talk about how the weekend went for like tournament wise. We saw one person win a big tournament. And that was the how many Uncrustables can you eat in 12 hours? And that was won very solidly by our very own JDZ Quest. I don't know. Were you guys able to catch that?
I did catch the end of the Uncrustables eating contest, and JDZ had a solid lead, dominating the competition. I don't even think I saw Dan eat a single one. I saw JDZ steal one from Dan's hand, mid-bite. Interception, 10 points, touchdown. I know it doesn't add up, but it does if you try hard enough.
Yeah.
Am I watching the same Lorcana as you guys? There's an eating competition in Lorcana?
I've never seen JDZ. Like, I know that JDZ seems like a pretty healthy person. Like, I've seen him eat an apple, but like I watched, there were Sour Skittles, there was Snickers, there was Slim Jims, there was several Uncrustables to the point where there's like an Uncrustables for like a family on the table, but I don't know if there's any families eating it. He can see us saying this, so I'll be nice. But I was like, he's not gonna feel good.
I'm pretty sure
I feel like he's a pretty fit guy. I mean, we see his thighs all the time, and
yeah,
they're pretty fit, I'm gonna say.
Well, I mean, especially after this weekend, because they did this thing where like they couldn't approach the booth from any other direction than one side. So they would like squat, shuffle, shuffle.
Yeah, we got to see a
squat.
lot of
And
Ben
there's
over
no way.
JDZ. I mean, that's what my subscription is for. I didn't want those ads popping up at inappropriate times. I needed the JDZ cam the whole time.
You wanted to be able to see his thighs at any point.
He did.
Mhm.
He did have them. Notably, they were covered up because it was family. He didn't want to get that NC-17.
But my imagination does wonders.
Does wonders. Is that why you're called Wonders? Because you wonder
Yes.
what JDZ
It's a wonderful imagination.
But I will say we have some celebrities in the chat. We got the owner, operator, CEO, head villain saying, I barely slept 5 days in Germany, landed 3 hours ago. It's nearly midnight, but I'm here to support my henchmen. Purple heart. So you can love to see it. You might be a villain, but villains still love their henchmen. And that's beautiful to see.
He's a great. He did not take after the monarch. That's for sure. He actually cares about his minions.
Are we talking
He
about
doesn't
the
number them
monarch,
in.
like the king of England?
Nah, from Venture Brothers. Come on.
Oh, I thought we were
Come
gonna
on.
beef. We're gonna beef with the royalty. Be like,
Beef with the royalty.
And Charles, if I see you, come here. Anyway, yeah. Shout out to the monarch. Hope you're doing okay. Anyway, so let's go ahead and talk about our players here.
Dr. Mrs. the Monarch.
Before we hop into our
definitely.
players, we need to make sure that we remind everybody that we have some of the best judges in all of Lorcana helping us
For
out.
sure.
So shout out to our judges for always coming through.
That is the earliest judge shout out we've ever
Did you
done. You're-
unmute in Discord when you said that in front of Matt, or did?
He's getting brownie points.
Yeah, they have not yet begun to judge. But you're like, you're doing a great job, sweetie. I just need you to know you're killing it, and they
He's the
are.
greatest
Honestly,
judge I've seen in my life.
They are.
So
I don't
you-
think we have
How do
the
you know
greatest
Matt?
judge.
So we go a little ways back, but we're both friends of a very similar podcast. Met up a handful of times at different DLCs, hung out together. That's about it. That's the basics
Okay.
behind it, but
I was just wondering if you were somehow close to me.
Hmm.
Because Matt does judging in Kansas City, which is like a couple hours away from me. So I was just like, have I seen you at locals and just like not realized it? That's what I was kind of.
I love the Midwest.
close as in Midwest close.
Yeah,
but
I
not
love
any
Midwest.
closer
close.
than that.
Like
Okay.
people are like, oh, I just got back from Germany, and meanwhile we're like, oh yeah, they're right next door in a state that's like a 5 hour
5 hour drive.
Yeah, and we're like, oh yeah, it's real close. We're neighbors. So shout out to the interstate system of America.
Well, speaking of the villainous things such as America, we have the villainous Dick Burns on the Villain Club.
should I read the entire thing that it wrote?
Yeah,
Or do you
you
think we
wrote
get it by
it. Go
now?
for it.
I didn't write it. After losing to Lorcana Villain in the LC3, he is now forced to be his puppet. He was told a scrub was needed to weigh the team down a bit, so no one would complain about all the absolute all-stars on their roster. He is here to be humiliated again and give other teams a fighting chance. So this is very different than Dick Burns. This is Richard Fuego, Big Derns, if you will. This is, don't get confused. There's another one, but it's on TFM. This is
Drunk on Tea, villainous
yes,
Dick Burns.
yes. And he keeps drinking the tea every 3 weeks, and we're like, don't do that again. But he keeps doing it. It's weird.
You've never had the villainous tea. Like I
Yeah,
said,
he's like,
I almost played on the villainous tea team for a reason. Their tea is out of this world.
it's steeped. It is steeped tea, and it is steeped for the right amount of time at the right temperature. So congrats.
I love how much of a meme this is because we were having a discussion in our
Whoa!
team chat.
What?
We were having
Sorry.
a discussion in our team chat about this, and we were like, "Oh, we shouldn't make it too memey for the new players that we're adding on." And then there's this, so
I
the
just wanna
standard is
know-
set.
What do you
Baker
think?
just like completely sidelined Katie. She's
Yeah, because I want to know, was it like, did I make like a tea faux pas?
No,
Like,
he
I
doesn't
need-
want you to let people know not to drink the tea.
Oh God, I thought he was like, I would never use steep tea or something, and I'm like, oh no.
It's like, how dare you imply that I steep my tea
Yeah,
too
in
much?
England, like people like there's like once a month someone makes a TikTok who's like, do you know Americans don't have electric kettles standard, and it's like a whole thing. Anyway, so
yeah, you know, an electric kettle almost burned down my house. So there's a reason most Americans don't have electric
I don't
kettles.
think that's the reason.
It's bad wiring from the 1800s that's still installed in most of Middle America.
I'm gonna
They're
cast.
so useful.
I'm gonna hit F to doubt. But anyway, we got. We'll go ahead and start. Dakota, who are we looking at? Who is this sleepy gentleman?
I appreciate Dakota, but Habibi
Dakota,
earlier
sorry.
was complaining
Oh
that
yeah,
he didn't
sorry.
get a cast.
This is Habibi.
It's true.
Yeah,
He didn't
Habibi,
get a
this
cast
is you.
this round, so I'm gonna let
dare I?
Habibi
Yeah.
step up.
I live for Mr. Woodchuck. Me and him go back quite some time, but he's a very well known person in the Amber Steel community. He's played Amber Steel for all of those wonderful tops. I'm gonna read it off this because like my eyesight sucks, but top 64 in DLC Atlanta, top 64 in DLC Texas, top 64 in DLC Vegas. Clearly speak that top 64. Anyways, Alex is a really good player. Although he has not only been playing Amber Steel recently, so I'm excited to see if he does play today. I don't want to dox the lineups yet. If he's going to be bringing that or his new decks.
We say that about you every time you're on. We're like, maybe
Yeah.
he won't be.
Maybe a
and then-
Habibi. Maybe a Habibi.
Maybe Habibi will not.
Maybe he
but
switched decks. Maybe.
maybe
Never
Habibi do,
switches.
but Habibi got to be
Habibi
what
no.
he's got to be. Yeah.
Habibi,
so,
no.
Hey, baby,
But-
bobbity boo.
Yeah. So you know,
I
why-
can't wait for you to start playing Emerald so I can make the Habibi Bippity Boppity Boo joke. That
Bippity Boppity Boo.
you've got to break it.
First we
I
got
played it in
You have
Chicago.
Habibi
I played
songs,
Chicago.
but- oh, you played Green Steel in Chicago.
I played Green
Or
Steel.
Emerald
Chicago.
Steel.
I was a sellout. I had to play the Diablo.
I
too
did
good.
too.
Diablo. You gotta love to see it. So, and then our
Alright,
final
well.
villain, the evilest one that Dakota is so excited to talk about. Oh God, it's so evil. Go ahead.
So evil. So we got first place at the WCC 5K, top 16 DLC Chicago, and a 2-time pack tournament winner,
No,
which
what's
is
his
probably
name?
the most impressive of those accomplishments right there. We have Schuler Dunce. The most
Skylar.
evil
That was a
of the
trick.
villains.
Germans are
Shut.
filled with little tricks. That's the thing about
Always,
Germans.
always.
They're always
I just
putting
call him
letters in
Sky.
there.
Then I won't
Germans,
say his name wrong.
I like that Germans and French are always putting letters in there and being like, "Will you say it?" Oh my God, they said it. They said the letter you weren't supposed to say, and I think that's very fun, very fun. But yeah, that is Sky. That was on me. I was like, because like he
But he
put
just
his
setting
name.
people up like
Well,
always.
to be fair, like I asked people for their name and their gamer name, and he put his gamer name as Sky, and I'm like, that's not a gamer name. That's just a name. And so I took it off. I did.
Oh. We're
I don't
totally
think
going with Sky.
anyone who's named Caitlin, and then goes by Katie as her gamer name has anything to talk about that.
Listen, I also think it's quite fun because how villainous is it to have a name that makes people go, "I'll just call you Mr. Dunce." That's very
My green screen just,
villainous.
Green screened me for a second.
Yeah, so Sky is a villain. Listen, we had Zach the villain. This is Skylair, evil Skylair, whatever. Villain
He's
isn't
not
always
evil.
bad.
This is just he's on this team officially, so he's not duped in. So Wochuk
Yeah,
and Sky, they're just normally evil. So you don't have to add the villain subtext or.
I like Zach the villain.
Government
I
name.
won't take that back ever. So
You won't take that back? Okay.
That was funny.
So-
I think
So this team is Zach Bivens, Wochuk,
Skylar
Skylar, and
and
honorary member.
then Evil Dick Burns.
So the full
Oh,
roster
Victors.
of the Villain Club officially for this season is Wochuk, the four-named Lorcana villain, Sky, Villainous Dick Burns, and Zach Bivens. And then
Yeah.
I technically am a shadow member.
Yeah, that's not how shadow members work, but I am
was
the
a shadow member.
Okay,
As
yeah.
long as you
He
claim,
just smelled the
claim to be
tea.
part
He
of their
didn't actually
team.
sip it. Just smelled it.
He brewed it. He brewed that.
I brewed
tea.
it.
He brewed
I
it.
brewed it.
Yeah, because I mean, it's really hard to have a piping hot cup of tea across the Atlantic, so it required some teamwork. But yeah, Sky didn't need the tea. He said, "I'm all in. I got flouncy hair, and I'm ready to be a villain." So that's our lineup today. We have not seen the villain himself show up on our stage. Notably, it is midnight across the pond. So that might, yeah, maybe one day we got this league. We'll keep this going, but not tonight. Sorry, but he's in the chat. Look, he's right there, everybody.
In the chat.
So now we got our
Good
other
to see
team, Backseat Genii.
Well, Katie triggered a
I
Pirate
did.
Pete giveaway tomorrow.
Wait, but I'm not gonna get one. Oh my god, I did subscribe. It was an accident. I didn't know I was on auto subscribe. I did it once to be nice, and then now I'm on auto subscribe, and that means I am never turning it
You're
off
just
because I
stuck.
have ADHD terminally.
right,
It
let's
costs
check out
$8 a month.
where we're starting on the other team. Oh, almost transitioned with the wrong team name up. That would have been silly.
Oh my gosh. There's that jersey we
Santiago.
were talking about. He's kind of covering up because he's like, I don't want people to be like too intimidated. But we'll go around. Luke, you start. Who's this? Who's this gentleman?
Well, it's Santiago. You always try to get me. You saw me pull it up and then start
I
zooming
can read
in.
it. I just thought like it's good to go around the horn. I don't want people to think that I don't think you know how to
I'll let
read
you
because I
grab
know
this
you
one.
know how to read. Okay, so
I cannot
Santiago
read.
is on
You know I can't
Backseat
read.
Genius. Yeah, when he gets the cards, he's like, yeah, you know what it does, and he's like, oh, I was hoping no one would ask me to read this card. Anyway, so he placed top 16 in DLC Las Vegas, top 32 in the DLC North American Continental Championships, and original hater of Fishbone Quill, which I wonder, does he still feel that way in this post Hiram Ban world? Probably. I mean, you can't unbe the original, but I wonder if he's.
I bet he doesn't hate Fishbone Quill as much as I do, or Habibi does.
Habibi, tell me, why do you hate Fishbone Quill? What is that about? Why are people hating it?
I notably hate it less now that it's not just ramp, and then they also get infinite cards. At least now it's a consequence because they're not going to refill their hands as much. So
still, you never
It's
want to
still
see
kind of a
Return
broken
Before
card.
You Whole New World.
yeah, I mean it's annoying. Yeah, I honestly, it's whatever. I mean,
It's not busted like it was, for sure.
yeah, most blue players are trash and they're all
But
sellouts.
Now it's
As someone who wants
Whoa,
to sing a whole
whoa.
new world.
it's bussin' for real.
No, yeah, if you're about to wheel and somebody plays a Fishbone Quill, I'm like, oh, now I don't want to wheel anymore. So it is, it's pretty sad. But a lot of people don't play it anymore. I'm very surprised, honestly.
Very happy about that.
I would play it if I was playing blue.
Well, but who would do that? Not me. On to the next player.
Like I'm gonna play it now just to spite you.
You can. I mean, now this is the first person that's ever sent me a side shot, and I'm
Really?
honestly what a hero because like no one else would do such a thing. So go ahead, Habibi. I know you can't read. No, I know you know how to read, but you're having I know you know how to read, but you.
I know you don't know how
Whoa.
to read, Habibi, so we're gonna put
Hey,
you
you
on the
play Amber
spot.
Steel, you definitely can't read.
Yeah, you're like I know how to sing. Okay, but
I know
anyway.
one keyword. It's singer, and that's all I need to know.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead. Tell us about Johnny, which is another one where I was like, is Johnny your gamer name? I don't know, but that's what he gave me.
What if his first name is John, his last name is Johnny?
Johnny.
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 Backseat genius player, continental qualifier by winning his LCQ pod. That's very impressive. That's a very difficult thing to do. It's one round elimination, so a lot of pressure. 20th at WCC Wisconsin 10K. So has some high performing results thereafter, and best mid to decent omelet chef in a very specific part of Illinois. Wow.
Yeah.
I guess he's the best chef in his house probably, and no one else cooks.
Listen,
I feel like Johnny here is really trying to give the villain club a run for their money because, as we all know, all villains have 2+ first names. So Johnny here really trying to be part of the villains.
Is that why like wait, is Baker's first name?
Baker Bakerson.
Baker Bakerson. God bless America. Okay. All right, Baker Bakerson. Moving on. So no, we will say that Johnny, wonderful, bold choice because everybody else is flexing cars or flexing paymats, and Johnny's like, I'm in the gym and I eat a lot of eggs. Another person that eats a lot of eggs, R&B. Every time he logs into someone's live stream, he's like, I just got done eating 12 eggs. I'm like, yikes. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So we'll go ahead, Habibi. You just read. So Dakota, let's go home. We got Dwayne Nguyen. Sorry, Dwayne Nguyen. So tell us about
Win.
Pandarin.
I think it's pronounced Win.
Nguyen? Did I say Nguyen?
Win.
Did I not say it fast
Win.
enough? All right. I thought I did it, but I failed. Sorry. Go ahead and tell us more.
Who,
I
me?
just
Dakota?
agree, but I believe it
Dakota.
says top 32 DLC Chicago, top 32 DLC Fort Worth. I can't read the last one.
We can't read the last one. It's multiple first place finishes that said champs. And I did get that it's pronounced win. I always thought there was a soft N. No, it's just win. So anyway, that's on me, but you learn every day. But yeah, so these are some great finishes. So Backseat Genius, it sounds like they're in the driver's seat for putting up results. How did you guys feel about that? Was that good? Either way, I tried. But we are going to go around.
Backseat
we're already
has
past
got
you.
They've got some killers on their team for sure.
But
They've
we're
got some banishers on
They
their
got
team
some
for sure.
banishers. They're going to banish you to not the Shadow Realm. That's a different game. But we're going to go around the horn. We only have 4 people, so it'll go pretty fast. Who do you think is going to win? And you can say a little bit of why. So Dakota, who do you think is going to crush tonight?
I'm going to go with Backseat Genius tonight. I think they're the underdog here. I've heard a lot of villain club going on, so I think I'm going to back the Backseat Genius. I think they're going to have it in the bag, especially with we got Johnny trying to be a villain there.
Now, are both these teams 2-1?
Let me
Commissioner,
check really quickly.
You check on that, but we'll go to Habibi. Habibi, who do you think is going to crush tonight, or at least moderately win in a margin that's significant enough to be called it a win?
Fair.
Yes. No. Villain Club's 2-0 and Backseat's 1-1. Sorry for interrupting.
All right.
Oh. I mean, I think Villain Club's gonna win. I love the Backseat Genius players. I met a lot of them in DLCs. They got a couple Arabs in there. Wannabe Habibis, I call them. So
Wannabe.
But they're all like good people, very nice people. But I have to cheer on Villain Club, particularly because Wochuk's on there. They have some like stacked members. So at the end of the day, like I think, despite the stats, somehow very surprisingly, actually, I didn't know that they had that much stats behind them. Being on Backseat Genius' side, a lot of the Villain Club people like just maybe didn't go to as many DLCs or have a lot of success online. I know Wochuk, for example, of that. Like he played a lot of online in Lorcanito, so somebody that's grinding every single day like that, it's very useful.
Now I'll let Luke finish because he's going to be transitioning to. Oh, we got JDZ. Sorry, JDZ, you have to tell us. But I will say that I'm
like,
going.
How did I get in here?
I know you didn't consent to
Man,
this.
the myth, the legend.
I literally just said, hey, you're not on till round 3, and then you made him apparate. So that
I
makes
just
sure.
wanted to hear his prediction of who he thought was going to win.
All right. So JDZ, I'll give you
Eyes
some time to
himself
mull
are in
it
the
over.
building.
Yes.
It's truly another level of loud that I wasn't prepared for,
Oh,
but it might not
let
be.
me.
Let me
Now he's
turn it.
unmuted. Now he's good.
How about that?
I
Is that too
had
much?
his mic. No, you're
Okay.
good.
Okay, you're
Sound
good.
check. Sound
Yeah,
check.
you're
Speed.
good.
Okay. We'll stick to the ICL. ICL going up on a Monday. We're back at it again after an action-packed weekend of Disney Lorcana. We got Habibi in the building, double tie. He's got my tie, but I'm rocking the ICL official merchandise. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
Jeez, you have to one up me like that.
One of one. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
you
So
have 2
Habibi's got my
ties.
tie on.
So you're still
Do you realize ICL shirt?
BB has
What?
my tie on.
But for my prediction, I don't know, man. They got that Dick Burns in the lineup. If they had Dick Burns in the lineup, then maybe the villains might have a chance. Blue Steel, Sapphire Steel got banned. Hiram
Yeah.
goes down. Skylar goes down.
he hasn't been seen since it happened.
I think Dick goes down. I think Skylar goes down. I think the Backseat Geniuses are going to come out and make an upset. They're going to have a surprise here because I know that Honest Abe TV is going to get these guys motivated. They're going to be ready. They got something to prove. Okay, they're trying to make it to the postseason, and I think that the Backseat Geniuses got everything it takes to take down the Villain Club tonight. So put a pin in it, mark it. I'm telling you what,
All
Dick
right.
Burns is going down. There it is. Take it
All
to
right.
the bank.
Yeah, I mean, notably, recently, Bick Durns did lose his beloved Dan to JDZ Quest at the Scorekeepers win. However, I'm gonna vote that Villain Club's gonna win because if you lose, Villain will put you in the dungeon till the next round. So you quite literally have to win unless you want to be thrown into the dungeon. So here's hoping. I don't know, Sky, he won't last down there. His hair needs a certain amount of moisture that just will not be good. So Luke, bring it on home. Who's winning?
Well, I'm obviously rooting for the Villain Club. I'm that villainous. I've got some local on there. I'm a big fan of them. I love a lot of the Backseat Genius players, too. Met most of them at DLCs this last season. It was pretty awesome to finally get to meet them in person. Can't wait for another DLC season. Let's hope we just got the spoiler that maybe things are being announced on the 6th. So please be a new DLC season.
I
Be
hope
like,
it's another
tomorrow we're
announcement.
dropping tickets for DLCs. Like, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear.
Tomorrow, as in May 6th, as in I think
But-
May 6th they'll announce it on May 12th. There's an announcement.
But if anything can keep me happy till then, it's going to be a 3-0 Villain Club. Now that said, I know everyone else in Division B is rooting against Villain Club, and they are rooting for the Backseat Geniuses. As after Habibi and the ETB versus the Ink Thieves were the only 2 other undefeated teams. So if Villain Club gets a W here or an L here, then they only one undefeated team and the whole bracket's open. One other 2-0 team, 2-2-1 teams. So it'll really even it up. There'll be a bunch of 2-1s all fighting for second through fourth place in the next round of the ICL, and that's kind of what I think a lot of people are rooting for. But I think Villain Club's just going to make it nice and smooth. They're going to get that victory, and then they're going to be like, all right, ETB, let's play for first seed next week or next round, and I think that's what's going to happen. Maybe even with the 3-0 to be like, hey, we're just going to jump over you. We don't even need to play to get first seed from you.
Yeah. Well, I like
Maybe
Change
it.
my
you
mind.
understand this
I want Backseat Genius to win. I didn't know they were so close to us.
So you're like, I changed my mind after all that. That was really compelling.
I want Wochuk to win, everyone else to lose.
Yeah, Wochuk
Habibi,
wins. Everybody else.
Shabibi, doesn't matter. Villain Club in 3. Is that how the meme goes? Is that how the meme
That's
goes?
so good. Who told you about that, Luke? You don't watch sports.
I don't watch that at all, but
picked it up through
Breezy posted a
osmosis.
thing. He
Oh,
posted
okay.
a thing.
That's so funny.
He's picking things up just by being around you.
Funny.
All right. Well, Habibi and I are going to leave you, and we're going to jump into the next round the first round is we're ready to go here. And we're already, boom, we swapped over this lovely screen here. I just messaged them that we're good to go. Let's see if they get it. I'll just say it. We're good to go. Oh, she did here. I didn't even need to do that. So now
He's
you're
always
all...
pulling shenanigans with his card. Look, he's making a sad face. Maybe that's a sign of how good or bad his hand is.
he likes to play around with stuff like that.
He's playing
I will
cards
note
before he inked. Oh no,
he does not have his
inked.
wedding ring on again.
Oh no.
Again, Villainous
Oh, no.
Dick Burns. His wife needs to come in.
So he's gonna come in and throw it at him again.
Yeah, right.
I mean, this
How
is
much-
his like alternate persona, so technically, this Dick Burns might not be married.
I was gonna say, how much money do you think he's gonna rip on stream? And he
Oh my
instantly goes to rip some money on stream. Habibi, why do you have 2 ties on? Chat would like to know your political reasonings.
My political reasoning, as you know, I hate politics and religion, and I don't bring up any of those things, especially on the ICL. However, today is the Canadian election day, and I'm representing all the parties with these ties. So, the least political thing I could do, I couldn't find a
Support it
tie that
all.
was rainbow. I am picking every single color and party. NDP, conservative, and liberal, and black in case I missed a party.
National unity.
Let's go, Canada.
Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Is that actually... is that just a South Park song, or is that your anthem as well?
That is actually our anthem. So, Canada.
Man, your anthem's sick. I like it.
It is. It is.
I've got some Canadian FOMO.
I honestly, most Canadians are petrified because of the anthem, because like you usually heard it as you were trying to like sneak into your class last second, and then they would make you stop. So like you would be like listening to the anthem, trying to sneak into the class, so you're not late, but like it was petrifying. I don't know if the American schools are the same.
A little bit, yeah. We had to do the allegiance, or I did. So Dick Burns here showing that he is on Ruby Amethyst, has a pretty aggressive open of 1-1 drop, and that's not what Santiago wants to see, even though he has the Tipo at least to try to slow Villainous down, but it's going to be kind of rough. It's already not a fantastic matchup for him, although at least this
the
is...
camera, no? I think they...
Oh yeah, I could do that. I guess I could do that for you. Just for you.
Just for me, and all the people watching stream.
And the people watching this stream.
Yeah, and the other 71 people.
Is the lobby...
Who do you think is favored in this matchup? I feel like a lot of people are like. I think this is like a debatable one.
I'm pretty sure it tends to lean like if I just had to see 2 players that I have no idea their skill level, I'm gonna probably assume that Ruby Amethyst is gonna win. Got
you. You know what the card I think, which I honestly didn't even look at the deck list, so like I'm not doxing anything at any point. RP's like say dropping my government names in here. I'm just kidding. What's it called? I think the manner makes the difference. I don't know if we're playing Santiago's playing that manner, but the manner makes a big difference.
Really?
It's annoying to handle manners. I mean, I know, like, looking at it from the lens of, like, Amber Steel, Purple Steel, which is, like, what I've been playing mostly on ladder, like, I have trouble dealing with those manners. It's just so much resources for something that doesn't take a lot from a red-purple player. Or, sorry, red-blue player.
I mean, the early duck is gonna be all right. Probably trade with a fox, but that's fine. It's gonna eat something and then get eaten by the fox if it does, and there's nothing wrong with that. It was kind of unfortunate for Dick that he had to bounce something on turn 3, but he had no other play, so you might as well make a 4/3 that then can kind of slowly protect the other 1-drops here, and can redeploy all of it here. And there's still a few more turns before Santiago is wiping the board. Although that is not a good turn for Dick Burns. Like that so many
I mean,
things could have
he
been
has
played on
card
that turn
draw,
rather than that.
and Dick
A
Burns can
1-drop
burn
with
his way to the
3
win.
nothing, like doing nothing else with 3 other ink, that like crab, genie, anything else on that turn would be so much better. Like imagine just a library there, right?
Yeah. I mean, a library just gets Maui'd, but then he just threatens with the rest of the
I
board.
guess.
So
It's fair, but it's something. It forces a Maui to be played.
this is scary because now he's presenting Sisu Shift as well. If he plays that, I'm always gonna
He doesn't
preface
even
it if
need
he
it.
plays that.
I mean, doesn't even need it right now. And the coil to make it not even a trade. This is not looking good for our villainous villain.
Let's see. So yeah, that my ink tokens are so confusing.
Are they?
I hate ink tokens so much. That's a really good play. Killing that Sisu, I think, is pretty key here.
Yeah, we cannot let that shift happen. That is just like too devastating to allow. Answers cards and gets the free 3 lore from it.
How many cards is in Dick Burns' hand at this point?
It looks like 1, but it's probably 2. And
We-
going
we-
up to at least 3 there. That might even be 3 cards. 2 cards in hand. I like how you ask the question, and then they show it off.
Yeah, there you go. He's
We have,
listening.
we have a few judges paying attention to both.
So what would be the 2 cards in Dick Burns' hands that can get him out of this losing position, I would say?
Rabbit. He needs some card draw. Some sort of card draw. But
Rabbit
Santiago
and
doesn't
what?
really have anything right now. Even if there's like a crab's okay. It's a cantrip gigantic character.
I think Santiago's has sort of fulfilled his game plan at this point. Like, he's prevented Dick Burns from presenting close to lethal, and he's getting to the late game bomb threats that he can just keep playing off the top.
That's frustrating. That card is so good.
Especially into this. Evasives don't exist
Almost
anymore.
Took me to town with that card
Fish
earlier
hook?
today. Yeah.
I love Fishhook. I think that is the answer to our manners
things.
problem that we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, and I've seen the hook in some of these villainous things. All right, you know.
Ooh. So we
Drawing
said Rabbit,
cards.
but that's not a bad card.
Yeah. It's probably better than Rabbit here, as we don't have the bounce to get the Rabbit back immediately, so a Sisu coming down and taking out Rabbit is kind of devastating.
We don't really want to play
Getting
into like
some
a
lore.
B prep or anything, so this is like
Yeah.
the best case scenario to draw out.
Dick has to get enough in play to force Santiago to play a Be Prepared, so then Dick can play 2 libraries or something like that. But he doesn't have enough cards. He did just draw 3 cards, but he played a 1-drop and he inked, so he really only kind of has 1 more card in hand. Santiago with the big old crabby boy.
What card is that? I remember. I've never seen it.
You don't recognize that staple of the format? Dominating crab?
It's a little nuts. It's a little nuts. That alone is holding blue with its little arm, little crab arm.
I don't think a Be Prepared is going to come down on this turn. I don't think I'd want to use it yet. But it's kind of frustrating. We need to commit some more. It's something, but
He wants to draw. Like, I think a win condition that exists. I don't know if it did a win in the game per se.
Like,
it's just
he
like
is
spamming locations and rabbits and
I don't know if I like
goats.
that ink, but
A castle. Yeah. I mean, there's a
Right.
fish hook down, so Maui just basically represents killing anything that's a location.
Well, yes, yes. I mean, okay, I guess you are right, but like, eventually, they're gonna have to run out of cards.
With
I feel
the
like one way to
Tamakon.
do that is if we're gonna be prep, we need some sort of threat. But the genie's better. I don't really know what's in the hand.
Yeah.
It is
Oh,
frustrating. Like
I wonder if he's gonna play for one.
I wonder. As you said, like Fishhook is doing so much work. Not only does it make this genie not that big of a threat, but as you said, it also just kind of answers all the locations. And then we see the second popsicle. So now every crab that Santiago plays is a 4/6 quest for 2 that draws 2 cards. That is value.
That's it. And as you said with the fish hook, like it not only is good on board, but even it just makes Dick Burns have to like ink every single otherwise win condition, and it makes it essentially discard those cards, get rid of them. What is happening here? Oh,
We're
yeah, we're
swapping
running
it
out of
around.
room for items. Reorganization, I like that. I feel like some matches we just gotta stop and like reorganize the board at a certain point. It's a little messy. It's like, all right, let's take a minute.
Oh, crabby boy. I would imagine that this card is worth a lot of money. What do you think? No opinion on if crab's worth money?
No, I read Habibi doesn't recognize the non-enchanted version, so I was thinking
But you're a minimum rarity
Rarity
player
now?
now, right?
It's like halfway. Like I realized very quickly, not a lot of people want to buy Amber Steel Enchanted, so I'm just like, you know what? No one's gonna buy all of them. I'm just gonna keep them. So we're like 90% rarity now. Big Cindy's playing with big top 32 Cindy's was a little bit much. I was like, it's a lot of money. All right. How Far I'll Go is a card that left the meta for a little bit of time and then it came back, and I never understood why it left. That is a card that I think is always
It's always been pretty
a
good.
4-of.
But
Or
if
3-of.
your opponents like, there was definitely a period where Ruby Sapphire was punishing the discard players by only having 2 Be Prepareds in their entire deck that you could hit. So then it was like a negative to play it early. But then, like a month later, the next DLC, it was like, no, you want to do it because they're back on that. Not only that, some of them were running One Jump Ahead as like a 9th piece of turn 2 ramp. Not many, but I did hit One Jump Ahead on stream at NA Champs. They didn't have any other ramp. They drew for turn, played a sail off the top of the deck, and then inked a Tipo. They were guaranteed that turn 2 ramp that game. It did not feel good.
Sail. I wish Sail was a song. I actually think it would be less good if it was a song.
Yeah, I think it would be better for the game if it was a song. I want to be able to snipe it with Ursula too.
That's it.
People hate discard.
Just green,
I think
green players would just restrict that card a little bit. Now has no way to stop it. You just accept the fact that's going to happen. I mean, bare necessities, but who plays that?
I think a targeted removal such as Bare Necessities is fine. But when you're trying to like double up with like Ursula or How Far I've Gone to just wipe their whole hand out, I think that's when people are like, discard's terrible. But if you're playing when, I play 4 discard, like if Bare Necessity was a 4-of and that was the only discard played, I wouldn't be upset. Granted, some people still would, just like Pete. You play 1 Pete and people lose their mind.
What do you think about inking that shark before playing the genie?
I'm not a huge fan of it.
That's fair.
I
Playing the castle anyways, I think we've given up on the whole I'm going to avoid a Maui game plan. Sisu's pretty scary here. Sisu just crushes your soul.
RMB's not liking me. I was like, I think pushing, like, I'm fine with Prince John being banned. I don't necessarily think it needs to be, but it has Ward, so I would have no problem with them banning it.
I think we just have to be very careful about what cards they give award. I think, and I this is the most like unbiased view of all time, especially coming from an Amber Steel main. But like, I think Cogsworth is a very balanced card, and they gave that award, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Cogsworth.
Oh, the Sisu came in.
It's frustrating not being able to have an answer for a card that makes your cards not able to answer anything else is a little bit too much in my mind. I think Cogsworth should have been like Diablo. Make it a bigger button. Make it a 2/6. Make it a 3/6, so it doesn't get Sisu'd wiped. But make me able to, or give it
Target
reckless or something that makes it have to be exerted.
You can. You just gotta play Cindy, and like really
sure.
bad actions that are unakeable.
It's been kind of interesting because they've given us a few effects like that, and Cindy's the only one that's kind of seen play.
Yeah, the Last Hope,
They're
I believe,
really
is
afraid.
a 3-cost song. Pretty good.
There's a few. They're just not good enough. They're so, like, if the 3-cost song cantripped was inkable, would work with anything that's not just a hero. Like, if Pick a Fight was inkable, if Pick a Fight was a song. There's so many slight tweaks that some of these cards could be done to make them playable, right? And like, it's just not enough to be like, well, I need a character to survive and then play this fringe card to answer this warded thing is rough to say.
Arby's is just a discard hater. 3 costs is reasonable, said no one ever.
I think, yeah, I mean, I would like a Pyroclasm style card. I think I had mentioned it before. I would not mind a card that set a 2-cost card that dealt 2 to everything that didn't have a keyword, or that had a keyword. So if it has ward, if it has any text, deals damage to. Lilo's, nope, doesn't touch it. Daisy hits it, has keywords, has text. Merfolk hits it. Lilo, no. Maleficent, no. Like, it depends on how down on keyword you want to get. Card text or keyword, they're a little different. I don't think keyword's in the official rules, but it might be. I think I was educated on that before. Santiago just still kind of has it all here. Like, got B prep, just replayed.
I don't know. I like Dick Burns' position here. I know like Santiago's ahead, but he has a hand. Unfortunately, I won't say his build, but a lot of these builds in general don't run those roses and those goats anymore. So this isn't like really threatening because he needs to hold the board on like, he needs to stay for him to quest essentially, or get moved up that ladder.
If Burns has another shark though,
that's why I was so terrified about that ink. Like, I really wonder what the rest of the hand looked like to be inking that
I'm
shark.
assuming he has another one, right?
But I feel like you just need both because one of them is going to get prepped inevitably.
Especially if you're inking it before you draw a new card. To me, that says
that means you have 3.
The second one. Yeah.
Oh, and there was no light. We're back. It's classic Pixel War Connect stuff.
Luckily, it picks back up pretty quickly here.
I think I'm going to take a wild guess here.
Be prepared.
There it is. I'm going to take a wild guess here. I'm going to say this is going to go to time. This matchup will go to time.
Maybe they're only a minute and a half past. And if DB here drops a 1-drop, nope.
The thing is, like, both of these players can't overcommit. Like, it just goes back to like set 1, like red purple mirrors.
And it's more than 4 B preps even, because both sides have sharks. And I'm assuming Santiago maybe has a Vitalosphere. If he has Vitalosphere, then both of them are threatening rush.
They have sharks, they have Pirate's Life, they have like locations that demand answers, but the answers don't gain them lore because they're like swinging at this thing that doesn't gain value on its turn. Like,
I mean, If
There's
Santiago
four
is
to
to play
eight B
Manor,
preps.
I mean, you
I mean,
mentioned it
it's gonna be Manor
earlier.
versus Castles, right?
You mentioned it earlier, and I kind of scoffed at it. But Santiago has the fish hook, so the castles don't really matter as much. Whereas in now, a Manor here is kind of rough for Dick Burns to deal with. Although
Yeah, I
it
think a
does give
Manor
him
makes a big
something to do with the
difference.
shark. Do you think he grabbed that from the?
I
He
would
might
do
have. It
it.
was that bad. He's just like, I need a fresh new card. We're digging.
If I
We're
need
digging
an
for
ink,
something.
I'm so uncowardly that I play it, and then I hope I find an ink off of the draw.
I don't do that. What if you draw the shark? Then you have to ink the shark.
All right, so is life. I'll draw a Tipo every time.
Live by the wheel, die by the wheel, says the BB.
I played 8 aerials in a match yesterday in my 3K, and I missed 7 out of 8. And I think literally has to be a record. So I think I'm bad lucked out. There's no more left.
There's the
I
shark.
think the win
that
condition
we-
now for Santiago is just drop like full Ed style to drop 3 locations, and if they're all Manors, like there's no answer for Dick Burns.
Yeah, if Santiago's able to multi-manor here, it's kind of rough. And if Dick even goes after one of them, then the fish hook plus whatever take out the shark.
On the other hand, like multiple Pirate's Lives here makes Dick Burns
We
a
have
beautiful
another
position.
crab.
Why wouldn't they?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It's at least a different crab. It's like, if that's
Yeah,
another 6 crab, like, I'm going to be sad.
dude, I'm gonna call this deck Seafood Boil from now on. I swear to God. It's literally just like every seafood creature
Crab
possible.
boil.
Crab boil.
What are we doing now?
I think the meta is like actually in the most balanced spot it's been in a long time right now. Like there's literally no one deck that just is better than everything else by a landslide.
Ooh, Dragon Fire. That is spicy.
Oh, it's the one of. This
Imagine
looks
if there-
very similar to Kendall's build from Germany.
It would be nice for Dick to have an Elsa next turn. That's not bad. Ooh, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like
Questing,
this
yeah,
quest.
you're just gonna get smashed by that Maui's fish hook.
I sent all the powers. I was just like, no,
Yeah.
don't do it, Dick.
Don't do it.
Make him
On
play
the other hand,
Maui.
now like if you swing into the castle, like the shark comes back, gets
Yeah.
value. Like at the very least, even though it's going to die, it's going to give the shark some value.
He also
feels good.
like Santiago also doesn't have enough ink. Ooh, that's not good for Dick. Santiago does not have enough ink to be able to be prepared and
And get rid of
take
it.
out the castle.
You can
with,
plus
something
the
else.
the plus is not even enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a Vitalis Sphere comes
Although-
down.
The workshop is going to draw some cards.
I think he's building up that triple manor hand.
I don't think he's playing Manors if he's playing workshops. I don't think you can afford to play both. I have not seen the list. I have it. I could click on it and look. But my prediction from just this game 1 and seeing so many cards, I would say there is no Manors in Santiago's list.
My biggest pet peeve is when like people are watching the stream or like casters rather just dox the deck. So I don't want to dox it. So I'm gonna be
Yeah.
blind and stupid, and they can watch us later and be like, "What the hell is Habibi talking about?" And I'll know
This
that I
is
didn't
why I
dox
don't
the deck.
look. It's why I
That's
don't
it.
look at the lists. I want to try to guess. I want to speculate. I want
That's
to
it.
hope. But the players
I want to be a
cannot
watcher
hear
too.
us.
I want to be an enjoyer, a spectator. So the Maui with the nice
I
little
guess-
buff from the fish hook just kills the
And-
castle and is suspected.
The shark can take out the Maui and then get back Finders Keepers to draw 3 more cards. So there is
Yeah.
a lot of card draw there, but you're losing a shark here. And like what we need to see is like
an Elsa?
Elsa, so we can then take out
There,
the
maybe that
Ramatala.
looks like Elsa ink almost. Nope, card draw.
If you
Maybe we're
click on
building
the
up for
thing in VDO, it should give you a non-delayed ability to watch. I turned up the bit rate on it, so it shouldn't be too bad.
yes.
Hopefully it looks nice.
I just realized right now I'm watching it through the stream. They're like, why is this guy talking about something that happened 4 minutes later?
Yeah. In video game land, that's an hour, bro.
Literally. It's like, oh my god, be prep! It's like, brother, we have a whole new board stuff.
It's like, is Santiago... Like, I'm assuming there's one dime in this list, too. I would not be surprised. If
I mean, I don't think
playing...
you play big Tamatoa if you're not running at least one.
Yeah, dime. Exactly. That was my thought. So, the longer this
we
game
know what
goes,
that
there's-
means. We know what that
Right?
means.
Yep. 6-drop Krabby.
Oh, that's a seafood boil. Popsicle balance card.
It's not as bad as
Honestly,
Flaversham. That's all I've got to tell myself. It's not
Honestly,
as bad as
Flaversham.
Flaversham. Although
I'm
right
still-
here, it's better
well-
than Flaversham. If you have a workshop and play
For blue
and
red, it's
1,000
better,
ink, yeah, you're now getting a 4/6 and drawing 4 cards.
If they made Popsicle band and not Fortisphere, I feel like Tamatoa would be like half the cost it is right now. Makes Tamatoa so much worse if you have to pay one to like get rid of the item and bring it back.
True. I think the other issue is the fact that then you could only play items in Sapphire
Agreed.
Steel. Whereas
true.
in now, you can play Sapphire
Match the same
Steel
color.
or Ruby Sapphire. Even if
Or
they're
anyone
not
that plays
fantastic.
blue can play it.
Yeah, but you only... Any other color can now item combo. Like, you could run lanterns if you really wanted to ramp out your Tommy. And, that ramp adds to your Tamatoa dime combo, Just saying.
Sure.
Amber Sapphire Crab, it's going to be the new... That's what Zan's going to break the next 1K event with. He did it with Jafar. He's going to do it with Amber Crab.
Who will he go 50-0 into next? Tune in next time. He has an ICL team now, no? Or no, not actually.
The World Class Cards did join up for Season 2.
There you
And
go.
for the rest of this season, he did jump in to replace DeCandio on 20 Lore's team. They also just... 20 Lore only had 3 people at first, so they grabbed a couple more in to help with scheduling. Another
I
workshop.
heard he needed a favor. Or they needed a favor, so he's helping them out. So it's nice, Phil.
Which is one of the reasons, Mr. Candy over here, we are having... Crinkle, crinkle, I can hear it. It's so loud. You're not fooling anyone.
I'm trying to be slick. I was gonna be like,
Yeah, just sneezing. It's one of the reasons why in Season 2, teams are going to be required to have 7 members on their roster to make it much easier for scheduling and not having issues where if one player gets sick, per se, then they're just out, right?
Wait,
no one
pause.
wants-
7? Hold up. We got You heard it here first. Enter the
You're gonna have to
battlefield. Is
recruit.
recruiting now.
Like, you're gonna have to recruit, Habibi.
We are hiring. Send in your resume today. Damn. We have we just got a 5th player. We're like,
You're
Okay.
getting hit by that, but at the same time, the Lorcana Loungers, I think they've got 30 members. So maybe
Like
some of
cut.
their extras you'll be able to snag up.
now we're gonna have like 33 player teams now because of that. You got to do like a cut to find teams to play, like a tournament to qualify for the ICL. Ooh.
I was chatting about that earlier today on my morning stream because there are more people wanting to join. And I basically shared an idea that I've been running with where I'm probably going to have another league, and it's not going to be all live games. They're going to be recorded that you will record and then upload. And then later on, we'll have a stream where we watch over highlights and matches and have casters for that. Just to get more Lorcana gameplay for people, shine some more light on some other teams. And we can't really afford to just constantly add more teams to the ICL, as currently the biggest complaint, I should say, or demand or desire, I should say, from some of the players I've chatted with, is they want to play more. They want to play more often. But if we're streaming every match, well, we can't let them, like, we're playing 3 times a week already. I don't know if I can up it to every, like, Monday through Friday, ICL every night. I'm pretty sure my wife would banish me.
Banish? What was the other word that we could use?
She would murk me. She would murder me. She would bury me in the backyard and she would put life insurance out on me and then banish me to the Shadow Realm.
Just as Ravensburger intended.
Just as Ravensburger intended. Santiago has a board again, just putting Dick Burns in a spot.
Do you believe me now? Do you believe me now that they're going to draw?
Maybe. Oh, he's
B-Prep comes out right now,
friends.
and then we're just back to 0.
So he must have a B-Prep in hand
to do that?
if he's grabbing this, right? Because we know there's one in the discard somehow.
Or maybe he's digging for it because he's worried about a dime play and he loses the match.
I mean, you have to B-Prep this board, right?
Yeah.
I guess he's trying to win, so he's gonna friends, gain an extra lore. Then
there's nothing he can do to win here.
Well,
right?
he can B-Prep this turn, right? To stop.
Oh,
you're just saying dime win on the spot.
Yeah. How many items?
He doesn't have enough items for that.
No.
How crazy would it be if Dick Burns doesn't have the ink to play the B-Prep?
He just makes a mistake? That'd be the ultimate justice for using ink tokens. Everyone deserves it.
No. Wow.
Just kidding, dude.
You're like having a clear board and you just personally attacking me. I see. So that is the third Be Prepared by Dick Burns. And we're going to see, did the 1 lore and the extra 2 cards, was that better than holding another B-Prep? Santiago has gone through, he's inked 1 Tamatoa 8 and had the other one dragon fired. Is he playing more than 2? Is he on some crazy 8 grab item list? Could be.
Has anyone ever been milled in ICL?
It's come really close. But I don't think there's been a whole new world mill out yet. Maybe for... I feel like
this will be the first one. I'm telling you. This game is not going to
Someone needs to come up with an achievement list for me. Like, if anyone out there wants to make a fun achievement list, let us know so we can have, like, the first match that, like, whole new worlds or mills a match or something, and we'll get bonus points for fun.
First time Habibi doesn't play Amber Steel.
Yeah. We'll have bingo cards. People can do bingos. Dime. Hardcast Dime. That's his hand's reactive, I would say, if this is what we're doing. But Dime does draw 2 cards.
Speaking of bingo cards, a good team idea if you have like a bunch of team members locally.
Not
is
drawing.
Do a bingo team. Ooh.
How many cards are left in Santiago's deck?
That's what I mean. Like, look, it's like he's gonna get milled. Like he's been drawing all day with the workshops.
He's got to have 1 crab left, right? I think he's just trying to get up to the point where he can gain 13. But I don't understand the not drawing. Maybe if he just has so many items, it doesn't matter. I hope he plays that and then plays another Scrooge.
Maybe Dick Burns running 1 Tremaine for the...
Wait. I'm so confused. Okay, there we go. It's like, we're going to pay for that, right? All right, we just played another... So we just want the 1 lore. That's fine, I guess.
He's too far, because like, I think Dick Burns could just like start flooding the board and then force out a B-Prep, and you just can't B-Prep and play a Grandma. Or a Tamatoa, rather.
Dick Burns doesn't have the dime, and might not... So, did Kendall not play GOAT at all? I guess I missed that aspect. Gone are the days of 4-cost, gain 2 lore characters.
I don't agree with that, but everyone's doing it, so...
I thought GOAT was overrated since I saw it. Every Amethyst card is overrated. It doesn't sing. I mean, it does sing, but nothing relevant. What, Zeus? Yawn. I mean, he's doing what you recommended. He's just, flood this board.
It's his only line. He just has to, like, empty onto the board and just force Santiago to pop a B-Prep, because if he does anything that's developing the board, he loses. Oh, Sisu would hurt.
Sisu would be insane.
That would be GG.
Coil, there's one coil in play and one in hand. Like, I have a feeling Santiago is probably going to win this game shortly. Oh, we got B prep.
There it is.
Oh, maybe we're just
Oh,
waiting.
we got a dime. I mean, Automatoa. What is that?
11 ink, so we can do it right now for
He
1,
doesn't
2,
want to draw
3,
off the
6,
workshops.
7, 8, 9, quote unquote 10.
I feel like if you don't draw off the workshops and you don't want to be prep, he's just doing the math to like win the game. Like this is it.
If he has a popsicle in discard, he has Lorthal. And if he obviously has the Tamatoa, because he has 11 ink, and that's enough. Because you only need 10 for Dime Crab, and then the
One more
crab
for
gets you a
popsicle.
popsicle.
Let's see it. Looks like they're thinking.
Maybe just they're making sure they're on the same lore check. Pretty sure there's a popsicle in there.
What if there isn't?
Maybe there's not. Must be
Oh,
CC.
I don't think he has it. Otherwise, this is like peak BM.
Shrink the Krabby Boy. Play the Sisu.
I think that's pretty good. It's not a win right now though. It's a win next turn
It's representing Lorthal.
in a different way. I mean, respects to Santiago for not just starting to draw like a madman. I think it's a testament to his ability to understand not only his outs to win, but his outs to lose. So he learned pretty quickly that now it's time to stop drawing. It's hard to forget when you're playing cards like Vision, where you have to grab your deck and then draw 5. Like you're looking at your deck often.
All right, scooping up game 1, going to Santiago. 32 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock for that game 1. You got to do it. Makes you relieve some stress in my mind. I used to riffle shuffle, but I like
relieving
money.
stress. What about your cards?
Well, they should draw better. You don't want me to riffle shuffle, take my stress out. You should draw me the cards I need when I need them. Not Fox on 3. I mean, for how bad Villainous' start was. It started insane, and then it really fell off on turn 3. He still got to 14.
Of course, Lorcana spins it saying red-blue isn't dead. Like all he posts about.
I think had he played like a 3-cost Sisu that turn, or something like that, he might have just ran away with the game. Also, if Santiago did not have Fishhook, I also think he would have ran away with that game. If I'm Santiago, I am hard mulling, hoping for that Fishhook. I don't know how, like, I'm also going for a ramp, right? So it's kind of a two-edged thing. I'm keeping a Fishhook in my hand if I have it. If I have the turn 2 ramp, I'm mulling a lot of other cards pretty aggressively, I think. The Fishhook just does so much in this matchup.
It's a good
but
card.
I just like the card. Maybe I'm crazy.
I've been telling people to add 1 Fishhook, and they always give me the same reaction. Like, they look at me and they go like, really? What set are we on?
Yeah, right?
This way of the game. Can I put the Ferrero Rocher ball in my mouth without anyone noticing?
No.
I won't do it now. When you least expect it.
I least expect it's going to be like when
People are gonna stop
we're
watching the game and try to catch,
transferring,
like, me putting the ball in my mouth. Whoa, hold the pause. It's kid friendly.
Too good. Too good. Phrasing, I do believe. Resume. All right, so Santiago getting rid of what appears to be 4 cards, so at least 3. To me, it's probably a popsicle, a ramp, and then fishbone. Or not fishbone, but a Maui stick thing, fish hook. There we go. I know there's a fish in it. It looks like a bone. It's actually a hook. All right, Habibi. Which Ursula is Ursula Deceiver? The
To
2
me,
drop
it's
or the
the
3
two
drop?
cost one. It's always the two cost one.
Which one is Ursula Deceiver of all?
The biggest one, 7 drop.
No. It's the 2
Is it
and 3
not?
drop. You were right on the first one.
No. What's the biggest one called?
I don't know government names of these. Those are the only cards government names I actually
I don't know
know.
government names.
And I'll forget by the time it matters on trivia.
I
One
actually have a
crab
thing
out
where
of the way.
when somebody starts to call me out on like a trigger and it's like a local match or like, and this barely happens at my locals, but like way early in Lorcana, I would like start announcing every card I play. So I'd play like Ursula, Deceiver of All, Resolve. Just like go full cringe at every announcement, saying the full government names just to piss somebody off. Oh,
Habibi does not take slights lightly.
oh, of course. You gotta listen. If someone's petty, you gotta be petty back. That's all
You're
gotta do.
petty to Habibi. He is burning bridges. He is setting yards on fire. He is
Yeah, I'm coming in an
swatting
Easter Bunny out
houses.
everything.
That's your one. You got it. Now you're done. Tipo doing the ramp and making Dick have to choose what he's going to do. Did he pop that followers already? Did he just instantly pop the followers? Must have.
Scared of the Tipo without getting his value. I think Red Purple wins this matchup by like filling up their hand. I don't think he can turbo.
Yeah,
and
you can't
beat
let
Red Blue.
You can't let that trade there.
Yeah.
Especially if, I mean, what if Santiago's on one of Super Goof?
That card's so annoying.
Super Goof! Someone's on top of the card selector. They're like, they're not doing it fast enough. So
Yeah.
someone else is on top of it. Ooh, Great Stone Dragon. We have Tamaz.
And the
in
Flame.
chat
I like
comment.
that tech. I like that tech in a Shark world. I'm surprised not more people play it.
I've seen it in some lists, but I feel it's most of the time a little too cute, sadly. But I do like it.
It's a red steel fun card. But I feel like it can be a 1-of, 2-of. I feel like people already respect Shark though, so you're not gaining any respect by playing that as a 1-of.
Fan the Flamesing on a Calhoun. It's pretty
good.
nice.
It's pretty good. With a Mushu on board.
You can defend against Shark with Fan the Flames. That is true. I'd rather have a LeFou for that, but to each their own. I love LeFou. That card is so good.
Were you playing LeFou back in set 1? I know you're playing Amber Steel, but when you're not playing Amber
I
Steel?
played, in set 2, I played Hyper Aggro Ruby Amethyst, and I played the LeFou Arthur combo, where you just bounced the LeFou to your hand every turn, and then gained basically 4 lore a turn off of Arthur and LeFou. And then you could throw a snake in there to generate another lore on top of it that they couldn't interact with outside of a Be Prepared style card.
I wonder if Arthur will ever be great again.
I don't know. It's a fun card, but it gets easily answered pretty quickly and is uninkable. If it was uninkable, I think it would see a little bit more play.
That's fair. Well, in this match, Santiago is off to the races again, and he has somehow become the aggressor against Red Purple.
I wouldn't say he's the aggressor. He only has 3 lore. Dick has 2, but Dick's is also evasive. He can also commit more, such as that. He could have committed a Maui to just start wiping the board if he needed to as well. And now he's ahead, and it's kind of forcing Santiago to have something, anything to answer. And Santiago's only on 5 ink. So he's at least 2 turns away from Be Prepared, unless he sings How Far I'll Go. Which we did see one in game 1, correct?
Yeah, we did. Think of how far I go here is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
Honestly,
any
just
ramp here.
inking and brawling a genie doesn't even feel bad here.
Just
go
a
double
hook.
brawl.
A hook would be insane. Like we said the other game, Hook basically won him game 1. So
Yeah.
Hook here would probably, in my opinion, do pretty much the same thing.
But that's like no way that's a 2-3 of, so like he needs to find it. If he doesn't find it, this really allows Dick Burns to like take play lines that he normally couldn't.
But Dick would also be able to quest up to 9, draw one more card, commit another character. Even with the fish hook, there's a world that if Dick maintains his velocity, he'll get there. But maintaining velocity into be prepared turns is not where anyone wants to be. Like, I don't know about you, but there's only a few cards I like to play before be prepared. One of which is a Surfer Stitch. And we don't have Surfer Stitches in Villain's deck, right? Like, I want to play something that replaces itself, adds lore, and it's like, oh, you didn't be prep, you didn't have it, you lose. Have I uploaded today's decks yet? No, I upload them after they play. So after this match, when the next round is going, I will probably update them. Something about Dick Velocity. If it isn't, Villain Club's own Wochuk, fellow Amber Steel connoisseur, lover of 0-4 Nala. He said it is his favorite card in the deck. He almost quit playing, and then Nala was printed, and he is back on it.
Fun fact, if you ever play against Wochuk in a match, make sure to say GG. He really appreciates it when you let him know you had a good game.
I do believe you're supposed to say go ahead every time, and he will tell you to stop calling him a go ahead. I don't think he is physically capable of not making that joke if you set it up. He's just you throw it in the air, he hits it. For people who have seen Roger Rabbit, Wochuk is Roger Rabbit from the bar scene where they get him out by doing the card. I don't even remember what the saying is, but I know that it's like dut 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 dut, and then like he can't not make the last two noises. And spoilers, the beginning part of Roger Rabbit. Was it just patty cake? Shaving a haircut? All I know is I'm going to be having him sign my promo Nalas 1,000% at the next DLC I see him at.
Let's play the game. Does he have Be Prepared? Oh, that looks like he has Be Prepared.
He has Be Prepared. I mean, even if he doesn't, I think he still quests like this. But, I mean, I like Dick's turn, right? He drew a card, replaced the 1/2.
Ooh, that's actually
and now he
way
still
better.
gets another lore. Well, yeah, way better for Santiago. Way better for Santiago.
Yeah.
Now he's making Dick quest and play the B prep.
Damn.
And if he doesn't, and Santiago needs to be prepared, then was that an Iago or a Finder's Keepers? Yeah, this is
that was
rough.
a quick ink.
Only one card in Santiago's hand, though. How amazing is Santiago? Is it a refill? Do we have the crab? We have 8 ink. We can do it.
And it's a seafood boil.
Which variation? Oh, that has got to feel good.
It's the chef. It's the chef for the seafood boil.
Oh, no, it's the elderly lady hanging out at the buffet. She brought a friend.
She brought an assistant. She brought an assistant.
A couple old ladies driving to the old country buffet. And
there's always two.
Watch out. I want to make the South Park joke where they're going to like drive into you. What is Villainous have? Oh, another genie? He's like, you know what? My 4-drop is better than yours.
Is that the third genie played by
I do
Bruce?
believe so.
He's running out of card draw.
Oh, and Elsa's not really what you want here. Do we have the 4th genie? That's not that bad. Santiago, you just inked a Maui. You got another one. You got a fishhook, finally. Best card in your deck here. Did we draw it? Fishhook would be so frustrating for Dick Burns here.
It just turns entire game into Santiago's end just from this one card.
He takes out the castle. Means your genie only gets one quest. Then Dick Burns has 1-2 cards, and he has to literally just play character, turn it sideways, pray for no Sisu, no be prepared.
I feel like we have to like start disclosing our insider trading agreements that we bought up all the fish hooks. Like this entire casting thing has just been an advertisement for fish hooks.
Let's see how much fish hook costs, right?
Watch like prior to the cast versus now, it's like spiking in value for the 70 people watching. No shot. Not enough people, but
I don't own foil fish hooks. Regular fish hook costs 3 cents.
Yo,
foil
buy
fish
them
hook.
out.
Fish hooks did increase in price about a month ago from 50 cents to 80 cents. One person bought a foil today. One person was influenced. They bought that 77-cent foil. Rather than that, there's not very many foils in the market, and they're only a...
Yo, buy out. Suddenly he goes quiet and he starts clicking on his computer.
I found a few for less than that. Let's check out here mid game. 350.
If there's suddenly a buyout of fish hooks, we know why, guys.
I'm only buying 2. A waste of $3, I'm sure.
You gotta put at least a playset. Come on.
A playset of fish hooks?
Yeah. So you can sell 2, and buy a house, and then use the other 2 in your decks. There you go. Be prepared.
Be prepared.
By the way, this castle that I said it was like whatever, has turned into the win condition. And yeah.
Because there's no fish hook.
There you go. The answer, everyone play 3 fish hooks.
Yeah.
Particularly
right,
after
fish hooks ordered.
All right, now let's talk about why it sucks. Yeah, you want to time 100%. I called this. I called this from the very beginning. Like you can tell from like the styles of play. Like these guys are 2 players that respect each other, and they want to hold their removal, and both of their decks wants to win, like by having things on board. And both of their decks have ways to prevent somebody from winning for having things on board. So it's like,
do you think Santiago is going to be able to win Game 3 in 10 minutes?
No shot. Unless
they're
very honorable and they quick play.
Do you think he should be conceding this game, or do you think he has the Sisu shift to take out Castle? And well, I mean, you can take out Castle.
100% you concede. 1,000,000% you concede here. I would have conceded 3
you're
minutes
at 9.
ago.
You're at 9. You can assume they're not running GOAT somehow anymore. So that's some
I've conceded at the start of a game 2.
You're like,
just so I can get a game 3. I'm like, I just want to go to game 3 where I go first, and I'm confident I can win it. I just don't want to draw.
This is not what I... Maybe there's a hook. Play fish hook, draw a card. Nope. All right. I think we're about to go to scoop mode here. We've got 1 draw and an ink to get the Sisu, and that doesn't do too much.
How does a draw work for points? Like maybe they're going for the draw.
They do not want to go for the draw.
No.
It's basically all on how many match wins you have, because that is the first tiebreaker in the thing, and that is why. So you actually have, if we were to stop it right now, I do not think you would. I think you would be in second seed, because I do believe you have 6. You might have 7, and then one of the 2 divisions, the top seed, either Tian Ho has 6 points, or you have 6 points. The other has 7, because one of the 2 teams right sweeped out. Well, you're the highest in your division. You have 7?
We have 7. I believe Tian Ho has 6.
Okay, so if we were to end right now, that's how it is, and that's because you swept a team, right? You went 3-0, 2-1, 2-1, so you have 7 points.
Yeah.
And so that's super, super big, right? The draw is like a loss, really. It might matter for some secondary tie breaks, but you want the win. There's the hook.
I think it's a little too late, to be honest. I'll be
It's
very
just
impressed
enough.
if Santiago
It's
can
just
pull
enough
this
to take
out.
Castle. Oh, he drew a card. You can't activate it now. You can't take out Castle. Maybe he doesn't care about taking
Oh,
out Castle.
he has the right. Oh wait, no, that comes in exerted.
Yes, it comes in exerted. He might not have inked yet. It's possible he did not ink yet. Oh, there's damage already on Castle. I'm silly. I thought it was a fresh Castle. It is not a fresh Castle. That makes way more sense. I mean, Castle did some work, and we get to eat, or just win, probably. I'm assuming if we're doing this here, singing it, weren't we at 16? Am I confused? That's not Lorthal.
I think he's just conceding because he realizes he can't win it at that point.
I guess.
Or you just hard cast it and you have a second one.
It's possible that he said he had another one.
Yeah.
But I guess he
goes to 19, but that's enough.
He could have quested and then played it. It looked like he was singing, but I think he quested and then cast it, so it was 20. I was just confused there. That would be what that was. I'm silly. He didn't exert his ink. I'm calling a judge. He sang that Pirate's Life. I'm getting one more turn. Call me a shark.
I know Wochuk hates this. I know Wochuk hates this a lot, is when people don't exert their inks and they just start playing off the top, but I do that all the time. If I have 15 ink on the board and top deck mode, hell no, I'm not going to exert it.
If I have no cards in hand.
Yep.
And I have, like you say, a bunch of ink. Yep. And the card I draw does not draw me. Well, actually, I will just flip it immediately if we're in, like, I'm going to die. I'm going to lose the game if I don't have something. But I'm basically drawing it and putting it in play. I'm not going to exert my ink. I'll just say pass. I'll do it afterwards.
You can do that with, like, a wheel deck or something, because it actually does matter.
Correct.
But I know what you mean. Like, you just flip it. You have to.
You got it, telling Ellie to
exert one ink, play one. What'd he say?
Because I was like, no, he's saying that. We're getting another turn. So Judge Phil said, we're going to rewind it. He's at 19. I do not think a judge would rule that way, luckily.
7
Maybe
minutes.
In Magic
the question
in 6 years
is,
ago.
Do they know? I know we had a match where we didn't know. That was largely because we didn't want to know. I feel like the judges should tell them. But they also shouldn't, because it influences the game.
I think it is a perfectly reasonable thing to tell the players how much time is on the clock when they finish and start a game. Especially when they cannot see the clock. Now, if the clock was visible to them, then sure, you don't need to tell them, right? You can give them the 5-minute warning. But for now, since they don't get to see it, our judges do remind them at certain points, and I do believe they tell them in between the games as well. Yep, and as Judge Phil said in chat, we do give them reminders.
Nice. So I think Santiago just chose to play that out. He thought he had a leg in it.
Yeah, I think there was a chance, possibly, but Pirate's Life sealed the deal, right? And Ruby Sapphire is the deck, right? If there's any deck that's going to stabilize at 19 and win 5 turns later, it's Ruby Sapphire. Like, if Dick didn't have the Pirate's Life or the Reach, it's possible Santiago could have had the Pirate's Life to then slowly take away Dick Burns' lead. And he also had, it was at 9 with quite a bit of lore in play.
It comes down to, like, if right now the only chance of someone winning is if both of them somehow don't draw a Sisu or B prep. And the likelihood of that is, like...
Yeah, this is a little frustrating for Dick here. He's got no 1-drops. He doesn't even have something to be able to... Oh, and there's the fish hook.
Yeah.
So
now Dick Burns has 0 chance of winning.
So Dick is going to have to play super control here to just go for the draw, which is kind of a frustrating thing to have to do, because if there was no time limit, the game would be drastically different. But knowing there's a time limit, your line of plays drastic. Ooh, that is not bad. I mean, we know the fish hook's there, but if our opponent wants to take their whole turn to do that,
But you have
I
to.
I guess it's still not great, but yeah.
You have to because the Iago comes out next turn. But that just means that Santiago's not doing win the game stuff. Oh. Guess he doesn't care about it.
It'd be interesting to see a bird come down and eat this Scrooge, but the singing's just more important.
It is.
Well, I want to see. Okay. I was like, is that being played? No, just ooh.
Another one. Another one.
That's
Another
one way for Santiago to steal this game. Is like dropping his own big crab 3 turns before Villainous can be prep.
But it's still not enough.
Well, with a dime it might be. Because he does get the extra turns through time.
This is true.
And like the players are not playing super slow at all, right? Oh,
here's the Iago.
Right. Nice fish hook.
Do you think he inked the fish hook with the time constraints in mind?
Maybe, but I think he just needs the items. We will have Santiago's list after the match. I will be uploading it. But we will not be uploading it until then. I'm taking my first look at the lists right now. Mostly so I can very quickly change it. So oh, you don't get to hear the music we're jamming out to here in chat. Almost clicked submit. Dick Burns named his deck Kendall. So it's possible that his list might just be the Kendall list. It very well could also be slightly changed. I hope he just named it that to throw people off who see it.
It's Kendall and it's like Amber Steel.
Yeah. But it looks pretty similar to what Kendall was running this weekend, who had a pretty good finish. I shouldn't say his only, but it might have been his only loss was to the winner in day 2, but he might have had a couple losses in day 1 early. I do believe he intentionally drew in the last round to finish in 2nd place overall with the same amount of points as first. Santiago spending precious moments shuffling cards, and we got have the dime come into play. And then Inca Brawl up to 9 and gaining a lore.
Doesn't feel like it's
taking out Castle. You have to take out Castle. And Dick is just basically saying, like, hey, that is 2 lore you're not gaining. And could be very important.
I think they're going for the draw line, but wouldn't Santiago get this win because he won game 1?
No, they each won a game. It's a draw. It's 1-1-1. If Dick did not win, if this was game 2.
You have an
I have not. I have not. Where's Pipwatch? Where is Pipwatch at? Where's JDZ with the Pipwatch? I'm pretty sure TFM Dan is in chat too. That's 2 people who should be on Pipwatching or not.
No Pipwatch.
So Dick is, Santiago has probably 3 to 4 more turns of this game to gain 18 lore. The dime is a quick way to try to get there. If he can drop Workshop and then go pop into Coil, draw some cards, next turn, deploy Tamatoa, Villainous not have the Be Prepared somehow, then Santiago able to quest and then go for it. Maybe double dime. That could be a way. Quest, put a free dime into play. I don't know about you, but I prefer to exert my ink before I play cards.
I don't even exert it.
Go to 4 here and then up to 5. And now we're on turn 0. Santiago spent a little bit too much time shuffling cards there. I do the same thing, so I understand. You're thinking for a second, you're shuffling, you're thinking, but he did not have time to think. He needs to just deploy and hope. His first gut thought is the way to get there, because he's going to have turns 1, 3, and 5 to gain 15 lore. And that is a rushy shark. I love to see that. You love to see that. Like, we don't have to crack for Vitalosphere. We're just Peter Pan sharking. What do you think of that?
I like it. I also think none of this matters. So it's hard to.
Well, it might matter. Like, Dick's not going to win this game, but taking out that one lore might matter, right?
Sure.
If there's some crazy amount of items being put into play, but I think he's down to
We
one.
gotta go like workshop into like popsicle draw, workshop, popsicle, like a crazy turn, and then a follow up turn in turns, like play a Tamatoa and go for the win. That it's be
like
it's
we
way
need
too
to
specific.
we need to quest, put in workshop, play popsicle, draw 2 cards, play popsicle, draw 2 cards, play coil, draw a card, then ink, play one more item maybe, and then like a tipo, pass.
Mm-hmm.
Next turn, quest,
And
put
Dick
dime
Burns'
in.
power has to go out, and
no. Then we quest.
The
put
wife
in
has to
dime,
come in.
play crab, activate both dimes, and I think that's actually lethal. Like, if he can put a second dime in, he probably wins, I think. If he's able to put a second dime and get a crab in. Because this turn, he's going to at least 9, right? Because he's questing and gaining 2.
Yeah.
So then he has...
I want to be proven wrong here. I hate draws. Everyone knows
I guess he
draws.
has turn 2 and 4. I forgot he was turn 0. I was thinking he was turn 1, 3. So he actually only has 1 more turn after this.
What does that mean? Like, it's scary stuff. Can Dick Burns win this under any circumstance?
Gain 3 to 7 on deploy.
Pirate's Life into Pirate's Life?
If he was to play another shark,
and then
quest
Pirate's
to
Life
7
twice?
next turn, Pirate's Life twice to 3. I don't think so.
Still not enough. So we're on the Santiago OTK one shot. Oh, that's a start. One shot watch right now.
Judge Phil says to always play the card before exerting your ink, because that's what the rules say.
See, I just follow the rules.
You said you just don't exert your ink.
I'm like halfway. I'm way following.
You're partially following the rules.
I'd rather be halfway right than fully wrong. Dragonfire. Oh, and there goes the cookie. Yeah. You can tell from this hand.
I mean, he played the crab. I mean, he did what I said he needed. Like, if this Tamatoa survived this turn.
It got Dragonfire. Oh, if it survived.
Yeah. If it survived, he could have won. Oh, maybe he
said Dragonfire Tamatoa, and he's like, hey, you didn't specify which one. Tough luck, Buck. They didn't say that. I'm just making this up, by the way. Starting controversy.
I think they realize it's a draw.
Yeah, no matter what decision happens because of the Dragonfire.
I didn't even change. Humorously, we went a very long time to not having any draws, and now I didn't even have to change the thing because we ended on a draw last week and we started on a draw this time. You want to move over to Discord? You are muted in video now. I did claim. All right, the deck lists are uploaded. Hello there. We are live now. Oh, we're flipping the camera up. We get to see Richard Burns.
That's not my name.
Let
I'm
me
the
get my
villain.
Fuego.
camera.
Dickus Burnus. All right, there we go. Pretty intense, long match there. Was there any consideration in game 2 to maybe conceding sooner, Santiago, to try to get more time? Or did you think you might have been able to steal it there? I feel like maybe if Dick didn't have the Pirate's Life, you might have been able
If you
to...
didn't have it, I'm pretty sure I just win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have a Pirate's Life as well in your turn to try to, like, knock him down, or...
No, just like I had a coil set up which I was trying to dig for with the Scrooge prior. So I picked it up afterwards, and I'd be able to like out the shark with like
Okay.
inking it, like double coil and great stone. So it was like -8, and then just out it with a little Sisu, and then go from there.
Okay. All right, Dick, I'm assuming you were playing for the draw for most of game 3, or did your mulligan just go that poorly to not see the 1-drops on turn 1 and 2?
Yeah, I kept, so I was on the draw, so I kept Peter Pan Iago, just assuming it would line up well with like Tipo Scrooge, which I ended up doing, and then I drew like B Prep, Genie, and whatever else. So yeah, I mean, I assumed that we were gonna draw. Game 1 took a very long time. It's all good. I just come here for fun. So
Right. It's all fun. Definitely playing online is a little different. Just making sure everything's done correctly just takes up a lot of time when you're like playing in front of someone and go like tap for go, tap for go. No, I can ready my ink. It's little stuff, but it's fine. It's all good.
Well, did you have any questions, Habibi? I feel like we had one we wanted to ask them after like game 1, but I cannot remember what it was at the moment.
Habibi's muted for me,
You've been...
but I noticed JDZ isn't here. I mean, what's up with that? You know, I thought JDZ was my interviewer.
No, he said he
Well, I'm
did
not good
want-
enough for you, Dick Burns.
All I'm saying is JDZ is scared to interview me. This is a pleasant surprise, though.
Well, there you go. There you go. I did want to ask a question to Santiago though. On game 2, did you believe you had legs to come back? Were you looking for anything specific?
I
Why
already
not
asked
just
him that
concede and
question.
try to go to game 3?
Yeah, well, just to restate it, I guess.
I was trying to set up my microphone.
Off the Scrooge, I was trying to find the coil, but I found it like after the draw, so I couldn't immediately out the shark that turn. But I had the out to the shark the next turn, and then if he didn't have Pirate's Life, more than likely win.
Would you ever concede, like, have you ever conceded, like, on, like, around, like, turn 1 or 2 or 3 of a round 2 if you believe you had a chance in like, the third match?
Can you restate that again?
He wants
Would
to
you rather,
know. He wants to know if you would just concede game 2 to get it out of the way, just so you can play game 3.
Someone's
with
gonna
all
do
the
it.
time
It's
in
such
the
an
world.
alpha move. It's such an alpha move.
No. They my style is they better have it, and he had it.
Yeah.
So
If you can't afford to win on the draw, you don't deserve to win on the draw.
correct. Yeah, if you can't, like, we're in a best
Or
of
you
2
don't- yeah.
format. You'll see is wise. Technically, I would have gone first game 2, but it is what it is. We're doing best of 3s right now.
All right, let me take this here. Santiago, do you have any shout outs you want to give before we get to the next round?
Just shout outs to the team. Appreciate the shop. Just letting us all play here, getting together, and just shout outs to my opponents for the games.
All right, Sir Villainous, any teacups you would like to shout out?
Nope, thanks for having me.
Fantastic. All right. Habibi, any shout outs you want to give before we cut to the next casters?
I'll see you guys later in the post game. So we'll just say him then.
I thought you just cut your camera in as well, and I was just like, wow. DB starting a trend here.
I quit.
All right. Well, I'm going to introduce one of our casters, Katie of the Lore Keepers Inn. Would you like to introduce the other? Oh, he's out. All right. And the other one is Dakota, and we're going to transfer over now.
Oh my goodness, hello. I love that. And the other one's Dakota. But
There you go, I guess, right?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you can hear us because I just heard I was muted, but I don't believe that's true. I won't believe everything I hear on TV. But Dakota, how was that game? It's no one likes a tie, but it was fun, you know.
Nobody loves a draw, but I feel like during that game, I learned a lot about my fellow casters. I watched JDZ eat another Uncrustable.
No, really?
I saw you were amazing at folding towels like
Is
a
that real
hotel
though?
employee. It was so good.
I need to know
Yeah,
that. The whole
I
thing is
watched
true.
him
I
just
was folding them very
house a
well.
handful of snacks. It was awesome.
It's like we need
The
to
draw
call
is
somebody. I
terrible,
need to
though.
call his. Does anyone have his wife's number? Just be like, hey, we're worried.
I
But
think we
anyway.
need to have an intervention.
Yeah, that's
All
honestly
right, we're gonna
scary.
have to-
But
Getting to that point.
that's okay. We are on game 2, and yes, I did fold the towels. I like to do them extra nice. That way, when I open the closet, I go, "Oh, towels!" And it's a nice little treat. If anybody
They
wants
were
a,
amazing.
I can
I
make a
will say.
TikTok on it if anybody needs that. But it is round 2, which means it is time for Johnny versus Alex Brousseau, or Whoa Chuck, as he
Whoa,
goes by.
Chuck.
Which maybe in the interview we'll ask, what's that about?
Yeah.
There's a couple people out there that are like, oh yeah, my name is Alex, but I go by Whoa Chuck. And then there's like, another one, not to call you out, James/Dan Regal. How dare you? Dan Regal sounds like a name, and then his name's not Dan. So that's just personal beef. But either way, we're gonna jump in, and these 2 deck lists I'm excited about. I think it's a matchup we're gonna see. Set Champs is an hour away. It's not an hour. It happens a week from Saturday, so 5 days from now.
No, I believe this weekend it starts.
Yeah, 5 days from now. Well, 5 days. Yeah, 5 days from now. Saturday.
5 days? Yeah, Saturday.
I was like, oh gosh. But yeah, this is a matchup we're gonna see. So I like to say deck list and then have people tell me whether I spoil it or not. So one of them I won't say because it will spoil it, but I don't think this one spoils it. It's called Papa's Chili. Do you think that spoils it? Do you think anyone's yelling at me right now in the chat saying,
I don't
Katie,
think so. Not
Papa's
yet.
Chili, that's such a big deal and everyone knows. But either way, so we'll go ahead and jump into this match when they're ready. But in the meantime, I think looking at these deck lists, it's comfortable. No one's gonna.
It's very comfortable.
It's not a deck list where everyone's gonna go too spicy. It's just nice and it's nice. It's for a palate. It's a palatable matchup for people of all sorts of tastes. So
I know we definitely have some questions already about one of the deck lists. We'll save that for the post
imagine not
interview.
knowing the pop culture reference to Papa's Chili, right, everyone? Okay, see, here's the thing. I have been known to have the easiest to get goat in the world. If you want to get my goat, you can. I'll believe you. You can say like, Katie, you look crazy right now. Your hair it looks green. I'll be like, oh. So like, if anybody wants to get my goat, don't feel proud. You did nothing good. You did nothing to be proud of. You got the goat of the easiest goat getter. So I assume Papa's Chili is a brief failed attempt at Papa's John's movement into the lumpy soup category.
I believe they do have shacaronis now, Papa John's. So just in case anybody's
He's got his hands
hungry,
He's got his
it's a
hands in
lot
too
of pepperoni.
Yeah, and his hands are in too many enterprises. He is out of
Way too
control. He's making gummies. By the way, I was at the LGS and I said, I'm looking for some candy. And he said, you know what the best candy is? And I said, what? And he said, Shaq's gummies. And I said, oh. And he said, we don't sell them. And I went, oh. So that was a weird interaction. But then I bought them. They are not the best gummies. He was a liar. And that was a very long con from that man at the LGS. So anti-shout out to that guy.
Come on, Shaq, get it together.
They're very big and they're kind of fruit snack. So they're not gummy. I would always think there should be a little bit
I feel like they couldn't be small.
Yes, they're big because they're made.
Shaq. Right.
As the man at the LGS told me, he said, well, it's because he's so big and he needed big gummies for his big self. And I was like, okay. Explain why I'm eating. Yeah, explain why I'm eating little nerds. I know, like, I'm not like a tiny little person where nerds, I'm holding it like this, like whatever. So the sales pitch didn't get me, and then the candy wasn't so good. But 215 Mahomes, the GOAT. Nerds gummy clusters are the best, and that is correct. That is the correct assessment. Nerds gummy clustered. They really knocked it out of the park with that.
Nerds ropes. I haven't had one of them in so long, and I really need a nerds rope in my life again.
Exactly. Also, big fan of your Welcome Foolish Mortals button. I have Pascal.
Thank you.
You know, we gotta put some Disney in the Disney Lorcana, you know, and so that's what we're doing.
Somebody's got to do it in this casting.
Someone's got to do it, right? Because you hear people be like, "Oh, it's hi," and I'm like, "It's hey." To be fair, if anyone's getting hey wrong at this point, that's on purpose. Judge Phil does call Cricky Crikey, and I'm 90% sure that's a joke because, like, it has to be, and that's what Judge Phil. Please confirm or deny.
Or it's actually right because he is Judge Phil and he does know everything.
I'm gonna call a judge on Judge Phil. I'm gonna call the head judge on Judge Phil, which I think he is our head judge, so he might be a little bit burned on this one. But either way, but yeah, we're gonna go into jump. I'm gonna keep saying we're gonna go into the match until it happens. It's called manifesting, and it's not working yet, but I think it'll happen at some point. I have faith that game 2 will. Oh, so right now they're doing some stuff. They're setting up the ink. I don't know what that means, but it sounds hard to set up the ink. Oh, so here's the thing. Our producer, you might not know this. OBS is a very dangerous little machine. And to tangle with it, you must be well trained. And Luke is the best in the business. As you can see, we got Alex on the left with the favorite brother sibling duo of Tanjiro and Tanjiro. Yeah, that's his name. And Nezuko. And then Johnny says, I don't need that. I just got a cloth mat. Okay.
All right, Katie, let's talk about this for a second. What kind of mat do you prefer, the cloth mat or the neoprene mat?
Well. Goodbye.
Yeah. And
so I recently had some commission for the ICL, and so now I've had both. Now this one is not shaking the baby blanket allegations, for it is the most baby blanket looking cloth mat ever made. However, it does say ICL. And it does feel soft, and you can take a nap on it. And I will say, I don't have a strong opinion either way. I don't like the cloth mat for like being across the table because it's too slippy, but I like folded in half because I think it makes me look like maybe I'm a pro gamer and I've been gaming for a long time. And people are like, oh, wow, she must be really cool. What about you?
You can now buy your ICL baby blanket on wonderland.amazon.com.
Yeah, please buy it from my storefront. It's just pictures of my dog. But anyway, what are your thoughts here?
I'm more of a stitched neoprene person.
Stitched. Wow, that is the top shelf, the Rolls Royce of
fancy
mats. So we do see here them rolling, but why? Because we know that because it was a tie. That's right. Man, these things, they don't happen. Like Luke said, we don't normally go to time. It's been a recent phenomenon. But either way, I think it's because the pressure's on, right? Like before it was like, we're just having fun. This isn't for fun anymore. This is serious. Like I said, you will be put in the dungeon. I'm pretty sure Mr. Burns will be put in the dungeon. I think ties are I think it'll be like the good part of the dungeon, the one that has a window without the drip.
A little bit of drip.
Yeah, just a little bit, just so that he knows what he did. Wasn't a win, but it wasn't a loss either. Therefore, punishment will be light. And we do see, I think Johnny Swatch said it's time to stand, but he doesn't have time for that. He's got to play now.
No, not time. It looks like Alex is going to be going first. I believe I saw an 11 on Alex's side. I did not fully catch Johnny's, but I thought I saw a 1 on one of his dice. So,
yeah, so Johnny will be on the play, I think. Or no, they're altering. Sorry. I was like, he's inking, but he won't show anyone. He's very private. So yeah, we'll go ahead and do the alters here, which can be kind of tricky. I always think altering is, I don't think this is a hot take. That is one of the more challenging parts of Disney Lorcana, especially when you don't have any idea what these people, what your opponent, what anyone is cooking up. It could be something crazy. In this case, not a lot of surprises in these two decks. I think the surprise might be the fact that there are no surprise. They'll be waiting for the hot tech the whole time and be like, Sky, as far as what part of the dungeon is, you might not. You still have your match, so calm down. You might not be going to the dungeon at all. Our villain is an awesome villain, and he is kind, and he does not just proactively put people in the dungeon.
I think it's interesting. We saw 3 on Alex's side and 6 on Johnny's side.
That is a part of Lorcana lore that I have a hard time. I'm like, I don't know, you send back how many, but people are like, that's a very interesting. You did 4, which means I'm like, ooh, you have insight that I lack, unfortunately. But either way, we do see an inking of a World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Bold choice to ink first, but it makes sense. And a Cinderella.
Playing the Cinderella. Cinderella, always a good card to start with.
Yeah, as long as you're on the play, I think it is always a pretty good card to start with. Because yeah, not many answers you could have if you're on the play. Now that being said, I'm looking at this matchup and we're about to see what Johnny's playing, and that World's Greatest Criminal Mind is kind of a scary one because a lot of decks you need it. If there is a shark, if there is another character that I might talk about in a few moments after Johnny reveals what he's about to ink, it's something to be wary of. So he inks an emerald. We don't talk about Bruno. Another one that's kind of scary because removal is important. It looks like he's passing. So kind of I won't say it's a rough start, but it's certainly not a jaw-dropping start. And he inks a second World's Greatest Criminal Mind. This is later. You guys are gonna be like, that's why she freaked out.
Playing the Troubadour there.
Yeah, just might as well quest.
Yeah, Troubadour is a resist 1, Singer 4. So we see a Amber Steel on Alex's side.
Yep, and that's not surprising. Whoa, Chuck is a big old fan of Steel Song. I've been playing his exact list for about 2 weeks now. I like it, but I have some questions for him. This is going to be Katie asking questions about a deck list that she personally has questions about after this, but we'll see. If it does well, the questions will be different. If it doesn't do well, then I'll be like, see, I knew. Just kidding. But either way, we see the second color here, and that is Steel with a Mr. Smee and a Hidden Cove. Moving on into, let's see if he has another 1-drop that he drew into. Probably not. So yeah, it might just be a Hidden Cove and pass here. Now,
interesting start there with the Hidden Cove and nothing else. So that tells me there's a handful of things that Johnny did not get in his altar there. He altered 6, and he obviously didn't get a 1-drop and had to draw that 1-drop off the top.
Yeah,
so,
could it be the illustrious, famous hand of 4 Prince Johns, everyone's favorite hand in the world? They're like, what am I going to do with this? But either way, finally, we see that nefarious little bird. He says, show me what you got. Ariel, Whole New World, and Smee. So, the good thing, Diablo does not take songs. He's just here to look, but there is another card that may later be interested in his wares. So now I can talk a little bit about why I was like, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, twice. So we are now looking at Emerald Steel, and there is an Emerald Steel card that is a menace to most decks. And that is what I call Shifty Pete, but Pete Space Pirate. So those 2 World Greatest Criminal Minds, I am wondering if he will rue the day that he inked it. Either way, he does go ahead and grab a Strength of a Raising Fire, which is something that could potentially be an answer to a Space Pirate later in the game, but it's tough. It's tough to see that World's Greatest Criminal Mind go into the Inkwell twice in a row.
And we did play that Ariel when we grabbed that Strength of a Raging Fire, so we know next turn we are able to do the Whole New World if we wanted to. I don't know if I would at this point because Johnny obviously altered 6 cards there. We don't know if they were the best 6 cards that he wanted, so maybe we just hold it out a little bit longer so that they have to deal with their altar that they did.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, it could be because he's like, listen, once I get to turn 3, you're going to be crying about how many cool cards I have. But notably, it does look like, he has only inked. Or sorry, this is his 3rd turn. So he will be inking. But yeah, if it's in a situation where if he plays something kind of mediocre now, I'd be like, okay, well, I really am not too interested. With the caveat of if you lose that Ariel, your window to wheel can be, yeah. And so his window to wheel is now being kind of taken from him, which makes me believe that Johnny is not so eager to have it be wheeled. So now it's kind of double mind games of will you or won't you wheel? Or wheel you or won't you? How did that go?
Will you or won't you? We'll work on it.
Yeah.
We'll workshop it a little bit.
So we got singers everywhere, but what kind of songs do we got? The answer is we know that there was a Strength that was played on the Diablo, and then we are going to go fishing for more because we have a whole new world in the hand. Let's see if we can add any other songs to their songbook.
Johnny playing the Pete there tells me that he may have the Space Pete, Space Pirate, in his hand, and that's why he didn't want the wheel to happen so that he could play the Space Pirate next turn.
It's a big problem. Having knowing you have what might be called only singers on the other side, singers with little noodle arms against a character that notably hates singing, and pirate characters have resist +1, it makes it not so fun to deal with. So that might be the case, but we'll
So
see.
fun.
Not so fun is what critics are calling it everywhere. But he is not swiftly slapping it down on the board, which makes me think that he is trying to be measured. He knows what your opponent has. He knows there's a wheel. Now, did he hit a song off of that aerial? I feel like my brain just edited out what happened with that last aerial fishing attempt.
I believe I missed that one as well.
It's okay. And then we got a Muses, which is
Oh,
a
we
very
got a
problematic
Muses.
song as well.
What are we going to sing?
Hmm.
Strength. Okay. Taking out that Cinderella, bouncing back. I would assume he would bounce back the Troubadour here so that Alex can't dig for more songs with an aerial. Oh, but
Yeah.
he bounces back an aerial. Okay, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, either way, he still has 2 singers. So this way, at least one aerial's out of here, and now things are not so bad. Now he's like, I mean, maybe you can sing Whole New World. It's up to you. It's your call. But I find myself in this position. I kind of mentally play myself a little too hard, where I'm like, don't give him new cards. But then I'm quite literally punishing myself. So we'll see what Alex decides to do here. I trust his wheel way more than I trust my own judgment here. So I'm very, very curious to see how he plays out this.
It could be that Johnny does not have this space pirate and threw the aerial back so that the wheel was played and aerial wasn't replayed, but we see that the aerial is replayed here, trying to get rid of the aerial via Whole New World. I did not see what he grabbed. I think he missed everything. So
Yeah, that is the
that
pain
is
of the
not a good
aerial.
whiff.
And then he goes ahead and inks a Rapunzel, and he says, you know what? I got 2 Whole New Worlds. We might as well while we're here. And we see a Diablo and a Prince John, which a Diablo with no actions is kind of a bummer. So I don't think this is the worst thing in Johnny's book. Now, it is kind of scary because Alex with a whole new clutch of cards has a lot of fun things available to him. Namely, one of them will be the Troubadour could theoretically sing a song here if he so chooses to get rid of that Pete if one falls into his hand.
Yeah, I really think this worked out for Johnny here. We did get rid of the Pete, but he does have 7 new cards. A lot of chances here. With the Emerald Steel discard deck, giving them more cards, it's never a good option for you.
Yeah, and he is going a little. I mean, I'd say he's going wide. He put down 1 character, so it's like not the widest in the world. But he does also put down Neverland, which can be kind of a fun little tempo card where you have to do something about it. The Muses do not want to turn sideways. Prince John does not want to turn sideways, and it's something where it can be nice to have that free lore gain because it's not number 1 priority, and because it's not number 1 priority, sometimes it just sits there and gets you 2, 3, 4 lore. So it is an interesting card to put in there. To really just say, when are you going to deal with it? Or are you just going to let me get passive income off of this location?
I think it's nice that the Hidden Cove is out on Johnny's side, so he could get that +1 strength to help deal with that Neverland in a future turn.
Yeah. I mean, we think about Hidden Cove as a defensive maneuver, but you're right. It can be used to help pump up your little guys here to do some more impressive things.
You could pump up something like a Smee and take it out in one swoop.
Yeah, it isn't notably a 0-4 essentially. So we see him ink, and what will he do here? He inked a Hidden Cove. Don't need 2 of them. And what songs you got? What are you afraid of here? We got Storm and
Lawrence, Troubadour, and Cinderella.
which are 3 pretty cool cards. Not the coolest in the world, but they are certainly cards that do some things. We did see him ink his Rapunzel earlier. I think it was before the wheel. So he could draw into a Rapunzel, and then suddenly that Lawrence has a little bit more utility. But right now, the side of Alex's board is a little. It can do a lot of things and nothing at the same time. Without songs, not so good.
Okay,
Yeah.
the double singer Ursula, Deceiver of All. This could be interesting for Johnny. There's many songs that could be devastating to Alex here.
Most songs, like honestly, any song that he's going to put in his deck, I absolutely do not want to hear Ursula talk about it. The only song that I've ever seen her sing twice where I'm like, oh, okay, you can do that is I'm Still Here. That one, sure, I guess you can do that. It is still not great, but of all the songs, it's the least one that makes me want to cry. The other ones hurt. They hurt emotionally. They hurt all the way. So did he top deck a song here?
He's at the Lawrence. He's the Troubadour.
Yeah, and it looks like he did not find a song to deal with this Ursula. And it's notable that when you have a steel matchup, you get a little bit more breathing room because ultimately you get to the point where you're like, okay, I know that they have to do spot removal. Now, Ursula, too, can sing a removal song twice. In this case, they say, well, we can't do a lot, but we can get rid of the Hidden Cove. And if they can survive whatever weird thing Ursula's about to do, it could be good. That being said, if Ursula sings a song, the Muse's trigger will happen. And I'm pretty sure that means the Muse's trigger will happen twice, correct? Because she's singing twice. Muse's trigger will happen twice. It feels bad.
I think it definitely feels bad. I think it's good for Alex to go a little bit wide here, right? Because most of the songs that are going to be in the Emerald Steel deck are going to be more of the discard variety. So if we double sing a discard, it's okay. We only have 2 cards in our hand. It's not ideal, but we also lose 2 characters from the Muses. Now, if Johnny's going to sing some kind of a removal song, now we're removing a character and losing 2 characters. Not really losing. They're coming back to our hand. Hopefully those are aerials so we could try to find a song. But
yeah, I'd be interested
it
if
does
he's like,
kind
here
of
you
deplete
go.
our board.
You can have Ariel as a treat. But no, we see Storm here, which it's tricky because the only one that can really be taken out in one follow swoop by Storm is Cinderella. That being said, he does get to draw a card, sing again, bounce. So he first picked Lawrence to make him a 0/4, which could feed a Rapunzel. So it's a little kind of scary there, but he might. I'm not sure what he's going to do. But I'm assuming he is then going ahead, bounce that Troubadour, and then picking the next target for Storm.
I think that Troubadour is the right call there because that Troubadour does have that resist and makes it a little bit challenging to deal with.
As far as the next target, it could be the other 2 could be right on Lawrence. Just be like, listen, I don't want you to draw cards. I don't want you to be able to challenge with it. So let's see. He says, yeah. He's like, get that out of here. You're not drawing cards. You're not coming at me with a 4/4. So then bounce another one.
Troubadour.
Yeah. So good play here. And now it brings his kind of wide board too. He's got two Troubadours in hand, which not so cool without songs. Certainly not going to win you the game just off of the merit of a Troubadour. But notably, Johnny is still kind of on the attack here. He hasn't been able to build any lore. He's just doing offensive maneuvers to make sure that he kind of whittles away at Alex's side of the board. So we'll see, is he able to deploy a peak here? What does he have that's going to really seal some kind of deal?
I think on Alex's side, what's interesting is he can pretty much quest those 2 aerials because they're a 2/4. If they're a 2/3, that it'll take 2 of Johnny's characters to attack, but he just played the Pete, so the Pete could take 1 of them out. So if Johnny wanted to attack the aerials, it would be 3 of Johnny's for the 2 aerials. So they're pretty safe to quest, but you really never want to lose an aerial. You really want that aerial to sing. So
that is
Alex
what she
is really looking for a song.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tricky because Alex wants a song. He'd have to be patient about it. And the thing that's tricky now is that he has to wait a turn before he can do anything with that song. And we know very well that Johnny has a few songs in his songbook here. Now, in Ariel, they could say, let's go all in. Let's go after this, Ursula. I am so scared of whatever song you're going to sing twice. But that is also tricky because then once you do that, then Ursula is very happy to take care of an Ariel. So it is definitely calling a bluff a little bit of saying, what are you more afraid of? Losing your Ariels, letting me sing twice? You pick.
On Alex's side, one thing that is in his favor is he does have those 2 troubadours in his hand. So if that double Ursula was to sing a discard song like Sudden Chill, he could discard the 2 troubadours and be okay.
Dang. So he tried to avoid that dreaded Rapunzel draw. Then he said, well, I'm not afraid. I literally have Ariel right here. And canonically, Ariel should get at least 1 slap onto Ursula. So she does get 1 here. Ursula's pretty mean, so it makes sense. And so we see Alex's board going a little wide again. He's got 2 cards in hand. He's got more things that Johnny has to deal with. Now, Johnny can reach an inevitability where he discards enough that it becomes what one would call a problem, because top decking against a discard deck is not fun. But Alex is definitely hanging in there. You can tell that he's piloted this deck. It's hard to shake him on this.
Normally, Alex does take out that double singer Ursula Deceiver of All there.
I do. It's hard. The chat is like, what about this? I'm like, I can't tell you what's in the list, but I think, I will. You'll see. You'll all see, but not yet. Yeah, Maddie Miller says this meta got everyone going crazy, and it's true. Some people are like back to basics. Other people are like, it's time to get weird. In this case, this is a pretty safe matchup in the sense that nobody's doing anything too crazy, but in that, doing the safe thing is itself kind of crazy.
So
All right.
champs start this weekend. I haven't decided what I'm playing, but I definitely think I'm going to go weird here.
Go weird. Honestly,
weekend.
yeah. I want my opponent to go, what is that? And they don't have to say what is that, because that is a Super Saiyan glowing Pete Space Pirate, which is a big problem against a board that wants to sing. So they have to
Huge
have
problem
some
for
kind
Alex.
of answer to him. And he's got that resist. We know 2 World's Greatest Criminal Mind have gone into the Inkwell, and generally people aren't running a full clutch, a place out of 4. So here's hoping he has something else in his deck that can tech against it. But right now, we've got all the evil players together. We got a Diablo, a Prince John, a Pete Space Pirate, and a Muse. And then just an Ursula sitting there like, I'm just here for the vibes.
We saw that PJ come down. We also are hoping, if we're Alex, that there's no sudden chill. If there is a sudden chill, that is not ideal for us.
Instead, it's
Also, we don't talk about Bruno.
which is, always kind of a fun one. So we're going to go ahead and we don't talk about Bruno into a hand of 4. So we will see what he hits, but it does start whittling away at the cards and lets Prince John trigger to draw him a new card.
5 cards in hand. We're going to roll the dice. It is a 6. We're going to re-roll. We got a 3. What is card 3?
Card number 3 is Let the Storm Rage On, which honestly, Big Diablo's going, thank goodness, because I was so freaking scared right now. So we got
Ariel comes back to hand from the Muses because we sang a song.
Which is interesting, because Ariel going back to the hand, that's something where she comes back. She can go fishing for some other dubious little songs. But if she sang a whole new world, if she was bold enough, that could be fun. I don't know. There's lots of fun little things, but certainly if she comes back, no one's singing anything right now until they find a way to deal with that Pete Space Pirate.
Looking at that scenario, I probably still would have put the Troubadour back to the hand, just because I don't want that Ariel searching for songs.
Legitimate business person did point out that it looks like he forgot to draw off the John, but did he just do that just now? Possible.
I think he drew off of the Diablo just now.
Oh, okay, because he passed turn. So, all right. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
well,
definitely missed a Prince John trigger there.
And we all get excited. I think who amongst us hasn't focused on one thing they're super excited about and forgot about the second part of the thing that the second part of why something is important. So what can you do? And the answer is, I don't know. If I had a board state like him, I'd be feeling pretty cool right now too. So who needs cards when you have oppressive little guys? The gang, really, this is the gang. Like if somebody said who is the coolest hangout gang of Emerald Steel, it would be this little lineup right here.
Yeah, we see the Ariel come down, search on the top 4 cards of the deck for a song.
And when we hit,
did we get one?
Nothing. And that Ariel, she'll do that. She is a diva, and she said, honestly, I don't feel like it. If I can't sing, why find song?
We will ink a Troubadour. We have 4 ink there.
Yeah, so Alex is in kind of a precarious position now. He is played.
Miss
I think
Bianca.
I do like a Miss Bianca. Miss Bianca, she has a fighting chance. Her and a friend could work together to get rid of Pete. If given a chance, she's a 5/5. You know, it's
It's a
not
5/5.
ideal, but it is something. And she's a deck, or she's a deck. She's a card in the deck that I've grown to like. At first, I was like Miss Bianca, because I just remember one time I was watching JDZ and R&B said Miss Bianca's trash, and I was like, whoa, and that stuck with me. But then I played her. She's not trash. She can sing. She'll come in and sing. She'll beat you up. And in this case, we're gonna play I'm Still Here, which is a card that you don't see every day. And it gives chosen character resist +2 until start of next turn, and you get to draw a card. So now he gets to draw a card for sure.
I just want to go back, talk about Miss Bianca for a second there.
Yes, we
Miss
never are
Bianca
done.
is a 6 cost inkable. Alex was able to play Miss Bianca for 4 because if you have an ally character in play, you pay 2 less to play Miss Bianca, and she's a 5/5. So it's a great card, I feel. Just like you said.
A budget girl, you know, she's here. She's like, listen. And the thing about allies is there's some allies that you're like, what? You're an ally? And the answer is, yeah. Notable allies: Daisy Duck, ally; Nala, ally; Lawrence, ally. So you know, it's interesting, and is another reason why sometimes people are like Vanessa or Troubadour. Well, Troubadour's an ally, Vanessa's not. So if you see Troubadour, there might be a Miss Bianca in your future. Ooh. Speaking of the Horsemen of the Discard Apocalypse, we got Calhoun here to put some more pressure on, saying, turn some cards
And a Mr.
sideways.
Smee.
I dare you.
Ooh. Mr. Smee, also an ally.
Yeah.
Right, so it looks like we are finally taking out that Neverland.
Which now we've got a situation where we do see Pete Space Pirate turn sideways. So now we know that we'd have to pay for the song out of pocket, which is not the way, but basically we'd have to pay for it with ink, because Miss Bianca by herself cannot get rid of Pete. Rapunzel can do nothing with her little noodle arms with the resist 1. So now we got to figure out, what is the math? What does he have in his hand? Is there anything he can do to take off a little bit of damage on that Pete to start doing something? And at that point, that's not ideal, because you're spending a lot of cards and time to get rid of quite literally 1 card.
The Strength, the Storm, either of those would help out here. We're going to play an Aerial.
All right, so I keep forgetting that was bouncing. So yeah, I was like, well, we haven't seen played, but the muses have been making the math a little bit tricky here. So he misses again.
And we whiff again.
Ariel will be now
no.
sent to the fish farm to be processed. She is not performing, unfortunately.
It's so disappointing when there's an Ursula on the other side. Like, this is the one you're supposed to be taking out here, right? By the story.
Yeah, and the thing is like, I think in the ICL there are enough Ariel haters that manifest this kind of activity where they're like, she always misses. I talk very nice to my Ariel every night before I go to bed. I say, you're beautiful. Redheads are blessed people, and I think it's cool that you wanted feet. And she's very nice to me, but as you can see, she is not nice to everyone. Some people. So yeah, now I'm looking at this board, and so
Spiana puts 4 on Pete.
Yeah, and then he's gonna pay out of pocket. He's gonna pay full cost, no insurance for, it looks like a Zeus. He's like, look, I paid for this, and that's just to get 1/1 card, which feels fine, but not great, because Alex at this point I think has 1 card in hand, two cards, and we still have
the most expensive removal he could have done.
Yeah, that he spent his whole life on that. We do see the I'm Still Here effect go away, because that did pump up Diablo for a turn, but Diablo was not the problem. They were all in on that chunky Pete Space Pirate. So now let's see, what do we got in that hand? Now that Diablo notably is he's delicate. So now we do have the ability for Ariel to look at him and do some moves here. We're going to play another muse, and that means a song's coming, and 2 songs are going to get bounced. No. Yes. Sudden Chill, which is very chilling indeed. And we see him go ahead and discard. A whole new
Whole new
world.
world.
Does that mean he has 2?
Or is he afraid
He's
to give
yeah.
more cards to Johnny?
Yeah, so he sings out and chill, and then so bounce both to hand. Are they just
What
scooping
did
because
they
he's like, I'm
declare? I
over
can't.
this? Yeah, I think
I
it's this
think
is
so.
we're
Yeah.
going to Scoop City. And honestly, if you get tickets early to Scoop City, it's smart because then you get the bonus deal of moving into game 2. And Alex, he's like, let me play. Let me do all the cool stuff I didn't get to do because you were messing up my vibes over here. And it's smart because I mean, Johnny had quite literally everything that you don't want to see on the other side of the board. He found a way to deal with one of them, but to deal with all of them is hard, which makes me think this time he's like, you are not going to catch me inking World's Greatest Criminal Mind ever again. Not again. Can't make me. What do you think he's looking for in this next match?
I think Alex is going to want to go a little bit faster this next match. Try to play out his hand as soon as he can. Try to run the board a little bit and hope that Johnny doesn't have the answers for him. I think it was a great idea to scoop as well because you don't want to end up like our last match did where you go to a draw. So, knowing when to cut your losses is a great idea. And
Yeah.
I think Alex is more prepared this time and probably won't ink those World's Greatest Criminal Minds this time.
There ain't no shame in the Scoop City game because at Scoop City, there's lots of us. We're all there and we all want to get, because if there's 2 ties, I don't want to say this, you get kicked out of the ICL because when we're like 2 tie, okay, you're out. But that's not true. We won't do that. But I would think about it in our next employee meeting. I would say, listen, but here we go. We're going into game 2, and these can go pretty fast. I mean, Alex's deck, the thing that's kind of weird about Steel Song these days, Amber Steel Song, is it can be very fast. It can be very mid-range. We didn't see any Robin Hoods. We didn't see any Beasts. So it makes me think that this is not the most mid-rangey of mid-range. We actually, in fact, we didn't see any shifting going on in his deck. So perhaps he said, I will not shift. You can't make me. So we're going to see what he does here. Can he get out a Lorthal kind of daisy chain? I'm interested. I know he's not ready for some revenge.
I see a full 7 from Johnny, which is risky.
Well, to be fair, he had a rough 2 starts, and guess what? He was fine. He won. So I think that at the end of the day, it's a deck where if you have more valuable cards than your opponent, it really isn't the worst thing in the world. You can still outvalue them. You can still make them feel pain. And in this case, we will see. I'm thinking Alex is out to prove, guess what? I'm called Mr. Steel Song for a reason. Is he called Mr. Steel Song? No, but maybe in some circles.
It may be after this.
So we see a Neverland inked, and we are going to see probably, Daisy Duck. You got it. Let's get Daisy Duck followed by 2 more Daisy Ducks.
The triple duck. Wild.
Now, it is one thing that is risky is we do know that Daisy Duck cannot sing. She cannot sing anything, really. So hardly anything in this deck. So maybe a Cinderella would be nice next turn, but let's see what he got for turn 2. And the answer is Smee, who also cannot sing. So this would be a great time for the early Diablo, but we know that Steel Song is pretty good at finding those songs, especially because it sounds like he was pretty proactive at not keeping songs in his opening hand, which is a tactic you will see against decks that have Ursula in them. And they're like, I don't want songs right now. I'll get songs later once you're done with your spooky little Ursula stuff.
I think it's very interesting in this game that Alex has decided to switch to the more aggressive style of, I'm just going to go as fast as I can.
I mean, yeah, I mean, do you want to be a problem or do you want to have to deal with problems? And I would much rather be a problem because it's not fun playing cleanup over and over again because eventually you run out of answers. And then against discard, you run out of answers and you run out of cards. So they're really good at making sure that you pay for trying to chase them. But we will see, is he about to do the dreaded Shift Diablo? And will he have something to deal with it?
I 100% agree with you. My mom told me I could be anything I wanted when I grew up, and I decided to be the problem.
I don't want peace. I want problems only. That's one of my favorite TikTok videos. So Mr. Smee is notably not the biggest problem you will ever see in a deck like this.
Not the biggest.
So this is interesting. It's definitely a much more measured response on Jejish. That's not person playing Johnny's side, while Alex is feeling like, oh, okay. because at this point, Smee could not take out Daisy. Now Smee and Diablo could work together, but then you still have a Smee on the other side. So we'll see what he does here, and he comes down probably with an aerial to just really start heating up the pressure.
One thing I will say is, we all know that Pete is a large and in charge fella, right? Pete Space Pirate is not a captain. There are no captains in the Emerald Steel deck, so that is a problem for the Smee. It is going to take damage. I feel Pete Space Pirate Captain should be a captain. Sorry,
He
Pete
is
Space Pirate should be a
wearing a
captain.
captain's
But
hat. However, like it could be just a situation where, like, to be a captain, you have to have a crew. No one wants to be on his boat. So,
this is true.
I think it could be just like an issue of Pete just being not marketable in the pirate job industry. So we'll see. But that's a good point. I remember in set Azurite Sea doing sealed and draft. I'm like, oh yeah, this person's obviously a captain. And they're like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, this person's obviously an alien. They're like, mm-mm. So not fun. Don't just assume, who, just because someone's wearing a Captain Crunch captain hat does not mean they're a captain. They just might have gotten the hat from Party City.
We do love the Captain Crunch hat, though.
Yeah. Oh, see, that's the downside of cloth mats. You touch it, it's going everywhere. So that cloth mats are cool because you do look like a pro gamer, but you look not like a pro gamer when you move your map. And the other person's like, this map doesn't have a grip on it. All right. So we see a cove, go into the inkwell. And what kind of cool stuff are we going to do here? We're going to say, stop.
Pete?
Take a beat right now. You're freaking me out. I don't have anything good. You are scaring me so bad. And will we do some challenging here? Yeah.
We're going to trade Smees.
And that's not so surprising on my end because sometimes I think, especially judging how Johnny has played, we're like, maybe a few little Daisy draws wouldn't be so bad. Now, that being said, there are notably like 20-ish, 30% of the deck that could be a problem with Daisy, but free card draw would be nice. And getting rid of a 3/3 is also nice for future activities that he might be doing. But either way, we'll see him send an aerial to an Inkwell. Kind of crazy business there. And lay down a Miss Bianca.
Miss Bianca.
I like how you keep saying, Miss Bianca. Get out of here, you minx. But yeah, we do got Miss Bianca here. And she, like we said, she does a lot. She's a budget. She's a mouse on a budget. Would it be cool if she quested for 2? Yeah. But she doesn't need to because she is a 5/5. She can sing anything. She can sing Whole New World. She can do whatever you want. So she is a force to be reckoned with. And
reduce costs when you have an ally, which Daisy Duck is an ally.
He didn't quest with Daisy there. Which maybe he's like, you know what? You want cards? You can't have cards. Get your own cards. My Daisy doesn't work for free. I don't need Tular that bad. So
I wonder if we're worried about the Diablo Pete to jointly take out the Daisy there.
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, as far as removal, we've seen Strength on his side and we've seen Storm. Zeus is a controversial card because it is uninkable, and this deck is very congested with uninkable. So maybe they're just calling his bluff, saying, I don't think you'll be able to sing Strength. So my duck's good, and I don't want to give you a card. I'm not sure entirely what the method to the madness is there. But either way, Daisy's staying upright, saying, I'm waiting for Donald. I fear nothing. Another Pete. Pete and repeat.
Another Pete.
All right, so we will go.
We'll see if Johnny quests or does anything here.
Johnny Quest a TV show from.
We're gonna pass.
Yeah, they're both. I like this when people are like, I'm not gonna do anything either. It is a way to play. Is it fun to watch? Yeah, because you don't know what cool thing's gonna happen. Yes, Johnny Quest. Because I remember it would be on like Toonami. I think they made like a funny Johnny Quest because like there'd be Space Coast, and then I think they made like
another Miss Bianca.
Miss Bianca, she's showing, she knows, she's like, you have a crush on me. I'm coming out twice. Hey, it's me. I'm from that movie that some people have seen, but others haven't. Not me. I've definitely seen it, but other people, I have not seen it.
I feel like you should give a quick synopsis to everybody of that movie.
Well, it's about these mice that have frequent flyer miles, so they decide to go to Australia. They are not Australian themselves. However, they do go there, and they meet Penny, who has no parents, and they meet a lizard that works for this lady who hates children and loves diamonds. And the lizard loves eating eggs quite a bit. And she's a princess named Joanna. Things go a certain way. This might be the sequel. That might be Avengers 2. Not Avengers 2, Rescuers 2. Either way, that probably is the plot. And shout out to Gabe, who also, like Joanna, loves a nice egg. All right. So we see here nothing too cool.
Quested with the Daisy, quested with Bianca.
Yeah. And so he has a nice clutch of hands here. Johnny has a lot of cards, but not a lot of cool stuff going on. But this might be time for Shifty Pete. Yeah, as a BB pointed out, Johnny might be turning the corner, and you can turn the corner pretty hard on these. If you run out of steam and you let your opponent get out a space pirate, we've seen him ink 2 Ursulas that sing twice, which makes sense. Against a song deck, it's pretty rare that you get to let that Ursula sing twice, unless you pair it very nicely with a Pete. But in this case, it might be Lucifer time. It might be Prince John. So it might be Prince John and some songs. We'll see. There's lots of ways to make him feel bad.
Sudden chill, maybe?
Ursula.
Oh,
Worse.
Ursula.
Worse. It's not really worse, but it is.
Both songs. Okay.
Yes, I'm guessing they're going for the Zeus here. Well, one's card draw, but the other one can take care of literally anything on his board right now. But with 2
I think
Petes.
it'll depend on what is in Johnny's hand. If Johnny has the Space Pirate Pete, maybe we take the Zeus. Otherwise, I think we take the card draw.
Johnny, what you gonna do? So he takes let the Storm Rage on, because right now the most valuable card on the board right now is Prince John. He has Ward. We have a Diablo, but whatever. It's not, Diablo hasn't shifted yet. He might not have Diablo in hand, and he has 2 Petes. He has Pete and backup Pete. So one Zeus isn't the scariest thing he's ever seen in the world. In fact, it makes Alex make a pretty hard choice here.
Diablo's probably taking out the Daisy here. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, teamwork. Get rid of that Daisy finally, because Alex is at 9. But as we see, with 1 card in hand, all it takes is a little bit of finagling, and Alex has completely ran out of steam.
The Diablo you see on the screen is a different Diablo than what's on the board. The Diablo we have on the board is Maleficent Spy, where you can look at the hand. We do see a Strength of the Raging Fire come down to take out, one of the Miss Biancas.
Yeah, because notably, Miss Bianca, she can sing Whole New World. So if they top deck a Whole New World, it could get him out of a pretty painful situation right here. But that's a pretty clutch top deck if that were to happen. But we shall see.
I think there's 4 cards in Johnny's hand. 3, maybe?
It does look like 3. He's got a taupe mat with taupe cards, so it is difficult to see, but I believe, that is 3. He said, I'll show you guys. Just ask.
Thanks, Johnny. We appreciate you.
We do. So he's moving cards. He's showing. He's like, listen, I got a little Diablo. I got 2 Petes. I got Prince John. I got Ursula. What are you going to do? We know he has an Along Came Zeus. That's a lot of juice to use on something that, like we said, he has to pick. If he picks Pete, he probably has Shift Diablo. If he picks he has 2 Petes. So that's his own problem. But Bianca could
it onto a Pete.
Yeah, and Bianca could technically challenge the other Pete. The Diablo's still there. But technically, Ariel, I always forget that Diablo, while he does look like he's flying,
not evasive.
Not evasive. That's not a thing. Evasive does not mean you're flying. And that's something that people who are silly would think. Sometimes giant things can have evasive. And in this case, we see a little bit, a miniature board.
A little bit of cleanup.
Yeah. So Alex has 1 card in hand because he played a Zeus and he didn't play whatever the other card was. So he will sit here with.
Does he have 1 card in hand?
I thought he did, because I thought he had 2 at the start of the turn, because he had Zeus and he drew a card. He played Zeus, and I don't remember him playing a different card. But who knows?
Unless he inked it, because he's got 5 ink.
Oh, yeah. Well. Nope, that's his hand.
Nope, 1 card in hand. All right, cool.
Listen, I know these
Back
guys.
on track.
They're psychic. They can tell when I'm thinking only about very specific things and about things that make sense. Because if they could read my mind, they'd be like, absolutely, this is horrifying. So we are in another situation. Casters Ellie, who notably might know the rules better, they might ask, he hasn't utilized PJ Trigger yet this matchup, despite his opportunities. Listen, maybe Habibi mentioned earlier, it could be this 40 kind of chess kind of situation where he's like, listen, it's an anti-mill strategy. I don't want to. Could be he doesn't remember how that works. It could be so many things that it probably is because he forgot. That usually, but either way, we got another Ursula double stinger here. But yeah, Habibi would know. Habibi knows all about anti-mill tech, and this could be the newest and greatest. In this case, he says, I don't care about Prince John so much. I'm going to use him to get rid of that mermaid. So Prince John never really got to do
draw
anything.
off the Prince John. We don't care. You take the Prince John.
We don't
just don't want that Ariel.
Yeah, don't quest with him. Don't draw cards. Just literally, he is there to say, Ariel, this one's personal. And we see Miss Bianca full cost. This is not an allied Miss Bianca. This is a full budget Miss Bianca. And now we have Ursula Deceiver and Ursula Deceiver Ball, which you would think you could shift one onto the other. You cannot. Criminal things here.
And this is not a great place for Alex to be top decking.
It is not. Now, Bianca can sing songs, but if a song is sung right here, we restart that clock, and then Johnny just gets to go hee and do whatever he wants. But if he doesn't have a song, Miss Bianca can stay here, and we could top deck a whole new world. That's always an option when you play Steel Song, is you could top deck a whole new world.
It does feel like Miss Bianca's fairly safe this turn because Strength would only do 3.
Well, any song could bounce her, right?
No, she is a 5/5, and Muses only does 2 attack. 2 strength, sorry.
Oh, 2 strength bounces, 2 strength. All right, so take that. Okay. Yeah, Miss Bianca, you're safe, but can you do anything
Sticking
cool?
around.
The answer is okay, revenge.
I guess so. Yeah. We'll quest for 1. Go to 10. Why not?
And this is interesting because
We have to ink.
Muses does not like to turn sideways. She is best when she is like Prince John, where she's like, I'm here for moral support. I'm not here to do anything cooler than help you guys. So Muses and Prince John, not super helpful. Ursula, not super helpful. So Miss Bianca is feeling, she's like, yeah, I am Miss Bianca. Show me your hand. Alex shows
cards in hand.
Alex shows a sad hand of emptiness.
Are we both top decking right now? No, we have 1 card left on Johnny's side, I think. I think that's another 2. I think it's a 2.
No, he's paying out of pocket for Pete. He says, whatever you're gonna do, don't do it. And keeps kind of going because like I said, that Muse sideways, very scary. Ursula, not super helpful. Diablo could be helpful. Not yet. He has to have an action or he has to play him out of pocket. So let's see what he got here with those 2 cards that he has. The one he had previously and the one he just drew. Now we are at 17 minutes. So it's something where Johnny, you don't want to get it together because if we go to a tie, the ICL, we're going to have an internal meeting and be like, what happened? What do we do? So don't make us have a meeting. He doesn't play anything.
Banished to the Shadow Realm.
All right. So
Daisy comes down. We're questing. We're running.
Daisy is notably absolutely bounceable by Muses. So this Daisy could be something that has a target on her. Now we will see what he ends up doing here. He does have now 3 cards in hand.
That was 5 for the Bruno.
Yeah, which is, as we call it, we don't talk about Bruno because that's just a discard card. And it hurts. It feels physically upsetting. And then, we bounce that Daisy right back to the hand. So bad, feels bad, incorporated. And hey, Daisy, get to the banish pile.
See you later.
We really need Johnny's like, okay, listen, you have Pete. You got out of, you did pretty good for 3 turns. You use that Miss Bianca to do a lot of things. Now he has notably 2 cards that aren't super helpful on their own. He's at 0. Alex is at 13. We got 15 minutes. So he's got to basically really hope that Alex has a terrible time for the next few turns. And he has the greatest time. He's off to a good start.
Johnny does bounce his own Ursula back to hand to heal it. So that was an interesting play.
Yeah, and it's an
We see
interesting
the
offensive play.
baritone bully come out.
It's a nice offensive play because I mean, at the end of the day, it heals it and also says, "Hey, if you get any cards in your hand for any reason, I'm coming at you with this." Because like he doesn't want Alex to do anything cool ever again. The time that Alex was allowed to do cool stuff, unfortunately, might be over. But we shall see if he probably won't deploy the. Oh, he inks it, so he's got something really cool.
Oh,
It might be out of pocket space pirate. Nope, Muse and Pete. Let's go wide.
okay.
He says, "I don't have time." Okay, we have 15 minutes. Oh wow.
You got the Pete.
Yeah. So Muses is feeling a little fragile, but we got another Muse. Okay. So all we have to do is hope that he doesn't top deck a really cool song. Now he can't sing it, but we have Lawrence, which is pretty cool. That's a 4/4. So Lawrence could, in theory, do something. He is a 3 cost, so he's not going to really sing any great songs, but he could do a strength or he could do World's Greatest Girl. He do.
Lower character though, so he
Yeah.
fits into Alex's run with it idea this game.
Yeah, JDZ. These 3/3s are looking buff. Yeah, this is the battle of the muscle men here and muscle ladies. The ladies work together to be 3/4s. All right. Will he take the bait and say, whatever, I'll challenge these Muse? Or will he save it for a rainy day to maybe sing something cool later? Or will he just quest and say, I'm going to put the pressure on? But no, he does go ahead, challenge the Muses, which I was wrong. 2/4. So here we go.
I want to give Johnny the opportunity to bounce that Lawrence back once the damage is gone, or the damage is on the Lawrence, which makes it a 0/4.
Why are we borking? There's no dogs out here. We got no churns, no dogs. We got notably a pretty not cool song, but it is a song. Okay, so it is a little cool because, well, no, because it can't really bounce anything, but you do get to draw a card. So that's fine. And you get to give something resist, which maybe means that he could quest with that Pete and feel a little less scared. So he does draw a card, and Pete is
We can
now...
take out that Gaston with that Pete now without trading it.
Pete can blast the Gaston. Challenge. And take 2 damage. And then what's this magical little song he's got here? I think he might hold on to it. We saw it. And I'm pretty sure Alex probably saw it if he was using his eyes. Yeah, it's kind of tricky because, like, I think in the bag, if he sings this, it deals 2 damage, which makes him a 0/4. But does that make him bounceable with the Muses? I don't think so. No. I think that's not how it works. But he still gets to draw a card. Or he does.
It does bounce. Yeah.
Okay. The bag is mysterious and very deep. So I have... Oh, okay.
And when we discard it.
What hurts the most is being so darn close and being at 0 lore, but still getting your butt kicked. That was free. So yeah, Johnny is kind of like, it looks like he's waiting, but like he's definitely at 0 lore. And we do see... Oh, why can't
3?
What is that? Is that Mr. Smee?
I can't.
Why is my brain... It can't process what I'm looking at.
Is it a Lawrence? I can't.
I don't know. I've never had a harder time deciphering a card.
It might be a Smee. I think.
Yeah, it does look like the cadence.
Used,
it looks like MR space something. So either way, Mr. Smee gets 2 damage dealt to him, and that feels bad. Although it could feel good if there's an Rapunzel.
Rapunzel. Yeah, that would be amazing right now.
Cool. But either way, we're in top deck o'clock, and don't worry, this happens, and then it comes back, and everything's fine. Now, is he at the point where he's like, I have to quest. I cannot play an entire game where all I did was make my opponent discard and eliminate characters and I never quested. However, both these characters are worth more alive than banished. So, but I guess he got to do it.
So knowing there's 11 minutes left, if you're Johnny here, do you choose to scoop?
Oh my
and
goodness.
Go to the next game?
All right. So finally, Alex is like...
I think at this point you do with the Rapunzel coming down.
Choose to scoop. Well, I don't know.
We're only
I mean,
6 lore away. You're only at 2. We have 10 minutes left. Otherwise, you draw again.
We gotta have Sisu in the chat. Sisu, what would you do? Because we learn some people, you gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to scoop them, or get made fun of in the comments. But we will see. It's hard. I hate telling people like you have to scoop. I think once we reach like the 8-minute, yeah, for sure. But like, if he finds an answer, if he's able to sing a song right now, no, it's bad. He drew some cards. I
bad.
think, yeah, this is rough. It's gonna be rough to deal with this. So, Scoop City, man, Scoop City. Maybe. I cannot make anyone scoop. In fact, if anyone tries to make you scoop, say, hey man, what are you, the ice cream man?
Call a judge.
Either way, he says, I'm going to draw one more card, okay? I'm not that scared. I'm pretty scared. I'm not that scared.
All right, what are we playing? PJ
Everything.
and a Calhoun.
I'd never heard PJ until tonight, but it makes sense. You guys are abbreviating everything. We got C, we got PJ, we got MS. That's not good. We got P, and we got TM. So once again, pretty oppressive board state, but he hasn't been doing a lot with this pretty oppressive board state. And we have Lorthel on the side of Alex. So, oof. We do have one.
Pete,
oh, sorry.
Definitely going to trade with the Smee here.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have anything else cool to do right now. All he can do is quest and be like, well, turn your cards sideways. I'll deal with them. I got a Calhoun that loves turtles. That being said, resist. Math is a little funny there. So we might be watching this very matchup for the next 9 minutes.
I'm interested to know what 2 cards Alex has in hand right now, and if he can play them both for the 7 ink that he has available.
I'll be honest. I was like, well, I'm only doing the second match, which means I'll be able to make dinner at like 6:45, 7. And like tonight they said, guys, no, I want to play Lorcana forever. And honestly, good on you guys. Because like, why play Lorcana for a little bit when you can play Lorcana forever? But we do see Smee off the board here.
Hard cast. Draw a card.
Makes sense. He only needs, this might
Keep
be
no
Jover.
actions.
Which is not so good because, yeah, I would scoop like right now, I think, because we got 8 minutes and I don't know how you guys shuffle. It might be slow. Okay, we are scooping.
Yeah, we are scooping. Here we go. Game 3. That's what we love to see. Game 3s.
Sorry, I just saw Luke posting in the chat. Me and Katie are casting. I'm like, what? What am I doing? But yeah. Yeah, it'll be Nebraska. I like Nebraska. Have you heard of Runza, Dakota? Where do you hail from?
I have not. Michigan.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Are you in the thumb or like the little part that's not on the thumb?
Southeast.
I don't think anyone's
45 minutes from Detroit.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
I don't have anything. I don't have any fun facts. Yesterday I said Culver's Butterburger and they're like, Culver's Butterburger. And I'm like, yeah, calm down.
Wisconsin.
That's Wisconsin. But Wisconsin, Michigan, and Wisconsin notably famously have beef. So.
Yeah, we did get the UP from them for free and they didn't have a choice.
All right, guys, we gotta play like we mean it. Now, a game can be played in 5 minutes. Notably, the first 2 were not played in 5 minutes. They were played in several dozen minutes. Yeah.
I think if I'm Alex here, I stick to the same strategy of go as fast as I can, daisy, right? That kind of strategy. If I'm Johnny, I'm trying to keep every discard I have.
Now, I notably
get rid of everything he's got.
I just ate a piece of candy. Ill-advised. Don't do that while you're casting. But I just really felt like it was the time to do it. But we do have JD Quest says, keep it locked in. Don't touch that dial. We are moving into game 3. Does anyone have an Uncrustable? I want to do my JDZ. Greetings and salutations. We are here at game 3 of the ICL. That's my best. Is my JDZ impression better than Ursula? We don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know. They're both bad. But I can do Jennifer Coolidge. If we go to time, we're not going to go to time. They're going to play so fast. Slam a Claresti and get loose. No. It makes me want to hot dog
casting
real
on Wednesday,
bad.
but they should all bring Uncrustables with them.
No, I'm not. Actually, I do have a lot of Uncrustables downstairs, but I eat them like once a week. Like I have an Uncrustable as like a little treat. I don't. JDZ ate all his Uncrustables in a like his year Uncrustables in a day. So that's one way to do it. We see Hidden Cove
One
come
sitting.
down, and then he passes. So Hidden Cove, no Diablo, not the greatest start, but as we've seen, it's not about the first one. Oh, Pip Watch. Hey, Luke, wake up. It's Pip Watch. All
I
right.
got a
So
daisy. Here we
you
go.
do.
We're running.
Alex, you gotta run, baby. You gotta run. We gotta go. Whoa, Chuck. Oh, Pip Watch. We got it up. But we don't have Pip Watches here. We have star cards. I don't know. Is that copyrighted? Is that from a game? Did he come up with that? Don't know where the star cards are from.
I believe he just inked a sudden chill there to play an Ursula. Let's see what we got.
Ooh,
Ooh,
it's not copyrighted. It is not a copyrighted image. I'm getting from my lawyer. So he's probably definitely going for that world's greatest criminal mind. Probably it's inkable, and he has a lot of. Okay, that's Truff. This is Truff. He goes for that. That makes sense because, you know.
we don't want to draw. We don't want to draw.
Yeah, and starving him is really the way here. And notably, he doesn't have any singers, but he could, you know, that troubadour's coming down. So this is safe. It's not fun, but it is safe.
Inking a baritone bully. Playing out a troubadour.
Yeah, and let's see what that daisy hits. Nothing. He says, I don't want to give you anything, which is kind of like, yikes, guys, you got 4 minutes, but it's fine. Daisy can quest later.
It's going to build up that board state a little bit here, I believe.
Yeah, because there's not really a lot
Inking is me.
he can do that's scary right now. Now there's a few things he can do that's scary. Notably,
That is scary.
that he would have to have drawn a world's greatest criminal mind since the last time he looked at his hand. So he might be fine, but we shall see that the discard pain city might be imminent.
No, I think you definitely quest with the daisy just so that the double storm doesn't hit you. There's a world's greatest criminal mind, though.
All right, Ariel, give me something good. Get me a strength. Strength would be so cool. Will you disappoint us for the 5 millionth time? You got a world. Yeah, worlds. Ariel just announced worlds. It's right here. No, she got worlds from her spectacular singer ability.
Whole new wheel.
Oh, so there we go. He did go ahead and top deck a Zeus. So get out of here, Ursula. I don't want to hear a song you have to sing, and I don't want to hear it twice. Daisy Trigger.
Daisy Trigger.
That's nice. That's nice. So if he has another Ursula in the hand, that could be something cool. We'll see. We'll see what he's going to cook up here, knowing that very, very well could rip this whole new world next turn. But it is hard to imagine this game going all the way to 20 lore where we're at right now and knowing that they're both being very, very, very don't to each other. Like, don't. Whatever you're going to do, don't. And if that's the case, it's hard to win. But we might see that happen here.
See that peak come down, so we got at least one more turn before the world.
All right.
We should see Alex go to 5 here. Inking an Ariel.
Yeah, because he's just going to play 3 daisies right here. No, Miss Bianca. All right.
Miss Bianca.
Once again, it's getting me. Miss Bianca, where did you come? Who? Look what the cat dragged in. And it's a mouse. That's very scary with the cat drags a mouse.
It's very, very fitting.
All right. So what can Johnny do to stop? I mean, the thing is like, I don't know. Is stopping him just means it's a tie? Does Johnny want a tie? Is he magnanimous? And I was like, listen, someone should walk out here a winner. So we will see if he's able to make this Pete Shifty Pete and turn him into not a captain, but a pirate wearing a captain's hat. So far, he's
Good
not
old
really
Captain Crunch hat. We'd love to see it.
But he inks nothing. He plays Pete.
Oh no, another Pete.
All right, guys. All right, so game 2 is a tie. I'm just kidding. We're not seeing explosive plays on either side. Neither of these decks could be described as hyper aggro. But we're about to see Pete sing a song, which is one of the more beautiful things you can see in this world. And it's Strength of a Raging Fire. But it's kind of funny because like he can Strength of a Raging Fire on Bianca, but Ariel, but Bianca can sing every song that Ariel can sing. But she can't sing right now because Pete's here. Oh, we got 1 minute. It turned orange. All right. Production. Do you have the Sonic Drowning song? Oh, so he had to discard his second world's greatest criminal mind, which honestly doesn't matter. It's tough to say. It's tough to say.
Oh, another Daisy comes down.
That's good. It would have been good 10 minutes ago. But right now, my favorite emoji, which is panic, 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 panic. 7 turns. We get 7? I thought there was 5, but it's 7? All right. That's cool. 7
Yeah,
turns.
that's new.
It's like a Mask of Majora, and it's like 7 turns until the world ends.
Singing a Let the Storm Rage On, dealing 2 damage to Miss Bianca.
Miss Bianca says, I'm sturdy, okay? I have so much strength and willpower. I don't even feel it. The judges determine if you give an extension. That's smart. Because honestly, people want to see. Let the kids play. Let the kids play.
There's the shift.
Shifty Pete.
Now we got Space Pirate.
So that is turn 0, meaning this is like he gets to do it, and then we have turn 1 will start with Alex. And the judges will say, Katie, you were so wrong. If I am. But I think turn 1 starts with Alex. Then we go back and forth for 7 turns. All right. So, Alex, you got a lot of work cut out. You're at 2 lore. Notably, you need to get to 20. That is traditionally the lore total you need to get to.
We do have 6 on board right now, though. So that is looking pretty good for us.
Yeah. Now, I know that there's a lot of things that Johnny will do if he does turn those cards sideways, and none of them feel great. But he's going to start with the Daisy.
None of them feel great.
Oh, he's going to do all. He's going to do all. Yeah, someone apparently wants me to say Pleek Dog Nasty. There's no Pleek Dog Nasty. We got Pete Dog Nasty tonight. We got.
Oh, we are taking out the Pete. We are not questing. We're taking out the Pete.
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
I guess that's something. It's certainly interesting.
Rapunzel in hand.
Does he just not?
maybe?
I don't. Yeah, that's a good point. Rapunzel in hand, but it is a cool way to make sure. Oh yeah. We'll see.
Oh,
Now,
no.
after this, riddle me this. Do we need to ban the bird? I don't know. The bird didn't do nothing. Okay. The game has been like birdless. Imagine how much cooler it would have been if the bird was doing stuff. Maybe we'd be in a different place, but we're not in a different place.
We might not be going to a draw if the bird was doing stuff.
But either way, Pete is going to sing a little song. He's going to sing. I'm not going to sing I can't do a Pete impression. No, I'm trying to get into it. I'm Pete. It's hard. Nope. Either way, he is going to
Sounds
sing.
like we need an exorcism over here.
Yeah. It's really hard. I thought it'd be easy. Did you know Winnie the Pooh and Pete are voiced by the same person? It's true. Jim Cummings. He voices everyone.
He's so good.
He's really up to all of it. He sounds like Oscar the Grouch. Listen, dude, I thought I could do impressions, but no, I can do with Jennifer Coolidge. That's it. All right, so we are moving on. So that was turn 2 for Mr. Johnny John. Now Alex, Chuck Brousseau says, whoa, that was scary. I now have less characters than I did before, notably.
2 cards in hand on the other side.
Someone said, do the Jennifer Coolidge. This is important. Listen. You guys see what's going on. It's me. All right. Anyway, the only one I can do is, it makes me want a hot dog real bad. That's it. That's all I can do. And it's pretty good. Anyway, so Miss Bianca, is she going to challenge somebody? What's she going to do? She's going to say, get out of here,
Take
Ursula.
out the Ursula.
Was it worth
it?
I don't know. Ursula by herself isn't so scary. And he also does not.
Feels like 7 turns is not enough for either of these.
He didn't even quest with that
competitors to get
Daisy.
to 20.
Yeah, I know why he didn't. But there's I can't imagine. I'm not a mathematician. Now, I did take calculus 1 and 2 in college, and then I forgot everything I learned in both of them. But in calculus, we learned it's real hard to get to 20 in 7 turns. That was actually the first thing we learned. Whoa, Habibi wore a double tie, and then we had a double. Habibi, listen, you're not going to shake the controversy allegations if you're doing stuff like this. You're not. People are
There's
going to
the
be like,
Rapunzel.
what is that?
Oh
Is that
no.
something I'm supposed to understand? Okay. Dakota, share with the class what just happened.
So the Rapunzel just came in.
No.
We healed 3 from the Daisy and drew 3 cards.
Well,
And
oh, it's a hot dog seller. Okay. I just thought it was like you guys were like, oh, that's Scoop. Oh, from Oliver and Company. Interesting. Blame Habibi. We cannot blame Habibi. We've
which
already.
is a movie about dogs where they're
Yeah.
selling hot dogs.
What? The dogs sell hot dogs? That's
No,
the
the
plot
hot
of the
dog
movie?
seller sells hot dogs.
Okay. I thought that. All right. So basically, guys, I don't know how to tell you this. No one won. So now we have to go interview
Another
them.
draw.
So, save Habibi in the chat because honestly, mods, we gotta get him. He can't be at the post show. So we're going into. I'm just kidding, Habibi. It's not your fault. It is spooky though. It is a
Double
little-
tie, double draw.
Yeah,
It
I
is a-
know.
It is what it is. Hey,
All
Yo.
right, all right. We're here. We're here. How are you guys doing?
I mean, so uneventful.
I mean, it was rough. At the end, I was doing a Jennifer Coolidge impression. We were talking about hot dogs, but it wasn't your fault.
Like
It was Habib. It's Habibi's fault.
pickles with the game situation. It's just like the Pete's and the Ursulas just freeze up the game. And my tan when I passed with 4 ink was double hole in the world, by the way. It's just like it just like freezes the game state and you can't do anything. And it's just
And
like pass. Then discards come and we get down to 0 cards. So it's one lore. It's just,
Yeah,
I need you to. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Johnny. Johnny, what's
you're
going
good.
on? I want to hear.
Sorry, were
What's
you gonna
going
do
on?
something?
I
Oh,
interrupted you,
I
and
was
you were
just- no,
excited.
we didn't. No, I was just saying our game 2, we just were top decking. That was the problem. Neither one of us could find like that card to get us going. And so I think game 2 is really what made it happen. It took the longest.
I mean, one might say that was unpleasant for you guys, and I feel bad, but I will say Habibi said GG to Wochuk. But
wonderful.
I
Thank you,
do need
Phoebe. I'll remember that.
I need you to know that it's both of their faults though, because no, it's not both of their faults. It's Habibi's fault because Habibi wore 2 ties and we've had 2 ties tonight. So if you
Oh, that's
feel
right.
bad about yourself, don't. It's his fault.
Blame Habibi.
Yeah, but we will talk about your deck list a little bit. So I have been playing your deck list for 2 weeks, Mr. Brousseau. I have been wondering, one Nala, what are you doing there? So we'll start with that. What's one Nala doing there?
So I think it's really important in this deck that you play a character on 1 because it does a couple things. It's something that can start questing right away, and it's something that starts building up later on for a strength of the Raging Fire. If you miss your 1-drop character, by the time you get to turn 3, that Troubadour that you drop on 2 is only strengthening for 2, which is a big deal. You need that 3 damage. So it's really, really bad missing a 1-drop. Also, Nala is a 4 health thing. The entire theme of most Rapunzel decks is, try and run into a 3 health or 3 attack character and draw that 3 off Rapunzel. And the last little bonus is she's an ally. She's an ally, so she makes your Bianca cost 4.
Yeah, I will say that I do like when you see the allies come out, you're like, Miss Bianca, are you coming? I need you to know every time Miss Bianca came on board, Dakota said, and I quote, Miss Bianca. So Dakota, what kind of questions do you have for either Johnny or Alex? I usually say we get to start with the winner, but it could be your review at this point. So Alex or Dakota, what kind of questions do you have?
Johnny, I've got a question for you. In
Yes,
your
sir.
list, you have a single Lucifer. Let's talk about that.
Honestly, if there's any card that's replaceable, it's probably that one. I just think it's when you get to 5, if they have 2 cards, they gotta hope they, held on to some sort of action, which most people do, especially in a steel world. I mean, we're playing red. There's a lot of more red and blue still going around now with the DKP list, but so if anything, I mean, it was something that I was thinking of cutting. I just in the moment didn't know exactly what I was gonna put in there, and I've been this is the only thing I've played at all after the ban list. And so yeah, it was just like, I guess I'll just keep that in there for the most part.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm so sorry. I got
Alex,
excited. Yeah, go ahead.
Alex, question for you. After you saw that it was an Emerald Steel deck that you were playing against, did you in game 2 and game 3 just decide that you were going to try to go more aggro with your deck, or was there another strategy that you were kind of going for there?
Well, it's tough because I only run 9 1-drops, and in my initial opening hand in the second game pre-mulligan, you obviously want to open with Cinderella, but I didn't have Cinderella, and I did have Daisy, so you kind of got to go with what you got. It's with only 9 1-drops, it's too risky to throw back the Daisy to like dig for a Cinderella, because then if you miss the other Daisy or Cinderella or the Nala, then you're passing on one, which isn't what you want to do. So you kind of have to dictate your strategy around what you got. And in that hand, it was a Daisy, Troubadour, Ariel, Whole New World kind of thing. And actually, I ended up throwing away the Whole New World. I ended up just going for the no songs thing. But I had to go with the Daisy on turn 1 because it was in my initial opening hand, and it was too risky to try and dig for the Cindy.
Well, we could interview you more, but honestly, we got to go to game 3. This has been the longest night of ICL.
An actual finished game in here, jeez.
But we still appreciate both of you. That's the thing, is both of you didn't win, but neither of you lost. So we'll put that feather in your cap and feel good about it. But we'll go ahead, Johnny. Before we say goodbye, do you have any shout outs, hellos, or highs or goodbyes you want to give?
Yeah, just a shout out to Supernova Toys and Collectibles. They're our sponsor here in Bridgeville, Illinois. And shout out to our team, Backseat Genius. Been going strong, been trying to keep the motivation up while we only have these kind of like 5Ks and things like that. So yeah, just a shout out to the team and to our sponsor, but that's about it.
I love it. And Alex, what about you?
Let's do a shout out to the South Florida Discord, shout out to my team, and a shout out to Habibi. He has been so nice to me in all the pregame interviews, hyping me up, gassing me up, and I'm just like so mean to him all the time in the group chats that I almost feel bad about it. I almost feel bad about it. I don't feel bad about it. I almost feel bad about it.
He did just call you a loser in the chat. So he did just say draws are losers. So I need you.
I don't feel bad. I almost feel bad. So
okay. I just needed to let you know on real-time update that you might want to put that olive branch right back in your pocket.
And I will put that in my notebook.
But either way, thank you both. So I appreciate it. And yeah, Lorcana Villain, he's watching, and he said, "Draw is a shame, of course, but GG, gents." And you love to hear it. You love to see it. The camaraderie is there. So thank you both, and we'll go ahead and kick it back over to the booth.
To the third match.
It was stunning. We got to spend the most amount of time together you can spend together in the booth. So before we say goodbye, I did actually have one thing to announce. Then you get to say goodbye. There is a 2K weekend coming up in Nebraska. And you might say, what? Yeah, there is no place like Nebraska. And it's going to be in Krypton Gaming. And I think Luke is going to probably put it in the chat. Get excited, because honestly, I will tell you all the good places to eat. I probably won't be there in person because of, I don't live there, but I will be casting, and I want everyone in the Midwest. You got to go. It's the most of 6 hours? That's nothing. That's half a day. You're fine.
It's nothing. That's Midwest close.
Yeah, that's Midwest close. When I was growing up, be like, we're going to go to Wisconsin for the day. You just do it because you're bored and there's nothing else going on. So go. It is going to be a 1K, and then it can go all the way up if there's more. Okay. If we get to 64 players, it'll be $2,100 cash to the top 8 players. So it's very exciting. I love it. Krypton Comics is where I used to shop for comics. So I lived in Nebraska for 26 years. Want to talk about Nebraska? That's okay. Dakota, before we say goodbye, where can people follow you and hear about the Legends of the Inkwell?
Yeah, Legends of the Inkwell on Instagram, as well as Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you find your podcast. I'll see you guys in the post show, so I won't take too much time. Let's get to the third match.
Yeah, let's go. And if you guys tie it, you guys will both be ejected from the ICL. So on that note, we will introduce our next host, which is the incredibly magnanimous. You know him because he's literally 50% uncrustable. It's JDZ Quest, and also is Y Breezy, who hopefully has a little less uncrustables in his bloodstream as we speak. But let's go to game 3.
Let's go. Let's get loose and let's get active. Let's get loose.
Uncrusties in my veins, dude. That is what is rocking it. I ate 3 of them before this match. I am ready.
Let's go. Can we get a win though? I have never seen this happen in the ICL in all of the time that we've been doing the ICL, back to back draw. But Breezy, we got a game number 3, and this is a winner take all. If we can get a win in this game number 3, how are you feeling, Breezy? Are you ready?
Listen,
Are you locked in?
I've been
Are you laser focused?
I am so locked. I've been doing these game 3s for a bit now. There's been so many opportunities where it's a 1-1 winner takes all. This is the first time we're getting 2 draws into no win. It still means the same amount. So we got here. Unless there is that all elusive 3 draw action too. If that happens, brackets are crashed. The whole everything is ruined. There is a chance for pure chaos in the bracket.
I agree. I say Breezy. I say let's take it a step further. Let's up the ante. I say if we get a triple draw, both of these teams are out of here. Villain Club, Backseat Geniuses, you're gone. But we have Sky on from the east, Sky from the west, doing win. There we go. Let's lock in as Sky has out of all the people in the community. Okay, out of all the people, I think Sky got hit the hardest in this ban as his deck got completely removed from the metagame. The no-will Sapphire Steel, he was an icon on that strategy, playing those pregnant women. His deck's completely gone. And I don't know much about Dewey Nguyen, but if he's playing the deck that I think he's playing, I think he's going to be back in a major way.
Ooh, I mean, yeah, Sky was probably crying in the shower the most out of all of us. He was down bad. He looked at those playset of pregnant ladies and said, "It's time to go back to the bulk." And it was unfortunate. It was very sad.
I think he actually won the very last Hiram featured event that we had.
Forever into history. Last Hiram winner of all time.
Cemented forever. And it looks like they are going to have to dice roll again for the first time in ICL history. The game 3 dice roll is going to take place, as we'll have to see who goes first. Typically in the ICL, the player that won the last round will be on the draw of the team. So this has never happened before. We're in rarefied air with a back-to-back double draw.
This is different time. This is a different type of ICL action. We've never gone to these deep waters. This is the first time, and things are different. And it's also a little scary. It's deep waters here.
I like it. You got to try everything. But it looks like the Skylar sister gets to go first. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say that anymore. That was the first and last time that we'll make that. And I'll get that joke off. But maybe.
Good one. That was for you. That was good.
You got to try it from time to time. As it looks like we have the altar phase taking place. Right. I wonder what Sky is playing. I mean, I have seen the deck list, but I'm going to pretend as if I don't know. I'm not like Luke. I like to look at them first. Are you a deck watcher, or you like to be pleasantly surprised?
I like to look at it, but not analyze it in the sense of looking. I have a general idea of what might happen, but this is one of those that it's again, deep waters. It's an interesting one for sure.
Breezy, we know what it is. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think we've ever seen this.
Like, how are we going to navigate this? I have no idea how this is going to go.
I don't think we've ever seen this matchup in the entire history of the ICL. So we got a lot of ICL first tonight, and this is the first time that this matchup has ever taken place either. Yeah. So there you go. This is 2 for 2.
Both teams, their league status is on the line as this match potentially could go into a triple draw where, like JDZ stated, out of here.
Both squads. Done. And I just want to say thank you for the Villain Club, and thank you for the Backseat Geniuses for participating in ICL. I mean, this may very well be your last rep in the ICL with a triple draw, but it's been great so far. I think 2 very talented teams, as Sky has the champion mat folded up at the top of the screen, straight flex. You guys can't see it. It might be slightly obscured from your vision as we are underway. It looks like Sky has the play. What are we going to start this thing off with? You got to tilt your hand back just a little bit. You are giving up a little bit of information.
Just a little bit, but you got to be a gentleman. Don't look, got to look away a little bit. It's okay. And it's gonna be interesting to see. Again, interesting situation. Their teams are on the line. The game is on. Everything is on the line, and the matchup is quite unique as well. Tonight has been a very unique experience, and this matchup will be the same thing.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, man.
1000%. We're still just kind of waiting, just kind of milling about. I don't think the time has started. Maybe we can give them a little extra bonus time if we can see if we can get this thing to end
Hour
in a timely
30.
manner. Nope. Just give them a little extra, add a few moments on there, as we are still going to be on Ink Token Gang, as we
Ooh.
will reveal Emerald and Sapphire coming in from Skylar.
All right, some bleen action. All right, we're gonna get our potentially bend to our wills, or other spice. But regardless, Emerald Sapphire is that spice that it's always around.
Mhm.
It always is in the waters, kind of watching to see where it locates itself in the meta.
And there are a few different variations that you can make this deck. They are
Mhm.
quite viable. I mean, not as long as Nguyen's not playing some Pete's, I think that we can have a nice fair matchup. This deck is quite strong, as we will
Ooh,
Grink
snap.
Eek, the grandma, keeper of
Grandma.
stories, is going to find her way into the Inkwell and a straight up pass. So the Sapphire Mirror does equal go to time more often than not.
We might be in that crazy triple draw territory, and it is scaring me just a little bit as we get the child. We are on Tipo watch.
But I must say, both of these players are playing with a little bit of speed, as a ramp comes in. Ink goes down quickly with a nice pass back on over to Win, who needs to pick up the pace. I'm talking speed and violence of action on these turns. Let's get this thing done in time, please.
We got to do less thinking, more play based on
Oh,
vibes at this point.
send it.
Just send it, because the triple draws. Oh, and we have an Emerald Sapphire Mirror. We have not seen it in this league. I don't think you see it often anyway. Bleen on bleen action is real, it exists, and it will scare you.
That's happening. It's happening. So if you guys like a little bit of Emerald Sapphire, if you guys Seahawk Gang stand up, a little bit of blue green, we call it bleen, is going to be in the building. So don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. Get your seat backs up, and let's keep this thing rolling, as the grandma is going to be on the play.
Sky is getting getting characters on the board, getting the ramp on too, finding all the things that you want to see as any Sapphire player really, but getting into some board state, entering the grandma, digging a little deep while your opponent can't. That feels really good in the mirror whenever there's Sapphires involved.
And Nguyen's not doing anything. Nguyen has not played any, just inked a couple cards in the past. I'm talking, you got to have a little bit of tempo, no matter what version of this deck that you have. Like I said, there are a couple of ways you can play this deck. I have, in my own experience, played with the item version, which it seems like that's the way that Nguyen is going. That version is quite fun, and you can do some powerful things with the Galactic Communicator and the Radigan's Marvelous Trap, perhaps. But it seems like Sky might be playing more of the song version. Who knows, man? Well, let's see how it shakes out.
It could go anywhere at that point. Like there's just so much options. We saw the Fishbone, it's just a ramp heavy potentially. Ink guys are out, Fishbone it out, bring your ink back, go crazy. There's also that as well. So Bleen can do quite a little bit of different things. We can see the Floodborn version with the Baymaxes. Even there's things there that might be different, even though it is a mirror. So it's really exciting, and we are gonna sing how far I'll go with that Grandma Tala, getting that ramp up, continuously finding more out, unlike our opponent that just hasn't been able to do much.
The only thing I'm concerned about is just the speed. Okay, I'm looking at the lore and I'm looking at the time, and the lore needs to be equivalent with the time. We need that thing going up to match the down of the time. I'm so sad if there's a triple draw. Can't have it. We need to go ahead and do it.
We'll be part of history, though. Gotta be optimistic about it. We'll never see this happen, probably. So we'll be a part of it. It'll be an exciting time. But you are right. These decks do take their time to get those lores. They just want to make sure your opponent is depleted of resources. They tend to bounce things back. They tend to rip cards away with bend to your will and just go crazy from there. So I don't want to go to time, but
it's very possible. A lot of times I've played Sapphire Emerald in my own play testing. I've always ended up either near time or going to time. In the mirror, I could just only imagine that's just going to be equivalent time. But it seems like Sky's deck is moving along quite quickly. He's not playing a lot of items. I'm not sure what the concoction is. I'm sure we'll see more as this game goes along, as we get to pass on into Nguyen, who has to play a character at some point, right?
just something other than ink cards at this point. That's all he was done. That's all we've seen from him. So we don't even know what he might be up to regarding his strategy compared to Sky. Like there's not much we can go off on at this point.
He might be on turbo Clarabelle tactics as we get the genie on the Job is going to hit out. The set 1 classic Genie on the Job hits the field of play, able to bounce the card back to hand. It is Grandma Tala. That's the card I really don't want to see go back to hand because it does have a special ability. So unless Nguyen is trying to set up for a Turbo Clarabelle next turn, which I'm thinking that's what they might be going for, hand might be completely awkward and weird.
Yeah, Clarabelle Turbo to bounce everything back, draw all those cards back, more resources for you, no resources for you, and just give your opponent just a bad day at the office.
I think that is definitely something that I think that's definitely something that Wynn wants to do, because if you can get that Clarabelle out, draw Jillian, and then bend to my will, I think it might come to who bends to each other's will first. I think that might be the name of this game. Just trying to each other, two guys trying to bend each other to each other's will. Don't Google that, please. Oh my God, what am I saying? Please,
I don't see. Last week it was the Diablo that I had go. Hey, now we're hey yo. It's late night hours though, but it is okay. We're gonna see that card's gonna matter quite a bit here.
Oh my, this is a Disney program. We don't need to be bending each other to anything, as we are going to hit you're welcome. So maybe Sky is going to be on some bend to my will tactics as well, as you will give your adversary 2 more cards in this situation just to slow them down. But
2
going
guys, 1 bend is crazy, villain.
Bend over is insane, as it looks like that might be what's about to happen. And look, your will is getting bent
off the top rope, and we have we have nothing on board, nothing in our hands. Everything's empty. Our pockets is over. We are bent over, looking into the floor right now. Oh my God.
And that does stink too, because you can't even get to your Clarabelle to come and save you, as your will has just been bent all the way into obscurity. But Sky is only sitting at a comfortable 2 in the lore total, which is not where you don't want to be. You want to pick that up a little bit, but you continue to gain more resources, continue to advance your game state a bit, as you need to put some threats in the board before Nguyen can kind of stabilize and get back into this thing.
I mean, the issue is, can he? Because he has nothing to get into. Like, we just gotta find off the top Clarabelle, something to get us moving. Because if not, Sky's gonna just inch away with board states and just hope we can do something. Because like Emerald Sapphire requires a little bit more than just it needs a little bit pieces to kind of get it back to that rhythm. But now that rhythm is off, now he has nothing to do, so he needs to figure it out how to get there, and that's gonna be a really tough challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, but he does have options, man. If you play another nuisance card that this strategy is typically known to play, i.e. Under the Sea, and then get to your own bend, this game could just get really, really weird super quick. I'm telling you, this is a odd mirror. I'm sure there can't be enough players who have had. Oh, look at this Clarabelle. That's kind of good. How many cards does Sky have? I think he's shuffling 2.
Two. It's still good. I mean, that's exactly what we want to see off the top, right? Like, we just want to find that extra draw. Now you can do other things if you want and not feel too terrible with our hands being that empty. And we're just going to sail away, give more card draw, just go through our deck, find our answers, get rid of this Clarabelle as soon as possible so he doesn't get to come back to this game like he wants to do.
And I think if you can just bounce this Clarabelle and bend again, I think he might be on your way. And you can, I seen you put that Sapphire Coil into the Inkwell. Maybe you can get another one of those down and just reduce the strength of this thing and get your own Under the Sea. This matchup might be terrible. I think
it's weird with it.
It's getting weird, man. This is some weird areas right here. It's not supposed to
weird lines.
This is not something that you are supposed to see. As we got Clarabelle on Clarabelle action here. Staring down cow on cow. Board is massive, and I think it might just be time to start questing.
I think we're getting into that car and just racing out at this point and hoping our opponent doesn't see anything, because the moment he has those Under the Seas potentially, then you're back, and then we're going to another 30 minutes of action into the game 1.
For sure, but it looks like Wynn is kind of frozen here at 7 ink, so you may not be able to get to that Under the Sea. If you draw right now, that would be a horrible brick situation. You do need to get to some more ink. 8 ink is would be nice, or another character at least, so you could set yourself up for that top deck Under the Sea. But honestly, right now Under the Sea still isn't that great because you have the Clarabelle and the 2 grandmas set up, but. There's I thought he had 1. Okay, so he does have 2 cards now, so he can ink and get an Under the Sea in there.
But like, it doesn't remove too many. Like, the Grandma Talus, like, it's not too crazy at this point. So it's just it's not even what you really want to see. But you don't have any options. You got to slow down, because if not, he's gonna just go ahead and we're just gonna go ahead 3 cost spells 3/3. So
go ahead. We'll hard play the and Will, guys up, dude. Look at that.
Guys up! Get your guys up!
Bro, this is the weirdest matchup, dude. How nuts is this? When have you got? We need more bling. We need more Sapphire
Bling on
Emerald, man.
bling action is
This
crazy.
is insane. And
Got
you
an
have
ink
the
at it.
Fishbone Quill set up as well, so you will kind of take
Get
back over
back.
in this ramp situation and get back to more resources sooner than your adversary. And let's see. It'd be interesting to see if you send this Clarabelle in on some type of challenge type behavior.
Let's see what he's gonna do. Yeah, we're gonna be able to kind of slow it down a little bit. With now, you're depleting your opponent from the ink count. It's still again awkward situation.
You're about to draw a Jillian though. You're about to draw crazy. So this is gonna be interesting because you can still ink, you can still Fishbone Quill. You could potentially play a 2-cost character like a Tipo, ink again, get that Clarabelle going, and draw a million, dude. And you're going to be so back. The game has completely reset.
That is crazy to think about. I mean, he still has the race on him, but like the Emerald Sapphire, it just needs that big hand count to absolutely wreck a board state and just take over. So both decks being able to do that back and forth, this is gonna get weird real fast. Just gonna get weird interactions
for sure. So we are gonna bounce a ton of cards back to Sky's hand. He's quite healthy there, and we will go ahead and ink to strike a good match. Use the Fishbone Quill, get Tipo in here, and you're so back.
Get the baby.
Let's see. I don't want to see a Tipo, but it's definitely possible to get Tipo now.
Nope. That is a coil.
We're playing the Sapphire Coil. That might even be better. It's another 2-cost card for you to play as you're going to draw a nice, healthy 7 card.
God.
Oh my God. Get bent again, and you just go ahead and just scoop, dude. If you get bent here, just get out of here. Let's get on the game.
There's no way he gets there, but like if somehow he gets there, second bend. If you get double bend in one game, wrap it up.
You got geyser. You can't get bent after the geyser.
Yeah, no bend this turn, but it is possible that it might be on the way. Like there is also a world that we live in where double bend still in the game.
I know,
and that gets crazy.
But at the same time, Nguyen can bend next turn because you can ink and then you can ink for turn, Fishbone Quill, bend, or you get your under the sea set up because you have the Sapphire Coil now in place. So this is going to be an interesting moment. We are definitely, time is back on the table, by the way.
It's so back. It's so back.
Oh my goodness.
There's a world where things just go away and now Sky's board is empty, and that's insane. That's just that's you don't see it in any other matchup. There's no way.
I think honestly, Breezy, Clarabelle and Ink Geyser, I think they're good enough to make something happen. People need to get back into the lab and start experimenting with those 2 cards because that just seemed phenomenal what just went down. Granted, it is in this very obscure mirror, and it was a very obscure thing that happens in a very obscure situation. But that seemed really, really powerful to turn this game around.
No, absolutely right. But these are the matchups where you see these decks like Emerald Sapphires, the Amber Amethyst, the Ruby Steels against these like the rogue decks of the world, and you see the deck do its thing, and it's just like the most coolest thing ever. And you try it out, and your opponent brings like the root, like just the absolute worst matchup. Game 1, and you just burn the entire deck, and it's one of those situations.
And you just throw it right into the blender, dude. Okay, I see you. I understand.
Yeah. So how many times have you seen a deck from ICL? It's like, let me try it, and it's like a little bit.
You just get your boots beat. I feel you. I understand.
You realize you're not Bjornfoot. It's just one of those things.
As you have the Grandma, so you got triple Grandma connection into the field of play. Keeper of ancient stories out here with the muses.
A lot of stories.
With the muses, muses are also storytellers as well. There's a lot of stories being told here, and Tipo just looking dumb over there. Can't
even barely. You're welcome to Clarabelle here. Deal with the big problem.
And we're gonna bounce. We're gonna bounce. Are we bouncing someone? Well, I don't think you have the ability. You probably can bounce that Tipo if you want. I think that probably wouldn't be the worst idea. No, you're going to get a quest in. And Clarabelle is also free to quest. So you will give up 2 cards, but you'll also feel your opposition to probably draw a billion more. So we are in a situation. It looks like Skylar has lethal damage in play. So you need something good here. Stat.
Emerald Sapphire tends to like struggle with bigger bodies with wide board states. So it's going to be really tough for it to get out of this sticky mess at this point.
you're going to have to put something together here soon, as Strike a Good Match Hard Cast It is going to be deployed.
Find something. Hope, pray.
Check 2, Send 1, and probably going to be a Scoop City coming. Take one-way ticket to Scoop City coming your way, as we did get a game in time. Check the time. 46 minutes. Let's go. 15.
Let's go. We're in it. We're in it.
15.
If we get 2-0 or maybe hopefully a quick drop, then we game 3 action. But whoa.
I want a deciding match this time. Okay, just not a draw. If it's a 2-0, if we get a quick 2-0ing, I'm fine with that. But we cannot have a third draw. Okay, just can't have it. And it looks like we're going to be on the timeline to get something, happening here. And it won't be a third draw.
Sometimes one game ends fast, the other one looks completely different.
But you know what?
I like the optimism. I like the optimistic. Yeah. I know I gotta bring that optimism. I get it. I understand. So we're gonna go quick, potentially 2 games. I do like a good game 3 though. I won't lie.
I do too.
So we got to get that quick second game and then get a third one real fast, back to back to back. Oh. And the thing is, if someone sat you down and was like, you know what, a Sapphire Mirror match is going to be the only game that won't go to time, I would laugh at you and walk away. And that is exactly what we're seeing.
I would 1000% agree. And you know what, Breezy? Maybe you're right. Maybe I am being a little bit negative. I am very, very optimistic of where the game is today. Shout out to Disney Lorcana. They did the dreaded announcement of the announcement to be coming. And that just gave so much inspiration to a lot of people around the community. A lot of things are happening. A lot of tournaments are happening. A lot of tournaments are being announced. It seems like we're in a really, really good spot. I had an incredible time this weekend. I was down at the Lucky Llama doing that tournament, and just being in the atmosphere again. You forget. I haven't been around a tournament like that, a massive tournament, in a really, really long time, and it was just fun, So I'm looking forward to it. Maybe if this game's a draw, I will lose all that hopeless, relentless optimism.
We'll be a part of history. We'll be a part of history, ICL history. So regardless of it, we got to look in the positive mindset, right? If they draw it out, this will be the first and potentially the only time we see an ICL draw 3 games in a row.
Habibi's gone, by the way. He's out.
He's got,
no matter what.
If there's a
win, lose, or God forbid there's another draw, he's gone. Yeah. It's a long. Yeah, we're more than a normal round. A normal time limit is 45 minutes for a tournament normally. 45 or 50 minutes usually.
We're giving more.
We're giving 60 minutes to the players, and we're all hitting time. So
I do have concerns here though. Chat is kind of going into. I wish there was a tie territory. I saw Gabe say it. I see Mahomes the GOAT say it, which is a wrong statement, but that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, it's just now the chat is turning into draw. So I'm also scared.
I think I just don't want to see it. A draw would be good for everyone else except for these 2 teams. They are 2 of the higher seeded teams, and they would sink dramatically if they both drew. It would just kind of screw up the bracket a lot. So it's gonna be what it is. As it looks like we get that altar. I know we're just getting the draws in. And Skylar did kind of dispatch quite quickly, but like we said, I think it's going to come down to who plays those broken degenerate cards first and most often. Both of these decks, this color combination is allowed to play some of the most degenerate cards in the entire format. A lot of people like this deck. I don't know why the Sapphire Emerald has such a ravenous, cool kid buzz to it. But these cards if this deck was the most played deck, it would be a miserable game.
Clarabelle just drew 7 cards by herself. So
Clarabelle's insane. Yeah. Under the Sea is insane. Bend to My Will is insane. And the fact that you can play Bend to My Will and Under the Sea in the same turn relatively easily, without even losing sweat, without even breaking a sweat. And people are like, oh, that's so cool. I love this deck. I hate playing against this deck. I think it's a miserable.
I think it's the other side, right? We just watched Clarabelle draw 7 cards. And the opponent didn't. The pure joy you probably get out of that is just beyond. You enter a point where you just don't care what happens around you at that high level of euphoria. So I think it's just that entering, because the way this deck works is when it does its thing, it pops off, and when it does, it's Nirvana. So
It's-
it's that type
you're
of
feeling
situation.
good. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. As
And
we do hit a turn
okay.
2 ramp, we got Sail. Bell goes down into the inkwell. That is Bell, the apprentice inventor, is going to find her way down. Let's see if Sky can get some ramp in onto to match that energy, or will you take a slow down turn like your adversary did in round number 1?
Let's see here. It's super crucial to find some sort of ramp here. We do have a few options. We do find the sail ourselves, which
Okay.
is nice. We're now both parties have sailed into ramp, which is exactly what both parties want to see. So let's see if it looks a little bit different, because game 1 it just wasn't the same. One person missed ramp, and that kind of just wasn't the same after that.
And it looks like you got that Kita, the creative thinker, is going to be finding her way into the inkwell. So you're changing the strategy a little bit. It looks like you just have more of that tempo bling strategy. Like maybe you're not playing items, maybe just playing a lot of muses, a lot of songs, and a lot of ramp, and just get loose with Clarabelle. I think that's a cool way to go. If I had to play it, I like this. I like this way to go. It's McDuck Manor coming out on 4, and that thing might go for a jillion here. I don't know unless you have some highways or something. That might just be GG right there.
There's not a lot you can do against a 9 willpower thing. It's just there's not much we can do, especially early stages. Like our characters don't have a lot of strength. If we don't run hideaway like you said, or the Blues Coast shout out, we are cooked.
I don't know. You got
to a turn. Real estate is booming.
You might have to defend it a little bit, so you do need at least a 3-cost character that can encounter this grandma out here. Maybe you can get your own grandma down, or the Flatfoot Detective is a perfect counter to a grandma who's going to engage with this McDuck Manor. You can clear it, and it will still survive, and you'll continue to gain your lore. So that's cool. Let's see what's Sky going to do here going into the 5 ink turn. I'm not sure what the lines of play are on a 5 ink Clarabelle blue-green situation. Maybe you might need to just sing How Far I'll Go and continue to advance your game state anyway. Maybe play some muses, get this thing shrunk down. I think you can play Sapphire Coil and bounce. I wouldn't want to bounce this Donald though.
Yeah, I mean we can also it's tough. It's tough. You're welcome it too. Like, right? There's also that.
I think that might be something to at least start plugging some damage into this McDuck Manor, because I'm serious, man. And I know he can get to Clarabelle. He got some later game stuff, but this McDuck Manor can go for 6 or 7.
We just gotta find Dwayne the Rock Johnson doing this in our hand, or that Manor is gonna gain so much lore. It's gonna it's gonna be like the real estate market. It's gonna be booming. It's gonna go up, and if it doesn't crash, that thing's gonna win the game.
Yeah, it can go for a sizable amount, but we do know that there's your welcome, so you could possibly send that Manor back to deck if we did drop down to about 15 frames per second from win side.
The game is also slowing it down. The lag is real. The time is ticking.
I'm looking at the time, Breezy. My eyeball is firmly planted on this time, and the more I see Sky going over these lines, I'm like, dude, Judge, bro, get it, make it happen. Lock in, send it.
Because the Manor's a 10
vibe it out. Vibe it out. But granted, in both of these players' defense, I'm certain that they did not train the mirror. There's no chance. There's no chance.
Yeah, no, it's not a matchup you really go in for. You just gotta, you see it and you're just gonna go with your script and hope for the best, But this is not the mirror you prep for, especially for the ICL. What are the odds? Like, you get randomly placed, you get into just a random matchup, and you find your one random mirror. That's dedication.
But I thought all the Backseat Geniuses were playing in the same location. They should be in the shop, and they should have some of that Wi-Fi. Let's talk to Honest Abe and see if he's paying that internet bill out there. They own that Comcast. Let's get that fiber set up in there. I don't know what's going on in the Chicagoland area, man, but they need to step up and get this thing going. As we got the grandma who is able to get loose into this manor or something, as we're going to Mother Knows Best bounce the Donald back to the hand here. Interesting. A little bit of down tempo. You'll gain some more lore, but you put the Donald back, and you're going to force your opposition to put that Donald back into the field of play, get another ramp in.
Yeah, I mean, it slows it down, like you said, but we got to make sure we're able to stop that bleeding, because that man is going to do a lot of bleeding for us. So just gonna slow it down and give them the extra ramp. Sure, go ahead. We're gonna waste extra ink to just play it. Okay, well, we'll do it again if you have to.
No, I think he just went. We missed it. It was glitched down to about 2 frames per second. But he
Oh,
did go ahead
no.
and put that Donald down to the inkwell, and then
And
we
there's the
go to the
Clarabelle.
Clarabelle here, who's going to be able to give you a few more draws as you end your turn, depending on how many cards are in Sky's hand. I can't quite tell. We are about 15 frames a second now.
Oh, we are slowing it down here. We do have a few cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 in Sky's hand. So now both hands are at 5. And yes, RB, both teams did tie before this, so no one has won a game in ICL tonight.
That's insane.
So,
That's insane.
And as we get into halfway point, there
That's
is
insane.
a world where
I am Breezy. I'm worried. Okay, a triple draw. Like, what are you guys going to talk about in the post game show? Like, what are we going to do there? A triple draw. Everyone's going to leave home like, what did I just watch on ICL on a Monday? What just happened? Did I just literally waste a night of my life? 4 hours just wasted, huh? We all just came here and just really just wasted 4 hours. Okay, roger that.
And
Understood.
These players are playing on like a understandably pace. Like they're not like thinking, like they're just playing it on a regular pace. So and it's still gonna go far. So
speed up. Yeah,
JDC,
I'm saying we need to hit turbo duels, speed duels here. As we got the Kita up, and you're debating if it's time to use that Kita ability. And I think you just gotta send it.
We just gotta go for it. Say, all right, if you do want to take her away, sure. But like I'm gonna get to do what she does. It's just 3-3-2. Like she doesn't have that. She's not weak. If you do challenge to her. Oh, and we find you're welcome into the Clarabelle. Say the manor isn't real. I'm just gonna slowly peck away into that building, throw some stones at the glass, vandalize it a little bit so we can slowly take it over.
Okay, so we do have to shuffle a little bit, and I think that's just enough shuffling there and win. Let's go and get that thing cut, and let's get them cards drawn, and let's get it cracking here.
No need to double, just half cut.
Yeah, we get it. No more. Hey, we don't need the dice. Don't pull the dice out. Let's just get this thing going, man. Let's cut that and let's play, man.
Beautiful. As we get into like 5 players per second there with the half cut, that was fantastic. We're just gonna go through it and. Daisy, you will be entering a triple draw situation. I'm scared.
I like it. We're getting close, though, as we are at 34 minutes left in the round. I do like it. McDuck Manor going for another 2-piece, so we're sitting at 6. Maybe that McDuck Manor could just go the distance, even though we know that will not happen just based on the characters that are on board. You don't have Rush in this color, but maybe you can get something that can lower their strength, and I don't think maybe Genie on the Job here would be all right adjacent. But the only person you can bounce would be that grandma. The other 2 characters do have war, so you can't really engage with them at all.
That's something, though. We got to be able to continuously add into the board state, kind of always contest it, because we see what happened. We saw what happened last game where nothing was on the board, and Sky was just able to get away with it throughout the couple of games. And yeah, so it should. We need to be able to constantly put. Genie would be perfect, like you said.
I mean, but I don't want to cut y'all, Breed, but whatever he's going to do, let's just make it happen. Because the more we sit here, the closer we get to this inevitable fate of a triple draw. We need to just make it happen. I mean,
you're welcome. All right, that's a card of all time. We're just gonna hard cast it. Give Grandma Tala back into that. Give your opponent 2, and just keep it moving. Say this manor is gonna win me the game by itself. It's tower defense. We are blowing darts into some balloons, protecting at all costs.
I don't hate it, especially if your next turn is going to be potentially a bend to my will, which I'm hoping it's not, but it could potentially be. And that could get you back in it, as you do have 2 warded characters up. You don't have a way to engage with them as you're getting your 2 cards. Let's see if there's any more cards that you can play here if you're win.
Let's see what he's got. I mean, you got like 2 ink left, so
3 ink remain.
3 ink. We got some options here. We can play the bell. We can say we ball ink geyser. That's yeah. We're guys.
We're guys.
Guys, baby.
We're guysed up. We're guysed up on a Friday night.
I'm so guysed up right now.
We're guysing out here. We'll just slow it down a little bit more. I'm with it though. Get a few more of those units back to the hand. We don't have ramp set up this time, as the ink geyser will be deployed. This freaking mirror, bro. Let me tell you about it. Okay. It's insane.
It is a wild experience. Getting those geysers out, getting Clarabelle drawing 7.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is a crazy matchup where things are getting bent to wills and guys up.
Hey, can we get a time stop when they resolve Geyser, please? Can we slow it down? Or is that
the time is kicking? The thing with all of these is there's shuffling involved. There's
a lot of
shuffling involved. It's so much
I'm begging.
out of game experience here.
I'm begging, dude. Let me tell you what. I got this Cressy I've been holding on to.
Yo,
Crusty.
Hey yo!
I got a pocket Cressy. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to this Crusty.
That's not a Crusty though. What's up?
This is my knockoff Crusty. Okay, it's a little more organic. They're a bit healthier.
Organic.
Yeah, they got the organic materials in there. They're a bit more healthy because you know what I'm saying. These things are like 300 calories. Just so you guys know.
God.
Just so you guys
300
know.
each.
So if they can finish this thing in time, I'm gonna take this Crusty to the house, man, as a celebratory
Post-show.
Crusty. If not, it's going back into the fridge, dude.
The pocket on Crusty is perfect. It falls perfectly too.
It thaws out. You gotta keep a
great.
pocket Crusty. As we got double Kita, you're gonna guys up right into a double Kita and get bent quick, dude. This is gonna happen. So you gotta watch out, dude. Here we go. As the board completely warded up, you're warded. I think it just sends some damage into this freaking manner. It's gotta go.
ASAP. It's been around too long. It's 6 lore already in this economy.
You gotta go for it. Yeah, we'll send Muses to go ahead and do 2. That'll give you 5, and you still need 2 more swings on it to get it out of here. As you're only sitting at 4 ink there for win, so your mana will be gone. I think if you slam another mana here, you might be okay adjacent.
Second mana would feel quite nice, but then that's all you do this turn. So
yeah,
you gain that lore, but like at what cost?
So you're gonna
tough one.
I think Skylar is in a phenomenal position here as you got double Kita set up. So you can ramp super hard next turn, get your Clarabelle back down, get your broken cards first. And it seems like Wynn's not able to do much of anything at all. You need a big dude. Okay. You need a big guy. You need a Scrooge.
You need a big guy after a Geyser.
Yeah.
So
you need a big dude. You need a big, after you get Geyser, you need a big guy to follow it up, dude. You need that Scrooge, an uninkable Scrooge. I know this deck can play that card a lot to just be able to start challenge. You got to be able to fight for this board in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you can't find it, you kind of screwed out. So you Geyser yourself, and now you're getting Geysered out of the game. So that's a kind of a headache that you did yourself.
Yeah, you brought this onto yourself.
Yeah.
As you get Grandma down to the inkwell, you got the flat
That's exactly
foot.
what he did. Wow, Donald Duck into it, so we get our ramp back, not super gone. We gave a bunch of
I like the flat foot here. You will lose your mana more than likely, but if you get some more spin back to hand, some more bounce, you might as well just start wrapping it up. I think it just might be Jover. You are sitting at 8. That's the one shining hope that you got going is that Skylar, while he does have a pretty comfortable position, he has not been able to advance the lore total
Getting
at all.
to 20 is really
he's got a long way to go. Like he's got to literally quest 20, and we got 28 minutes. It might
at this point, I'm gonna do a little bit of a little deck inside information. Other than the Clarabelle, Sky is only playing characters that are 1 lore gainers only. So
I looked at the deck as well. It's not that many of them either. There are
not a lot of them.
There's not a lot of them. So we might this game is this getting out of this game might take another 20 minutes. We'll see how it goes. But the board is advancing quite nicely. You have curated the top of your deck pretty good. Let's see if you're going to send this other Kita in, or will you just go ahead and send that Kita into that McDuck Manor and the Muses? You need both of those characters to finish this thing off, but those Muses are very important in this matchup. Exerting them probably is going to be a recipe for disaster. Shout out to Food Fighter Mickey Mouse there.
Absolutely. This is going to get really, really interesting. And then the Donald Duck is 3-4 too, so we can clean up whatever, like the Kita you can treat. Like if you want to really slow the game down a little bit more, we can.
Oh, look at this though. The Sapphire Coil.
The coil might do some magic here with the Muses. Bounce back that Donald. Make sure that like that Kita gets a safe exertion there.
Yeah. And you can actually bounce the Donald Duck Flatfoot back to the deck now, back to the hand, now that you've reduced his cost with the Sapphire Coil. I'm pretty sure that's how that bag situation will resolve as the Flatfoot detempoed back to the top, back to the hand. So
All
this is
right,
looking great for
now
Scott here.
things are changing around. I mean, all it takes is a couple of cards to swing this game right back. But we got 25 minutes. If this game gets to 2-0, we might wrap up quick. So watch out. We're going too fast. Get your seatbelts because we are moving a lot faster than we did before.
I like it. I like it. And I like Sky's approach to this too. Just keep sending cards back to the hand. I know a lot of people would be a little bit discouraged on doing that because you're going to give them more of their abilities to keep triggering. But I guess it doesn't matter as long as you're able to, get your own position established and not have to worry about what your opponent is doing. And eventually you can set up this huge quest with all these warded characters. You're safe from a bent to my will. You're generally safe, not bent to my will, but under the sea. You're really not worried about bent to my will because you don't have the ink for it just yet, unless you can ink and play it right now.
Yeah. Like nothing's sticking on the board because now we have established our Muse's Sapphire Coil package. Like, so you can bring that Donald back, but it's only one song away with a 5-card hand. So like the chances are there's gonna be a song in there. So things that are gonna stick is not gonna stick. But that's why we're playing our own Muses here, making so if you find our coil, maybe potentially get stuff out. But there's so much ward stuff, so it's gonna be really tough to get rid of anything. We just got to hope we find some stuff like Bell to trade out with the Kitas to stop this bleeding.
Yeah. I mean, if they can stick, that could be enough to kind of help defend your spot. Granted, the Muses aren't going to do too terribly much on your side because, again, that key to having ward, that Muses having ward, I think it comes up a lot in this mirror. That's something I did not think would be as big of a deal as it's turning out to be. Strike a good match comes down. But first, we're going to think about that before we play that song. Maybe getting some ink into the inkwell first in order to send that bell back, keeping that tempo as low as possible for a win.
We're gonna sing a song here. Make sure that bell doesn't stick around because if it does, like trade out with the key to get rid of our resources and kind of not be able to get through this game as that we have to deal with the manners still. So the sky isn't completely done getting full advantage here, and we're gonna discard bent to my will here. We're not getting bent, but we already got geysered. We can't get bent. We did not get bent this game, which is quite nice. But
you could get under the seed here too. I know both players can potentially play that card, and Clarabelle comes down, and you can do a little scene together and clear. You can do a scene together and clear, and then under the seed, you can scene together, clear the manor. I don't think you do both. Never mind. I'm sorry, my mathematics is a little bit inaccurate. Actually, you can. You can clear the manor and sing together if you felt so inclined. But you will not. You will just. It seems like you'll just get a quest in, and the manor will fall. Clarabelle gets a nice healthy draw, and I think that win might that might be the window has completely closed for the win in this situation.
I believe so. I think the Muses package is already established. The Clarabelle is going to stick around because there's not much you can do to get rid of it, and the wards are just sticky all around. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough situation for Dewey to get through, and I think you might be right. I think the door is closed, and we might be wrapping into this 2-0 situation.
Unless you can get to your own Clarabelle here to kind of put something onto the board, something big, give you some more cards. Play. I don't know if you have a way to play a few more cards and then get the Clarabelle in, but I think you're in your 7 ink turn right now after that ink geyser, so it'll be super. Yeah, I don't even think you can do it, especially if there's any more bounce left in hand.
What is in that? Is that a coil that he just played? I think so. I think that's he spent
in the top left corner underneath the wolf there. It might be a Sapphire Coil that's set up. Also, I think both players do have access to Sapphire Coil right now. So we're going to You're Welcome, sending Clarabelle back to the deck.
Okay, yeah, get rid of it, no problem.
More shuffling as we got 22 minutes. Every time they shuffle these decks, I'm looking at the time. I'm like, 22 minutes. It's not that much.
This dub and turns it around. We are looking at definitely a tie situation, and I am getting worried if Dewey because now again, there's 3 characters with 1 lore, so there's a lot of time to go through it. So there's a lot of questing that he needs to do. And it's just gonna be crazy.
I mean, there's a world. Okay, so let's talk about it. There's a world where when is is kind of on the ropes a little bit in terms of
Mhm.
characters and just setup on the position. But there's a world you can go next turn, bend to my will, and the next turn after that, I mean, you can just vibe out, dude. So there is a possibility for both. I think whoever play, I think if Sky can jam a bend to right here, I think you could just win. You did discard one earlier, but the options are there for both players to do that. And there it is. Sky gets it first, and Win will be bent to the will of Sky.
Wow, we are
get bent. As it looks like you need to top deck a Clarabelle here, or you will lose through the war of attrition. As we have Kita is just going to be doing their thing.
The triple Kita really paid off here. And just ward characters, like you said early on, it's just been such a difficult thing to deal with. As we can't get rid of them, they're gonna stick around now with no cards in hand, with just nothing to do. We are in a lot of never mind. We're so back. We are so back, JDC. You don't understand how back we just got from just an off the top rope.
Why won't you die? No.
Elbow drop. Now, because now you have 3 lore on board, even if you want to just go through you can trade out with things. Now you're so back.
Why won't you die? No, okay. We're still fine. We get out another Grandma Tala. Oh my goodness. Now, if you play a bend to my will, if you can get one off, Sky has been bending, doing all the bending here, as Nguyen has not been able to resolve any of these really broken cards. We got quadruple Kita on the board. Who's got the bingo card? Who had this one on their bingo card? Quadruple Kita dueling out here in round number 3 in draw ICL.
Crazy.
That is
how many boards have y'all seen walking around in your locals with 4 Kitas on the board? How many times has this happened? I would like to know, because that doesn't happen often.
It does
only
not.
in ICL action.
You have 5 warded characters, 4 of them being Kita, the creative thinker. If you guys are just tuning in, you don't know what Kita, the creative thinker, is. I have it up on your screen. Kita, the creative thinker, is a 4-cost 3/3 warded character that says once per turn you can exert. Is it quest? No, it's when you exert this character. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put one into your inkwell face down, exert it. The other stays on top of your deck. When this card was first spoiled, I think they had it printed wrong. I think it was translated wrong from a different language. And it said add one to your hand and put one, like a how far I'll go built in.
Yeah.
Crazy. I thought it was going to be insane. But they did correctly put out the right one, which makes it a little less broken. But I still think the card is quite good. And I think more people should experiment with it.
That Clarabelle got back to the hand with Mother Knows Best here as well. So we are slowly getting to 20 for Sky, which is definitely a great sign. But the moment Sky can't have the moment things stick for Dewey, it is tough. It might be coming back season, but it hasn't happened. So.
But Sky is doing a fantastic job playing this tempo game, just keeping Win off of the ability to have a character stick around for more than a couple turns, keeping his characters in a safe position, not exerting. You have your own McDuck manner up over there, and just as strong as Win's was, Sky's might be even more volatile because he's not able to put any type of damage in this thing. The music can't really do much. I think Sky is in a complete driver's seat here, and I think he's just going to be on his way to win at 18 minutes. But in the event that Dewey can somehow manage to turn this thing around, we will probably be going to another draw, and I just cannot accept that. So I'm sending all my energy over to the Villain Club just to have no offense to the Backseat Geniuses here, but we need to have a conclusive, decisive victory.
Getting about 40 minutes in 2 games. That's definitely a tough situation. We just got to get this wrapped up, but it's not over. It depends on what we find and get rid of as we bounce off. I mean, we just played the Muses here.
The Muses really can't do anything to anybody. The entire board is warded like crazy. You can't really do
there's not much.
You got Clarabelle, clumsy
City of the Wards,
clumsy party guest. What's her code name? Clarabelle, the clumsy goofball is going to stumble on into the board and actually get effect to pop off. But guess what? You got under the seat. The game's over. You can't come back from that. GG's. My goodness.
Oh my god.
Another warded character comes on in.
Wrap it up. Wrap that up. It's over. It's over. I don't think we can do much to come back from here as The 2 draws and Sky's 1 win most likely
Mm.
will wrap this up.
And that'll absolutely get it done. But still, I honestly I thought this matchup was quite cool.
interesting.
Seeing this deck play against itself, I would have loved to see a nice little mix up of the matches. Maybe if we here got this deck versus I don't know the Steel Song, it would have been a little bit more interesting. But still, it's cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we saw it, and I'm glad we do have a decisive victory as the Villain Club comes on in and gets to the dub in a 1-0-1-1-1-1-1-0-0-0-0-1-2 fashion. Love to see it.
Wow.
Well, let's pop over.
We got close. Things got close. We were so close to a triple draw, but Sky said, nah, we're going to go a little early.
Gentlemen. First, I got to ask, Sky, congratulations on your victory. Okay.
Thank you.
How many reps of the mirror did you put in this week in preparation for this matchup?
I'm going to be honest. I have not put in hardly any reps of the deck in general. I think I've played maybe like 7 games total in my life of this.
So what brought you to Bleen? How did we get here?
Well, I love Blue Steel, but when they banned some crucial cards and you can't really play it, not the most competitive deck anymore. If we had Fortis Fear still, I think we could do some fun stuff. But I was left wanting something better after we saw those 2 bans. So
okay,
I've always liked Blaine too. Like I messed. It was like my mess around deck. I was like, this deck is so bad. There's so few cards in these 2 colors, especially early on. That it was like. It was fun to see like what you could possibly throw together that would be the best. And now there's like some actual cards for it. So like there's just enough to like fit 60 cards in that are not all terrible.
Absolutely. But there are a couple of renditions of this deck that are floating around. I've seen like this full all in on the items version, which I think is quite cool. It seems like you were more on this tempo version. I thought you played it quite expertly, using those ward keywords and able to keep Nguyen off of the board, playing those broken cards to a high level. Can you just talk about that, Kita, the creative thinker, and what made you construct this deck this way? Because it seems like you replaced your love of the pregnant mother for the love of this curious Atlantean.
Absolutely. So I got to shout out my friend Steven. He's the guy who kind of constructed this deck and got me on it, actually. I should have said that earlier. But he was like a big proponent of Kita. I didn't really pay any attention to the card before. But it's like fantastic. So a huge thing is just card advantage. In the matchups where you're like against aggro, she's not huge. You typically just anchor and play stuff like Tala or Muses. But against like any of the red decks in the mirror, anything slower, she's fantastic to have that ward and that guaranteed ramp. Just having like 12 4-drops also that you always want to play on turn 3 after you ramp on 2 is fantastic. You're almost never gonna miss. And yeah, the ward is huge in a front where there's so much targeted removal that keeps her safe.
Absolutely. We saw that coming into full effect in game 1 and game number 2. I'm just glad we got a conclusion. Breezy and I were sitting in the booth just hoping that one of you guys could win and one of you guys can lose. We weren't rooting for anyone. We just wanted to win, and you seem to get there. Absolutely. Breezy, I'm sure you got some questions, Breezy. I don't want to hog all the questions, but
oh no,
I'm sure
I kind of never seen like ICL history mirror on Bleen action for the first time, but it was different. Like the deck lists are a little bit different. Kind of going into we saw a bell into popsicle a little bit like we played 9 items, I believe. How do we get to a different variant, which is the bell variant, Mr. Dooley?
So the main reason why I played the popsicle into the bell is because I actually did not expect to play the mirror. I expect to play more like aggro, so like Amber Steel, Purple Steel, like something like I need to challenge with. So that's the reason why I played bell, popsicle and bell. Yeah, so like I was actually not expect to play the mirror.
Absolutely. I mean, so you didn't put those quality reps in. You didn't put those quality reps in versus the mirror.
Who does?
Yeah,
I'm kidding. I'm joking. But can you just talk about that matchup, man? And where do you think it went wrong? Was it just too many warded characters? Was it just keeping you off the tempo too much? Were you just not able to get some of the combos popping off? Because we saw you hit some ink geysers there, which were very potent. He had some potent Clarabelles, but at the end of the day, you geysered him into some really good cards and ended up losing your entire position. Can you just talk about what went wrong and what could have gone different, or what your deck was supposed to do?
I think with Kia being like a 33 ward, I can't undersee it. I can't sapphire core it. I can't really do too much to the card.
Hmm.
So I'm like looking at it. I'm like I have all the cards to deal with any other cards besides any characters. So
Yeah.
I was like just thinking in my head like what can I do to this card? Like I play the 6-drop Malagatho, but it didn't came up earlier enough.
For sure. Yeah, yeah. We saw the genie on the
Oh,
job get
Lords.
bounced back. We saw everything you put down got bounced back, but Bending My Will and Under the Sea is going to absolutely do what it does. But are you going to continue to play this deck, or what are some other renditions of the strategy you think? What are some other cards you think you can add to this strategy?
I've been testing this deck since like set 5, but it was kind of just like a fun idea.
Mhm.
I mainly play red blue, but after like a certain card got hit, I just like kind of give up on the deck.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Um,
Man, you can
but
still play Red Bull. I'm the one who can't play my deck.
I know. And I'm gonna
What are you talking about?
and I'll bring you back in with that, Sky. Like, can you talk about that? I know, and I did mention that in the intro of the match, man. Out of all the people, out of all the top players that I can think of, I think you got hit the worst because you were exclusively a Sapphire Steel no will like connoisseur. That was your bread and butter.
Absolutely.
You were the last player to win a major full scale event with that strategy before it got nuked. And now you got nothing, man. Is this your
I
new
was,
bread
I
and butter?
was
Like what?
I
What
was
is what are
really
you gonna?
hoping they give me a DLC or some official big
Yeah,
event to at least play one time with the broken deck. Like I know it's broken and something need to happen like from the
yeah,
start. Like, but give me a one official event. Come on, don't make it some Wisconsin.
yeah,
It was a good tournament, but I mean, I'd take a nice promo set. So
Said, I
yeah.
wanted that golden Mickey before they
Yeah,
took it away from it. Wow.
they
that was my ticket. Yeah.
they
But
had to
yeah.
nerf you, man.
So going forward with this deck, I've always been somebody who doesn't like to just like I don't know take what's the second best or what's like the top two
Mhm.
decks and just pick one and roll with it. If there's something I think is interesting that has like some merit to it that other people don't see, I really want to explore that before I throw my cards in and just play something meta.
Right.
Hmm.
I think this deck has a lot of potential. But the way I saw people building it initially with this set was kind of all over the place, and it really felt like people were just like, "Hey, these are cool cards. Maybe they do something if I throw them all together." And there wasn't really like a lot of faithful optimization put into it, I would say. But there
Okay.
are like really strong lines from what I found, and they're consistent. So Tipo and Sale, just like Red Blue, that's always going to happen on in turn 2 in almost every game. And we have
Hmm.
plenty of powerful stuff to play turn 3 after that. And we have powerful stuff for those cards to sing after that. So like our curve actually, we're doing very strong things against most of the meta. I think the card that like makes it super viable is Muses. So like Muses is like normally a deck like this would struggle super hard into a meta with 1 to 2 aggro decks that are in the top 4. But Muses is just like this like insane card that you can play that turn 4, sing a song, and still have one ink left to play another song to bounce something else. And it's a
Hmm.
huge tempo swing they can do versus aggro. You just have to draw it into on turn 4 in the aggro matchups, which doesn't always happen, but
Oh, absolutely, man. Well, I do appreciate you, man. I do think you're one of the top players of the game, and just having you out here experimenting with this thing to kind of lead the charge, I think it's going to be very important for the community. So if you guys are still out here watching this, and you got set champs coming up, and you want to try something that's not necessarily going to be on brand, and maybe throw your adversaries for a loop, maybe get into the ink decks. They will be posted shortly after this match, and you can see what Sky is cooking here, and you can also see what Win is cooking, and maybe you can put those ideas together, come up with your own strategies, take those things to set champs, have a good time out there playing with it. But gentlemen, I thought it was an incredible match. I'm glad you guys finished in time. Okay, we do have a decisive
Yes.
winner for the match. It unfortunately wasn't you this time to win. It was going to be Sky who's going to be Steel. I think you're undefeated here in the ICL going forward. I think I want to say you're continuing your streak on.
three
But we're
three
going to
zero
let
I
you
think
guys
now.
go to start celebrating with your teams. I'll kick it over to you. I'll kick it over to you, Nguyen, first. You want to give some special shout outs or anything you want to say? You have the floor.
oh man, dude, shout out to the ICL like community. It's always been great to play on here. Shout out to my
Mhm.
team, of course, and then shout out to my sponsor, Supernova.
Absolutely. Supernova in the building. Okay, we'll kick it on over to you, Mr. Skyler. Sky, blue, green, no more pregnant women. We have warded Atlanteans, dude. Let's go.
Absolutely. I got one shout out, and it's my boy Steven. Steven or Gargaroth. He got me on this list. He he cooked up. He was playing stuff like Pete's and a bunch of manners. I just had to kick those out, but overall the list was super spicy. So shout
Let's
out
go.
to him.
Absolutely, absolutely, and also I got to shout out Lorcana Villain, who's still up and active in the chat, cheering on the squad.
Crushing it.
You guys got the dub, and you're going to move on very highly placed in the ICL, going into the all important round number 4. But gentlemen, I want to say thank you both for your participation and your showmanship, and thank you guys for being here, man. And hopefully we'll see more of you both in the following rounds.
Absolutely, same to you, JDZ. Thank you.
Peace,
Thank
peace,
you.
peace. All right, all right, all
Crushed
right.
it. Crushed
And that
it.
is, I think we got there, man. I think we got a good night. I think it was a great show. Still,
That was
even though we
fantastic.
had a lot of draws, we're gonna hop back into the booth there, Breezinator, if I can
Jump back
find
in.
it.
Just gonna jump back in.
If
Get
I
back
can
into
find
the
it.
action here. We
If
don't need
I
to find
can.
it. It's okay.
And
The team that
oh, how about that? How about now? Can you hear me?
ultimate double.
Maybe.
Hey yo.
I lost you.
It's all good. It's all good. As we get into some action, I was just here to shout out that incredible, amazing human being that is your Lorcana Villain. We all have to acknowledge his creation of this team and getting another dub. Kind of getting closer to that immersive, the all elusive playoff spot. And
You had it
the
there.
draws are going to shake things up though. So
Okay.
round 4 is going to matter for these teams because those 2 draws are going to move things around a little bit for the villain club themselves. So it's tough.
Okay. Absolutely,
They're
absolutely.
losing.
But Breezy, any shout outs you want to give? Oh
Like,
my god.
why do you
Oh
have so
my
many ties?
God. Oh my god. I gotta get out. Yo, Habibi, I wasn't ready. First of all, Habibi,
The ghost
Luke,
of Habibi
can we
has
get
risen.
Habibi on the screen real quick? Can we get Habibi on the screen?
He's on the
Okay.
stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
A lot of ties.
Why
had
does
a lot of
Habibi have so
time.
many ties? And
Because he did
more
this.
behind you.
He did this. This like the ties.
The king of the king of the tie.
He wore 2 ties, and then what happened?
Why does Habibi? Can you please answer? Can you hear me? Can Habibi hear us out here?
I don't know. He might be
I'm
getting
losing blood circulation to my brain, so I don't.
How,
Yeah,
Habibi, how many ties do you own?
Yes.
Because she's got
All
more
right.
behind you as well.
Yes.
This is absurd and ridiculous.
Day
I
of
will
tie
say.
situation.
But you're banned from the ICL if you didn't know.
Yeah, it's kind of
I have to
unfortunate.
make one last showing.
This is it. You're
Make it
done. So
count.
hopefully, hey,
Why
go and
is
say
he
your final
banned?
words.
Habibi's on a band tour in Lorcana spaces
Hey,
right now.
let's kick it on over to Habibi real quick. Hey, Habibi, hey, say your last words before you rest in his, dude. We'll pack watch Habibi up out of here. You're done, dude. You'll never work in this town again. But seriously.
Man. 2 draws. None of them, like, you would think it would be like a sapphire mirror. Nah, none of that was that. It ended up a little different, but the ties are going to get things crazy. I think we're going to get into a point where these teams are a little bit of fall action, even though Lorcana Villain Club won, that didn't really do much in the win category.
Absolutely. Can we get the deck list up? Let's get those deck lists
I
pulled
was
up.
like, I
Let's see
should
what we have.
probably.
I'm geysered up for these deck lists.
I did. I was gonna eat an Uncrustable if there was a decisive win, but it didn't feel decisive.
It didn't feel decisive enough. I got one in my pocket. It's gonna sit
I
here.
know. I have one in my pocket too because I was trying to thaw it. If we're gonna be honest,
Can you one shot that? Can you take it down?
I don't
the right
know.
way?
And
It's not that hard.
It's not
Well,
that
you
hard.
You act like you've done it recently.
So, like, in the ICL general chat, you guys are killing me with the commentary. In the ICL general chat, I sent a picture of all my ties, and I'm like, I'll wear this if all 3 games go to a tie. And you guys are like, it's gonna be a tie. So I like put everything on, and they're like, oh, I take everything off.
Okay.
Oh, we gotta tell a story here. Okay.
I mean, the blue green mirror typically goes long in the tooth. There, that's typically a long match.
It went
And
long.
If it had gone to a game 3, that would have for sure gone to a tie.
All right, all the deck lists are uploaded now on the Dreamboard.
I'm
Can
geysered
we-
up for these lists.
Can we pull up can we pull up the winning deck list from the round? Can we
The
pull up
only
Sky's deck
winner?
list here?
Oh, you're gonna make me do so much work. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Nope, we're doing it. You
I was
asked
doing
for it.
Now
Don't worry about
but it's good. This is the perfect post-show opportunity to talk about these deck lists. We didn't even get to ask him about he's a tramp because he didn't get to play
He
it.
didn't get to play it. I want to say that he's a tramp pop. I think it might just be a song that Tipo can sing just you have Tipo singing stuff bouncing
What
with
is
music.
what does He's the Tramp do?
He gives a strength to, or he gives one
each character.
one strength for each character to a guy.
Yeah.
For each character you haven't played.
Iago target too.
And also it probably can help with locations too.
Yeah.
I think they're cooking.
It's not bad. Get it, because Tramp's ability on Tramp is fantastic. Giving that as a song, not that bad.
I don't hate it. I don't
There you
hate it.
go.
Here's the
You gotta
deck.
look at it.
Here's the deck right here. Check it out, guys. What do you guys think?
Gone.
So we're only playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters, all maxed out. So that's 20 if my math's correct. 20 characters and 40 actions. Let me tell you about a card I know named Pete, games referee. Okay.
This is what Lorcana should be. Okay. All right. This is going to be our first debate.
Whether
Maybe
the game should end or not.
But like,
I gotta take off these guys if I'm gonna be debating people.
You gotta be able to breathe, man.
You're back.
Having too many decks are just like 95% characters. No, give me the decks that play 20 less characters. This is what Magic is like. It's not a bunch of characters. It's a bunch of cool actions that do stuff and some characters. It's just
disagree.
Give
me big beefy boys. Give me
all
all
characters.
characters.
I mean,
give me all characters.
Oops, all
You're just
characters.
begging for a B prep there, Wonder.
This deck is begging for a repeating, dude. A repeat.
Yeah.
Your cheeks are going to be violated, dude. You're going to be so sad. You're going to be violated.
Get bent if you get beated.
I feel like one difference is like Sky's deck is he's like a ramp version. I'm wanting that same deck, but I want all the cards to cost 2 or 3 or less. So like, sure, you can play Pete on turn 3. I only have 2 cards left. I've developed like 3 characters and I've played like 2 songs. I've cantripped. I've done some Cindy stuff. Like that's what I want to see. I want to see low tempo base decks. I don't want to see tempo curve, right? I don't want to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drop curve every game. That's not the kind of gameplay I enjoy. That's more of like a slugfest. I want to see some tempo things where you're like playing impactful cards and like answering what they have, not like who can quest faster or like my character gets like. I don't want to challenge. I want to play actions to answer your characters. That's what I want to do.
Okay, I can respect that. I can respect that take. That's a
So I
W
play Steel
take.
Song.
That's a W take. Give yourself a little bit more flexibility. But all in all, I thought that round of ICL was still quite cool, even though there were a ton of draws. I thought the matches were still great. I watched them all and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it vigorously. I don't know. Thoughts? What do you guys think about that match? Katie? Katie got the sad face. You're saying no?
It was rough. I had here's the thing. I don't like Sapphire Emerald. I think it is a wiener deck. I think it is a lot. It is.
Do I need to bring up the hot dogs again?
Yeah, it's just a deck where
Wieners,
like,
guys are dumb.
I don't know. It just feels like a deck where it's like, hey, do you like suffering? Well, we're both gonna suffer, and I just for what? Like, I don't. You know, there's decks where I don't know. I don't care for it, and if I see my opponent play it, I'm gonna go. Yeah. I'm gonna say.
Wiener.
Have good luck. Have fun.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say it in a way where you're like, also JDZ, I was going to say, man, it's kind of dark where you are. Then I remembered, I was like, oh, it's too soon. He lost everything in the war. He lost everything in the war.
Come on.
I know.
On,
but I'm so glad you have your microphone and you have headphones and you have.
I have the headphones. I have a microphone. And I have my
shirt.
ICL shirt. Look at that.
ICL shirt.
You need to like open
I got
Amazon.
some Raw Gaston. Okay.
You need to open a very bright
founders.
website on one of your extra browsers. On
Let's
like
do
the
it.
extra monitor, you just
Let's do
pop up Amazon, so it's all bright. Maybe
Let's
that'll
see.
lighten you up.
I just go like a white screen. Let's see. Just a white screen. Just click on a pure, just a straight up full screen of white, a white thing there.
Just get the color.
There it is. How's that? Did that help?
That did help a little, actually.
A little bit.
I'm gonna go double white screen, dude. Just to bring that back. There
Like,
it
I
is.
don't
So
know
back.
you. Although
We're
you
so
might have to
back.
take your glasses off. Now he can't see at all.
I'm good. I don't need
This is
them.
really good, guys. This is really good.
We're cooking.
He's like
man.
blinking like I can't see.
No, I'm good. And I got because this is the overhead light. Maybe if I turn it off and just get super, now I'll be blacked out in here. Or lower the green screen and put my background lights up. Maybe that'll
Do
help.
it. It's the after show.
I did the Illuminati TCG, so the entire team, I assume, huddled around a computer. I always like it when the team have like their own little, because I just imagine they're all like, let's chat. But anyway, said I was examining it, and did you know there's 10 grams of protein in an Uncrustable? So
Peanut butter. Yeah. Yeah.
So if anything, it's a health food.
Gain City. Just don't eat the bread. We're good.
There we go.
Just don't eat the bread.
Are we
The
back?
jelly.
Are we back?
I think so.
What do you mean? Were we gone? Oh wow, you look really healthy. You look kind of like yeah, this is good. You're doing good.
Are we
You
still
probably
back?
put your glasses on. If
We
you
never
wanted.
left.
Look at that. Look at that. I probably can't stay for too terribly long because I do have to go take care of some business and check on my.
Well, tell us your story of
The
how
Uncrustable
amazing
detox.
the end of your weekend was.
Oh my gosh, dude. Well, it starts with a dream. Okay, it starts with a dream. I'll tell my whole tale. I didn't get a chance to stream today, and I was going to tell this story on my own stream. But you know what? I'm gonna tell the story here because it's something that
You do
happened, and I
both.
want to share this with everyone. Okay. Fortunately, I had the fortunate pleasure and honor of going down to the Lucky Llama this weekend
Bless you.
and provide
Bless
some
up.
broadcasting for a tournament. And again, huge shout out to the Sharp Gaming Institute down there, and the Lucky Llama team. It was a phenomenal tournament. Okay, I don't know if you guys had a chance to watch that Twitch, but the VOD is going to be out soon. I'm gonna send over to Forbidden Now. They're gonna cut it up, and it was a great experience, man. I loved it a lot. But on the way there, okay, shout out to me. Okay, I'm a Delta card carrying member. I'll show the card. Don't dox my card here. Let me see if I can.
Don't show.
Like
I'm
your
gonna cover-
credit card?
Our Harry, see, I'm gonna cover it up so you guys can't see.
Yo,
right.
hey yo, get the numbers. Hey yo.
I'm gonna show you guys this.
Be taking the
But
picture.
they don't just pass these out, okay? They don't just pass these out. I'm a Delta Sky Miles Honors Gold member, okay?
Yeah.
That means I'm dedicated to the cause. I'm Team Delta. If I'm picking a flight, I'll pay more just to get on Delta and fly.
I get you.
Not anymore.
Tell me why these yahoos on the way in, they hook your boy up with a 30-minute connection. Okay, my plane gets delayed, and I got to run through Minneapolis Airport, which is 2.5 miles. They drop me off at gate A4, okay, and I got to go to F13. Trains down, walking runways are down, and I'm
No
sprinting
way, the
airport.
train and the escalators.
my
It's
What?
all down. And I'm
The airport.
mind you, I got 200 pounds worth of studio equipment that I'm lugging through this thing.
Right.
Get cooked, have to end up staying in Minnesota. They don't compensate me, whatever. Okay. Make it to the event. We hook it up, had a phenomenal event. Got a chance to meet a lot of people from the community. Everyone showed up. The event was spectacular. We got some Uncrustables in the thing. It was a whole vibe. Energy was magnetic. Time to go home. And I'm like, certainly they're not going to cook me again. Certainly they're not going to cook me again. I load all my bags. I go to the airport and I have my 2 bags. You're authorized by Delta, especially as a Sky Delta Club member. You're getting 2 bags onto the airplane. I don't check bags because I have 2 big ass bags that I can just carry onto the thing. Right? I get to this airplane and they say, hey, sir, that second bag is too big. You got to check it at the gate. And I'm like, cool. Hey, if I give you this bag, are you sure I'm going to get it back? I tell the lady just like that. She's like, of course, you're going to get it back. Excellent. I get off the plane in Minneapolis again for the second time because I go to connect to Minneapolis. I go talk to the lady at the counter. I'm like, hey, I had to gate check my bag. Are you sure it's going to be at Seattle? She's like, sir, for sure it's going to be at Seattle. My dumb ass is down at the baggage claim at Seattle, and I'm standing there watching the wheel just spin around the circle, going around. Where's my bag? Everyone's come and gone. The machine has stopped. The lights are turning off. Everyone's leaving. I got no bags. I walk over to the thing. I'm like, hey, where's my bag? Sir, we don't know. Okay, so this has all my camera equipment, all my lights, all the cords and cables and doodads and flim flams and all the crap you need to make the Quest World Studio come alive. Is all in that bag, and it's all gone forever. Who knows when I'm ever going to get back? So we're going through all the gamuts, running all the stuff. I probably got to talk to production right now to see if any new information has come up, but that's where we're at. So.
Like whenever I have to do the check, they say like, oh, and then when you get off the plane, just wait on the little bridge, and then they bring it back to you.
That's
like,
that's usually what you do, but they said no, it's going to go.
Oh, they're like, get out.
They said go, and I had no choice because it's another 20 as I'm landing. The next plane's already boarding.
Oh,
there's no time.
Yeah, that was the one that you were like, I got 5 minutes.
It was never going to make it. Already just because of the time it takes to get to that connection. So I should have known better. But if I'd have missed it, I would have had to stay in Minneapolis again. They would just cook me. So it was a lose-lose situation. I didn't know what to do, man. So I was just assuming that maybe it would just get delayed a day, and then I'll get it the next day. No chance. Cook, get wrecked, Bozo. Rest in his. We'll see.
does
Back
feel-
watch ADZ.
It feels
Yeah.
like something happened. Like, did you last time you were on a Delta flight leave a lot of crumbs on the floor or something?
I don't think so, man. I really don't think. I don't know what I did to Delta, but they still got my heart. I've had more good experiences with Delta.
Wow.
I'm a loyal consumer, man.
That was crazy. That was not the
No.
decision I thought.
I'm loyal, dude.
Never
I'm loyal.
again, JDZ. Never
Scratch
again.
What am I gonna do with all those Sky Miles, Luke? I can't waste them.
Use them
Damn,
all.
I
You
got-
use them and then you drop them. You don't
might be
pay.
what I
You don't
do.
give them another dime. You just
That might be
use
what I
them.
do.
That's what I did with Sprint. They really got me out of like $3,000 because they added 2 things to my account without telling me. Right when like my account was supposed to drop in price and I didn't realize because it was like the same price.
Mhm.
And then I complained and they're like, "We'll give you $600 in credit." I'm like, "Bro, you stole $3,000 from me for something I had never used." You can look back on all of it. I didn't use whatever the stupid program was he signed me up for. They're like $600. So I used it to pay my bill and then turned it off the moment I ran out.
Yeah.
I think there's $30 in Sprint money I still have, but I'm like, no, I don't care. I'm not giving you a dime of my money again. And that's how you deal with crappy corporations until you run out of crappy corporations to burn. And then-
That might be the plan. That might be the
Keep
plan. But
running
I'm
out.
telling you, have you guys ever been to a Delta Sky Lounge in the airport? Okay,
must
they
be
have
really
showers
nice.
in there.
How
Okay,
did? When
they're
are you
really
ever able to
great.
go to
American
the Sky
Express
Club?
one. Go to the American
You're
Express
running
one.
from
really
airplane
great.
to airplane.
I'm saying, yeah, when they cook me, but when you go to the airport, like when you just get to kick it at the lounge,
Yeah.
when you're not Usain Bolting through the airport, it's pretty nice.
I mean, I
Free
don't ever
appetizers?
make.
Yeah, you
I
got
try
free
not to
all
ever
kind of
have a
free
layover
food.
for more
They have
than
a whole legitimate restaurant there, man. It's
Got
really nice.
draft sometimes. 8
Yeah,
a.m. draft is crazy work.
Yeah, they have all that money because they steal people's production equipment and sell
That's
it
what
on
it is.
eBay.
Yeah.
I agree. But I had to go out.
On
and
that
buy
note, I would like to announce I have a fresh setup I just purchased.
Mm-hmm.
A new can setup.
Yeah, so I
Got it
have all
on,
this new stuff. I had to go out and buy new gear. 'Cause I'm not going
Seattle
to stop.
Craigslist.
You know, we're not going to just
Minneapolis
quit.
Craigslist.
I'm not gonna just quit. Come on now, that's crazy. But that was me. That was my weekend. But seriously though, it was a phenomenal weekend.
But then I got my
great.
stuff taken away.
Except for that, missing a flight, getting laid over into Minneapolis, didn't even get a chance to go to the Mall of America, didn't get a chance to really do anything.
That's messed up.
Didn't get a chance to explore downtown Arkansas, which I mean,
Oh,
I was looking
no.
forward to it.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to it. I was looking forward to hanging out at an Arkansas Walmart. I mean, that's the hometown of Walmart. Come on now, I really had that
When's the
on my
next time
things
you're
to
coming
do
to the
list.
Midwest.
I was fully prepared to go to Walmart on that Thursday
In
night.
Arkansas.
That's
Well,
that's the
you-
hometown.
You're gonna
That's-
stop by the Airbnb, get some grub. I mean, that's the secret. A lot of people don't
Yeah.
realize it, but you're supposed to go grocery shopping the first day
Yeah.
when you're going to DLCs and stuff. Otherwise, you're going to be spending a bunch of money on
Mm-hmm.
breakfast, on coffee. Like these Airbnbs, most of them have coffee makers, although I don't know if I'd drink out of them. Buy a $15, $5 coffee maker from Walmart. Throw it away or return it. Depends on your morality. I mean, you're good for the weekend. I remember Garrick joking about buying a PS5 to play Marvel over the weekend and returning it before he went home.
Crazy.
I like
It is
that.
crazy behavior.
That's insane behavior.
Smart. What the?
I like
I
that.
bought an
Buy
air
and
mattress for one of
return.
them. I bought an air mattress for Las Vegas DLC.
Did you
Just
return
so
it
I
before you went home?
figure out how to sleep. No, I put it back into my luggage.
Oh, nice.
I don't bring enough luggage for an air mattress, that's for sure.
And then they lost the luggage.
They lost.
Air mattress is gone.
All right, Rascal, did you have any events this weekend, or was your weekend uneventful?
I went to a 1K out here in Central Illinois, and a lot of the guys from BSG came down. There was like the Rules of Villainy, I think, ended up streaming it for us. And I took Otto's advice to heart and simply said I can play a heavier control into my Ruby Sapphire list because aggro really doesn't exist in the meta right now.
Yes,
There
it
were
does.
4 aggro decks at that tournament, and I bounced 3 of them.
And I bet it was in the losers bracket, so you kept playing against the aggro decks that were losing because it's not a good deck to play.
Well, no, because one of them was one of the members of VSG who made it to top 8 on
Okay.
Amber Steel aggro. And then my play-in match to make top 8 was against Amber Amethyst Hyper Aggro, and then there was a random like it was Amber Steel aggro, but it was like Chernobog, like discard yourself with Simba and Mulan type beat, and it was interesting in like the middle of the tier there, but like it was
What is that?
yeah,
What
it
is-
didn't
what is
work the
good?
way he was hoping, but you know,
Damn.
it was interesting.
So you're saying you didn't do well after playing all 4 aggro lists?
Yeah, pretty much. My matchups were the mirror, 2 red purples, and 3 aggro lists. So I went 3-3 on the day.
Did you learn a lesson?
Yeah, put human Sisu back in.
There you go. There you go.
Aggro is real.
Did you play anything this weekend, Dakota?
Did not. About 2 weeks ago, my wife and I had a child. So
Oh, congrats.
on
Surprised
base.
you're even able to do this.
Yeah, here I am.
Congrats, man. Is that your first one?
Yeah.
First one, yeah. Little
go.
Lucille.
Let's go,
amazing.
man. That's such a huge
That's
momentous
nice.
achievement, man. Getting the first one out of the way.
Some of
Are
us
you gonna have
become
more?
DLC winners. Some of us become dads, and I feel like
I did
dad's a better
both.
title here.
There you go.
You
There
did
go.
both.
Flex much.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm not trying
Yeah.
to one up you a week after
Yeah,
having
he's
a
like,
child.
Wow! Wow!
Oh, yo, that's
And then he's gone.
He said skill diff.
That's definitely a huge milestone, man. I think you're gonna enjoy. Are you gonna have more? Or is that it? Or are you guys done?
Yeah, I think we'll probably have more. I don't know. It's only 2 weeks in. We'll see.
Hey, man, you gotta make that
Gotta
decision
play it
now
out a little
because
bit here.
you really
I
got
have more?
after the first one goes down. You're probably like, I don't know, because it gets
Dude,
pretty
I
hard.
knew we weren't having any more after halfway through the pregnancy.
Yeah, that's dope, man. That's dope. I like it. I like
We
it.
did
I like
have
it.
a 1K in Michigan though, and it was double blurple as the top 2,
Mm.
or as I like to call it, Saphethist. It's not catching on yet.
That's not
Yeah,
working,
that-
dude.
It's
That's
not
working.
good. That's why.
Speaking of, can we please stop calling it Bleen? That makes me viscerally
Good.
uncomfortable.
Okay.
Good.
Well, wait
Okay.
till you hear what.
Blue.
That makes you
I
uncomfortable.
mean,
Yeah.
That's
have you
annoying.
seen the deck?
No, but wait till you hear what B squared calls it, and then we'll feel better.
I think B Squared is off of that now. I did get a chance to meet B Squared. He was down in the Lucky Llama this weekend. He was playing as a player. Yeah, he topped the tournament.
All
He
right.
got all the way to the
Yeah,
top
with
8.
the good old 3, 1, and 3.
I look back. It was 4 and 0, or 3, 4, 3. So
403,
Oh.
which
yeah,
Okay, that's
'cause
much
I think
better.
yeah.
Yeah.
because I
Still,
think-
3 rounds of intentional draws. Something with that event was done wrong. I don't know
Right.
what necessarily. It was either the cut to top 16, which is probably what it was.
That's what it
should have
was.
just been a
That's
cut to top 8,
or another round of Swiss should have happened.
or possibly another round of Swiss.
Yeah.
Habibi, did you do anything this weekend?
we had a 3K at ETB.
Ooh,
So that was pretty fun. We had like Dale Bolito, 9001, the recognizable names. Obviously, our team ETB, and a lot of other like big names. So that was fun. I made top 8, but it was like possibly the most stressful. We split in top 8,
Nice.
but it was possibly the most stressful like run up there because like I walked in and I was super happy because there was only 4 red blue players, and I'm like, this is beautiful. This is like the dream. And guess what my first 4 rounds were?
I was gonna say, did you pull a Rascal Adams and play the
Pretty
matches
much.
you didn't want to play?
It was 3 out of 4 of the red blue players I played, and then I was just like, "Are you kidding me right now?" So like, I just grinded through. Notably, I played one game where I ran the math on it, and it's ridiculous. But I played 7 of my 8 aerials hit.
Nice.
You know the stat line on that in a 20 song deck? Like it's ridiculous. But
So they hit or they miss?
They missed. Sorry,
I was
they
about to
missed,
say you said they hit. I was like, that's
no,
awesome.
they missed.
Oh damn.
That is like horrible luck. Anyways, that's how the day went. I want to bring this into the topic, but we'll do it after this. But like, what are your thoughts on like splitting in Top Cut? Because like, I was like the only one there. that
Lock
didn't wanna
the
do it.
doors.
yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, I have kids, I have a wife, I have a
No,
family,
not
and I'm like,
tonight.
oh,
That family ain't coming
home.
Was it on a Sunday or a Saturday?
It was on a Sunday, but still,
Okay,
like,
yeah.
You gotta
but
split on a
still.
Sunday. You gotta split on a
All
Sunday.
right.
I'm so
Why
sorry.
did you
Alright.
even have the tournament
I
if you were
feel
like, I
like
need to
this
go
is.
home?
that's what
This
I
is-
said. They're like, I have D&D. I won't say
Yeah,
the
it's
name.
like,
Pandemonium Heart.
you knew there was a tournament.
He's like, I have D&D. I'm like, why the hell are you here then? Like,
All right, I learned a lesson very young,
Uh-oh.
and my opponent was like, "Let's prize split will each get half a box. And I was young and stupid and was like, no, I want a whole box. And I promptly got O2'd and lost. And I was like, you know what?
Oh,
I should
yeah.
probably accept price splits.
But then
and
you knew
not
you were
be
a
a rude
loser.
person, because all these people did that. And then since then, and this was literally over a decade ago, almost 2 decades ago, I made this. It was the Invasion pre-release. Someone else in chat can tell me when that was. That was how long ago this was. All right. And since then, I have almost always accepted price. I have to either be trying to get my buddy in to top 8 because they're like, I'm either dream crushing or I'm splitting. Like, if you don't play enough to understand how good the 3-0 or 4-0 double split get lunch break is, like, if you haven't done that once or twice, then you don't understand intentional draws. If you've never gotten into a top 8 after 10 rounds of gameplay and been like, sure, I'll take a guaranteed 250 instead of fighting my butt off for an extra $150 with the chance of losing most of it, you should be taking the split. People who want you to play out, that's a lot of money on the line. You're just giving it away. You have to there is variance in the game, and now I'll let everyone else.
Because you're wrong. Because at the end of the day,
discussion. Me versus all of you. Go.
No, if it's streamed, I think people should play it out. Because I think it's so unsatisfying to watch a tournament all day, and people are like, it's been a real long day, and I'm like, yeah, but it was scheduled. It's not like you were like, I didn't know we were gonna play all day. That's crazy. So that's my first thing. It's like, I just think that, if you care about the people who showed up and watch, just play.
Sorry, go ahead, Kay.
But I guess at the end of the day, I guess if you are a winner, you have the right to say and go home. But
I say if the tournament is on a Saturday, play it out. If it's on a Sunday, split it out. Just get it done. That's my thing. First of all, I don't think you should be
to respond to chat. Lunch breaks are terrible. All right,
I disagree with that. I will say I'll because on a Sunday you got to understand that sometimes these tournaments are never close to anything, and you got to drive multiple hours sometimes to get back home. A lot of the times, and I just would hate that if someone
on Saturdays.
If someone is staying. Well, on Saturday, I think you could, in theory, get a hotel or something. In theory, theoretically, because people have to go back to work on that Monday. So if you're staying up late playing, and I would hate if someone say, "Hey, I got so fatigued, I couldn't finish, and I wrecked my car or something because we stayed late to play this tournament. We could have ended it."
I'm gonna play devil's advocate then on that point. There's people that traveled from Ottawa, from a faraway place for the non-Canadians that traveled from a faraway place,
Nova Scotia.
3 hours. Yeah. Sure.
Newfoundland, dude.
Antarctica.
Prince William's Island, dude. I don't know. That sounds like a Canadian place. I don't know.
Calgary.
But these people traveled a long way, and one person notably said, and I feel like I'm such a coward for not giving this guy the chance, but he literally said, the only reason I traveled this far today is so that I can get a chance to play against good players. So now I'm gonna rip that away from this person that made the trip, took hours out of their day and booked something with their family because Joe Schmo wants to play another game later, or they want to go see their kids and their family and their wife.
I mean, I don't think you were taking away the ability of him playing against good players, Habibi.
Yeah.
I told him he can add me. We can play Lorcana.
Shots fired.
Or just play.
Hey, yo.
Hey, what's that? What's that?
Hey, yo. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
bro, you're just here to cause drama. You're just taking shots. Who's next?
But I will say to Luke's point, I was at the Lucky Llama this weekend again, and we had not one, but there were 2 food breaks in this tournament, and I was like, one is cool. I could give you one. I'll support one. I'm not giving you 2. Let's cut that all the way. They took 2.
If we're gonna do a lunch break, do not do it after a round or 2. Do it till round 3 or 4, so more people have left, right?
Right.
I don't want to take a lunch break at 1-1 or 1-2 with my back against the wall, go eat lunch, come back and lose again, and then leave. No, I would have rather lost, left, and then gone out to eat with my buddies without a time constraint.
I agree.
You only deserve food if you won and you can draw.
Exactly. You want to eat, win your first 3 rounds, double draw into top 8, and then you can afford a lunch break too.
That's it.
I was listening. I was team Luke and Habibi all the way up until I heard until
second one
until I heard Snobby during the podcast that he came on, he did a podcast with Zan in Germany the other day. Well done, Snobby. Absolute.
Snobby likes lunch breaks, I think.
Absolute icon. You know what I'm saying? You guys know who Snobby is. But I was like, dude, eat lunch. Dude, what are you talking about? You get them crusties and you smash a crusty and you keep it moving. And eating is a skill expression. You have to learn how to manage your calories and also manage your skills and keep the tournament moving. Eat and graze on the move and play the damn tournament. Don't be sitting here taking lunch breaks. What's that all about? Grind. It's grind.
Can we talk about Katie like
is that
down when he said manage calories?
Is that what Snobby said?
It smells so
No, Snobby didn't say that. Snobby says, hey, we had the opportunity to do something different and let's get away from those old ideas of thinking, because think about it. You got children playing this game. You got people who've never played TCGs playing before. Let's get rid of that and let's give people a lunch break to make sure people are playing at their best and not grinding. And let's actually play the game the right way. And I was like, you know what? I completely changed. He actually changed my perspective, and I was like, that makes a lot more sense.
But 2? You want 2 of them things?
You're not getting 2. Let's cut that out.
I do think it's about being realistic.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Katie.
No, I was just gonna say it's about being realistic about, like, you know, who is the audience there? Because some people are like, there might be kids. I'm like, but there are physically no children in this room. Like, we do that sometimes at my league. They're like, we have to do best of one because, like, kids. I'm like, there are no children here. Yeah. So like, I think sometimes people are like, this is a family game. We got to go home. And so yeah, read the room. You know, do people want to have lunch? Because sometimes like between Top Cut and like not, they'll be like, we gotta go to lunch because
dude, if
like, well, do they want to?
Can eat 6,000 calories between each round, then everyone else can afford to at least consume 500 calories every few rounds.
Built different though. He's got that fanny pack.
I casted a 1.5K here in Michigan, and what they did was they just gave us a refreshment break, is what they called it. It was just like an extra 10 minutes between a round, which was really nice, so that everybody could like grab protein bars and eat as many Uncrustables as they could shove into their face. And then at the Top Cut, they ordered pizza for everybody. That was like part of your buy-in, which was awesome. And then when we got to the top 4, they split, but everybody there decided that, hey, we're here for the stream, and they played it out for the rest of the time, which was awesome. And I recommend everybody does that. Like, give a refreshment break of 10 minutes between some of the rounds somewhere, and then do the Top Cut pizza thing.
You know, while you're doing deck checks, while your staff
do deck checks,
while your staff's conducting deck checks, that's a great time to do a lunch break.
Get yourself
yes,
5-pack Fit Crunch protein bars. It's $6.98 at Walmart right now. You can get it. It's 190 calories, 4 grams of sugar. Go crazy, get jacked. 19
pizza what took down the world class cards though? Like, didn't Little Caesars absolutely destroy the world class cards?
Well, first of all, don't eat Little Caesars. We're not going to get sponsored by them. That's okay. I don't want their sponsorship.
Wow.
I had like half of a Little Caesars pizza while I was at World Class myself. It wasn't the Little Caesars.
Okay.
It was like an actual team dinner that they went to. That
they had more. They're like, at our team dinner we are not talking.
I liked it more when we
Caesars.
blamed Little Caesars.
I thought that was fun.
I mean,
restaurant.
Listen,
come on,
I would normally agree, but like that's always been my go-to struggle meal. So like I rep Little Caesars.
Little Caesars and CC's pizza were there for me when I was down bad. When I was down horrendous.
What is
that fought out hot and fresh, dude, hot and ready, got me through some very bad times, dude. And I'm telling you right now, I always respect Little Caesars for that. But now I'm up. I don't need to be eating Little Caesars. I'm not gonna lie.
Whose cat is absolutely just wailing?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that you could hear her.
I love it because it's just a cat going like, and it's just so good, and it's not loud.
She has separation anxiety. I'm sorry.
Let her in.
Get her in here.
Let her in. Get her on stream.
2 seconds.
Yeah, this is a cat-friendly stream.
All right, I want to know, Aaron, what is a Fit Crunch?
I just said it.
I didn't hear you.
I literally sold the whole thing. I was like $6.98, 5 packs.
What?
I don't believe them. They're Robert Irvine, and I don't believe that they're real.
They are so good.
Okay.
They are so good.
But what is it?
So it's just like it's basically it's by Robert Irvine, Chef Robert Irvine, who's like kind of like Gordon Ramsay's buffer,
but
brother.
Jacked.
Yeah,
Wait.
and so they're really good, but I think they're a scam. There's no way that they're that good. Like I think Bear Bells, I trust Bear Bells. Fit Crunch, I don't trust. There's something weird about it.
Have you not looked at
you can get the Nature Valley protein bars for way cheaper.
Yeah, but those are not protein bars. They're bars that tout protein.
There's bars of peanut butter.
Their macros are really off, man.
I can't remember which ones I ate when I was on keto, but they were like a wafer
Oh,
candy
God.
bar, and I
What
gave
keto?
that was my like treat. I ate one of those a day, and well, those and like 3 Coke Zeros. Kitty cat.
Yay! I'm so happy. I couldn't believe
Don't tempt Luke, please. Oh my goodness, he's gonna transform to try to
half of you would leave if I swapped to a cat. So
trauma bond.
Plus, I don't want to accidentally voice change. I had no idea that happened, so like
Yeah,
I'm
I
afraid to
believe
put the
that
cat
for
on
sure.
because then it'll voice change again.
I thought I was hallucinating. I thought I was seeing things.
It's such a little kitty.
I know. Is that a baby?
No, she is 4 years old.
Oh,
I don't know
wow.
how she stayed
Do
so
you
small.
feed her?
I do. I feed her twice a day. I don't know how she's this small.
I think she could afford to be a grazer. Just put like
that's a-
5 servings on the plate. Let her eat until she dies.
Well, if I do that, she eats way too fast and then she throws up everywhere.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Cat
Well,
puke.
she's bulimic. That's why she's
Yeah,
fat.
yeah.
Oh.
But her name is Toga for all of the My Hero fans out there.
Oh, I love that very much.
When I first adopted her, her name was Tigger, and nobody realized that she
changed her
was in fact a
name.
girl. So I was like, Toga's close enough, and I'm a big old weeaboo. So you know.
Okay. Are
What
you
is that
going to
for-
Japan?
what
Are you
show is
learning?
that?
My Hero Academia. I
Are you-
also,
are you
for the
learning
fans
Jap-
at home, have a Hawks tattoo underneath my little
Let's go.
Gen Con bracelet.
Oh, heck yeah.
He's a number 3 hero, right?
Rascal,
Yeah.
do you want to tell us what this is?
Oh yeah, that was the playmat that my buddy designed for our 1K that we did for this weekend. So there was one that's a champion, one that just didn't have it and only had the store logo and our local team's name on it. And then they also made one for themselves as like an artist signature. So everybody voted, and we all decided that the Powerline playmat was the one that we wanted. And so
It's not Powerline though.
well,
That's
Max
I guess
Goof
kind
in
of
the
is.
Powerline
It's
fit.
playing. If they don't add this franchise to this game, I might quit. There it is.
Yeah, best villain.
Yeah, I love her. She's the
is that?
greatest. This is Toga.
The only announcement they're gonna make on the 6th is Powerline is coming.
Oh,
That's
I'd
crazy.
be
I'd be
okay with
lit.
that.
I'd be
I'd be
lit.
so
I'd
down.
be so fine with
okay.
that. I'd be so fine with that.
It'll
If
be
they
great
go-
for like 2 days.
If everyone's like, what do you guys? I mean, I'm sure everyone's pretty over the moon. I'm excited about the announcement. Hopefully, it's something cool in there that's going to happen. You guys stay tuned. May 6th, Disney is going to drop something on us. If they say, "Hey guys, we want to let you guys know that there's
Disney
nothing
coming.
going to be happening," but Ranger Jafar, we're bringing Powerline to this thing. Here he is, right here, and shut it off. I'm lit. We're so back, dude. That's it.
It's gonna be like
I don't know. I don't know about
this
that.
video. Jafar's gonna be like opening some portal to the future, and like Max is gonna slide out of the portal in the Powerline outfit, singing. I can't remember the name of the song. But one of
Eye to
Eye.
Eye
They
to Eye or
got
something
two
like
hits
that.
in there.
They got more than that. I feel like.
No, they got two hits. I mean, Powerline has 2 hits. He's a 2-hit wonder. But they're
Wasn't
two
it announced like a
slappers.
Could be
DLC
more,
or
though.
something? I think a DLC would be pretty cool. I don't know. Slightly better than Powerline.
Never too far apart, and maybe love is the reason why. Something like that. I'm Ted McCann.
For the first time
There it is.
ever, we're seeing things eye to eye.
Beautiful. And he got the other one. What
Kitty
was it?
joined in.
If you're no, that's not. How's the other one go? So stand out across the crowd, even if I got a shout out. Okay, enough of that. We got
See,
So,
I
I'm
only
just gonna
know
play
the
it.
Do a Powerline
I'm
outfit.
gonna get doxxed, or not doxxed, but
DMCA.
he's gonna
DMCA
shut
strikes.
down.
When are we housing these Uncrustables, by the way?
I'll house one. You got one?
I do, but I'm scared because, like, what?
Uncrustable
how
eating
long-
contest. Let's go.
The
Pop it. Let's do
pocket
it.
uncrustable
long
is
does it
It's
is?
had one in your
wild.
pocket.
I gotta keep one on. Keep that thing on me.
Well,
All right.
okay.
It's not even a real Uncrustable, and I feel
Hey,
like
it's a better one. This is healthier
not
for
a-
you. It's got
you're
better
not
ingredients.
eating Uncrustable for health.
I just feel like, okay,
Let's be
Joe's
real
version?
how
here.
big is it to your hand? Because I feel like yours is more petite, but I don't.
Mine is more robust. My hands are
Okay.
significantly larger than yours, Katie.
It's tough to say. All right.
All right.
Yo, that looks like a cornhole bag.
Ready?
It does. All right.
Okay, so
2.
Maybe
Somebody
with
time
the
it.
Trader Joe's version here.
I'm so scared. If I died, tell my husband I loved him, and I'm this.
Somebody
is not
time.
worth
Count us
it.
down. Count us down.
Okay,
Brady.
ready?
You really should put them in the air
3,
fryer. They're way
No, you
better.
can't.
On 1,
You should.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Jesus.
All right, who we gotta swallow? Who's gonna swallow first? It looks like JDZ's going for a big swallow. Can Katie's trying
This
not to
is
throw up
peak
on the
work.
camera.
Too bad
JDZ's
it's
trying
real.
not to laugh. He's smiling a little. He's not. He is heart eye on the prize. Katie's trying not to throw up. JDZ, he don't care. He ain't gonna laugh. Oh, he's laughing a little bit. He's going. He's sucking in his gut. He doesn't want to get it loose. He's almost got it. He's got it. Oh, he's going for a beverage.
This is way hard. Hey, yo.
Come on, Katie, just
Yo.
open up your throat and swallow before JDZ gets it.
Dude, that's such a
He's
flex
almost
for
there. He's
JDZ, the
almost there.
swallow
Come on.
king.
The Swallow King JDZ, the master of swallow.
Oh no, he's choking.
Katie, I'm helping you. Hurry it up. He's stalled.
Swallow
He's
king is
stalled.
choking right now. Oh man.
We need production
Wow.
to give him CPR.
No bad.
Oh, that's cheating. That's cheating.
Judge.
JDZ's like, I got it too. I'm taking the seltzer.
Yeah.
That's a game loss. Be more careful next time.
Judge.
Okay, now
All right, they both took
drinks.
drinks, so I guess we're still on.
All right.
Who's gonna finish it?
Bro,
Oh,
what is
this is close.
We're
This is
still
close.
This is like
Oh my god.
Okay, there.
It's
A
all
minute.
right.
Did Kate? I think they tied.
That was actually impressive, Katie.
I thought I was gonna die. Like I was like, if this is how I
That-
die,
Listen,
like, could you imagine?
the,
I don't
the
have
Trader-
one,
The Trader
sadly.
Joe's crusty kind of took me out, and maybe
Yeah.
I didn't have that. You
It's the
need like
shape.
9 hours plus before you start.
Do I need to go
pounding
make an
crusty.
like a homemade uncrustable? Like,
The
Okay,
fear I
so-
felt, like the fear I felt, like when I was like, if I don't drink water, what if I die? And like I was like, and then they're gonna be like, a
117.
a moderately not great influencer died last night on Twitch eating an uncrusty, and then people will be like, I don't know. They'll be like, do we post a sad meme? It was a lot. It was a lot to think
No,
about.
before they do the announcement, like, hey guys, we gotta take a brief moment of silent reflection. Tragedy has struck the Lorcana community as
So
Katie,
new post show.
brilliant YouTuber and Twitch streamer, has died today due to a tragic uncrustable incident.
Yeah.
every single lunch break at every event will be brought up.
So the good news is we did prove that if you have a lunch break, it only needs to be 1 minute and 23 seconds.
There it is. There it is.
That's how
Thank
long
you,
the
Katie.
lunch break needs to be. You could probably go to the bathroom while you do it. Just like
And-
lay up that crusty, go to the bathroom.
All right. So here it is. Round two.
No!
All right, guys.
Oh, I thought you were like, let's do it again. I'm like, no, that was.
Round two ends. Okay, boom.
Ugh.
You're packing your deck box. You smacking on crusty. You start walking to the next table.
Yeah, like a champ.
You're chewing and walking. You're walking and chewing. You're chewing
do you
and
drink
Don't
walking.
talk to anyone.
Yeah, drink 1 sip of water. That was a real scare, guys.
That's it. 1
Easy
hour.
to go.
1 minute.
The throat goat.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
Relax,
and then like
relax,
make sure
you're
you're around
turning
safe people
So-
that aren't gonna say things like that.
True.
Make
Not
sure
the
you're around
throat.
safe people that you trust.
I won't lie. I survived 3 tournaments off of a white monster and 2 peanut M&Ms.
That's it. That's all you
You
need.
can
Survive
survive 3
anything
days
off of a
with no
white
food, like,
monster if
literally
you try
3
hard
days.
enough.
Mm-hmm.
I swear Zane had like a podcast about like how not starving yourself, but eating very, very little is actually the most optimal thing to do in a tournament.
Yeah, fasting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I
There's so-
100% agree.
I've heard so many stories about people who will start a tournament. They'll go like 3-0 or whatever, 4-0. They hit that lunch break. They'll get super lethargic, and then they go down. If they just kept
Pound the
powering
Red
through,
Bull. Keep it moving.
get a little Coke Zero in there, a little Diet Dr Pepper, and you just crush it.
I did that in Texas. I just starved myself the whole tournament. I'm like, until I get into Top Cut, I'm not gonna eat. Imagine I lost, I would just still be starving.
There you go. Eat a dub, dude.
I'm
Don't
so
eat
glad
no
I
L.
won.
I think as an ICL, we have a very important topic to talk about tonight.
Yeah, was that a good
and
idea
that
or
is
not?
next Monday's post show.
What,
I think next Monday's post show should be a Lorcana After Dark, and it should be a power hour of margaritas because it's Cinco de Mayo.
First off,
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about because what is that? I've never had such a
So
beverage.
A margarita? What set did that
Virgin
come in?
margaritas.
Is that a
Yeah.
card? Is that a card from Encanto? What is that?
Yeah.
It's a delicious
that five
slushy
is that a
that
song?
contains lime
Is that an
juice
item?
and sugar water.
Is that an item?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're all drinking coconut baskets.
Let's do it.
Right.
There we go.
Right.
There we go.
Dude, that'd be insane. Just getting hammered on a Disney Lorcana stream. That'd be
Yeah,
next
it
level.
might be ill-advised, one might say.
I'll just
I know
we'll
where
just do it under
Lorcana
just
After
chatting.
Dark, though, it seems like it's okay.
Let's talk about the legend of the shoey, shall we? Let's talk about-
You ever
mean,
drunk Baileys from a shoe?
Oh, we made a homemade Uncrustable.
The
Oh,
shoe is
no.
always here at all times.
The shoey?
This is.
All right.
Have you ever drank Baileys from a shoe?
It is
Oh.
made with Nutella instead of peanut butter because.
Oh,
well, that's gonna be
Did you
rough.
just make that?
Did you just really make that?
Yeah.
How'd you get the bread?
I have bread in my house.
But like, how did you uncrustify it? Like
Uncrusty.
Yeah.
That's that dad magic. What do you mean?
Breezy is so. Breezy, I love Breezy's confusion about.
You take a little. I personally use the lid. I use the lid of a.
It's so
What
perfect.
are those stupid the jars that have the little ball in them that you shake them up? The like a protein shake bottle. I took the lid of that and just smashed it.
I
and
love
ripped
it.
out.
I
You can do it
love
with a
Breezy.
bowl too.
Hassan Gaib, Al Gaib, he uncrusty the no crusty. He no crusty.
How does this happen?
It's haram.
Shaker cup. Thank you, beefcake.
He uncrusty the uncrusty. He
Are you
crusty
talking
the no crusty.
Are you talking
This
about?
is this does
Crusty,
look
no, it's
bigger
so
than I was
crusty.
expecting.
You
How-
did do
can-
my favorite thing when people go haram haversham. It's my favorite. My favorite.
Haram.
Yeah, I'm like I
Haram
don't.
Sham.
Yeah, I don't think he's a haram haversham.
Now he is. Now he's banned.
Now he is. Now he
he's
is.
haram.
He's
for
actually
real.
yeah, he's gone.
They did haram.
And we're canceled.
And we're done. Yeah, we're done.
That's a word. That's technically
We're-
okay.
Listen,
All right. I
I
guess
can
it's
say it.
All right.
It's
Hey,
cool.
somebody time Luke. Luke's about to smash his homemade uncrusted. Let's see if he can beat 117.
Dude, I'm kind of worried. How big are
He's
the
putting his hair
normal?
up. He's not putting
You gotta
any.
one shot it.
Dude, I don't want to try to put this in my mouth and get a hair and like die. Like,
Can you beat the time, Luke?
You got a
well,
117.
I gotta. I refuse to eat crust, so I've got to take this little bit of crust off.
Okay,
The,
yeah,
the,
okay.
the bowl didn't. get-
Okay. Okay.
Pop off.
I mean,
will
eat
reset the
an
timer.
uncrusty. It can't have crust on it. I mean, come on.
There you go. That's
You gotta bald it.
ridiculous. I mean,
Also-
come on. That's just absurd, right?
Would love to point out as well that JDZ had the whole thing in his mouth before the clock rolled over to 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's the one shot. I
I
don't
don't think
like
that's a
to
shot,
bite, dude.
man. I don't
I like
think
to
that's
I like to take the
scary.
alligator
It's always
method when
gonna
I'm
be rough,
eating.
man.
I don't know.
I don't like doing too many bites, dude. I think biting is just suboptimal. I feel that.
I don't
way.
know if
think-
my wife would
The
be more
issue with
disappointed.
Wonder's homemade one is it's gonna come out the sides as he tries to one shot it.
I think let's see it. I think we do have it packed in though. So I don't.
The
You got to try it. You got to open your
I'm
gullet
so
and just
ready.
You
slam
gotta
it.
try it.
Be
Right.
careful though. Have a drink ready because like there was
So-
a time where I thought I was gonna go to see the great Illuminary in the sky. Like I was so scared.
Chat has informed us that the radius of a standard Uncrustable sandwich is approximately 3.5
Huge.
3.5 centimeters or
Massive.
1.4 inches.
Okay. Oh, we gotta get Luke on
Seems
screen.
average.
He can't be walking
Wow.
off screen.
It's average,
What's
right?
he doing?
It's definitely average.
Yo, he's filling his mouth
That's
with
a
like
m-
water. He's moisturizing.
It's a monster Uncrustable.
Yeah, he's about to go do
Jaw
not
exercises.
Tadashi. Wasn't it? He's about to Kobayashi dunk this thing in some water and like send it down like the hot dog guy.
Oh,
No.
Joey
That thing
Chestnut.
comes back
Joey
dripping.
The goat. The
Joey
actual
Chestnut.
goat.
He's a glizzy guzzler, dude.
7
Dude,
feet
can you
on
imagine
camera.
someone blind is watching the stream and just listening to us? Like,
They're,
genuinely.
they're probably like, bro, what's happening here?
What is going on?
What is
It's not
happening here?
Lorcana.
We tuned into a
Missed the morning
Lorcana
stream.
event, dude, and we got people over here smashing Uncrusties. Luke's got the tape measure out for official Uncrusty
So
challenge.
this is way bigger than a normal uncrusty, right?
Get it
That's a
in,
double
Luke.
crusty.
That's a,
No,
send
that's
it.
a- No,
I say you-
How big is
Okay.
it supposed to be?
1.4 inches.
the
Radius or diameter?
Diameter.
the
He's
diameter
gonna bring
is
out the freaking
Radius.
diameter.
Oh, yeah, 3-inch diameter.
Yo,
3-inch diameter.
don't. Let's.
Okay,
can
so
I
this
bet
is about
points
on
that?
this is
It's about
fine.
points on
This
that,
is
right?
like on
So
on
what
par.
was our
Wonder with
record?
the big bursting
It's
crusty.
regular.
1
Regulations.
minute
117.4.
17 seconds.
Okay, and so you get one sip of water, just so you know. We each had one. So, and if you beat it and you didn't drink water, then you get to possess one of our homes.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take 5 seconds off the clock if you do it with no water.
You can be the Krusty King, dude. You got to open
Yeah,
it,
you
but
be
you got to
the-
slam it. You can't take multiple bites though. It's got to go in one fatal swoop.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you now. If it shoots jelly all over me, I'm probably gonna have to stop and clean up.
DQ.
No, you don't get the. That's the
That's
problem.
why you one-shot it.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry,
what-
mine's homemade. It doesn't like.
Well, then cut it down. I thought you cut it like so. Do some trimming or something.
No,
You
gotta
can't cut it in
one-shot.
half. You
just
can't
gotta-
double
Well,
half.
no,
it.
I'm
You gotta
saying like
send it.
maybe trim, like because he's being kind of like, well, what about this? What about that?
Nah, you got to send it.
Are
dude.
you ready?
Man.
Let's do it. Here we go.
Nothing.
Lock in. Laser focus. Here he is.
One, two, three.
Bursting crusty.
Get it in. There it is. He got it in.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is where
working,
you start to regret everything. This is where you start to remember that maybe you're mortal and that this wasn't funny as you thought it would be.
Well, we didn't see how much peanut butter he put on there either, because he might got more jam on there.
No peanut butter, Nutella.
Holy,
Nutella.
is that a?
Nutella's rough.
Are you done already?
Oh, that
That's
doesn't count.
20 seconds.
I'm calling shenanigans, dude. I need to see.
It has to be
I'm
a
calling
standard
shenanigans.
regulation. It has.
I'm not buying it.
Because you have
I mean, his
Okay,
was bigger.
Next poke show. Next poke show. We all get on crusties. We go at it.
I need to see. I need to see. I need official. We need official count there. We got Nutella. I mean, what is that, dude? I mean,
A do-over? I don't think I can do another one. I'm
standards.
sorry.
We need
That was
sta-
like 4,000 calories.
We need standards and
400.
practices over here on
Yeah, I think yours was all jelly, no peanut butter.
Probably
Maybe
need
that
to
was
use
we saw a lot of jelly.
Well,
in
I
there.
told
didn't
you
see
it was Nutella. I told you I used Nutella instead of peanut butter. So
What about
that could
jelly?
be-
You had just one ingredient. You just had bread.
I had
Nutella?
jelly. I had jelly.
Jelly Nutella.
I had a delicious 4-fruit jelly that I had a tablespoon of, and I had
we need to have
around
some
a little
standards.
more than a tablespoon of Nutella.
We're just going back.
I think we
We're
all
going-
learned something, and it was that there has to be.
Don't
rules.
challenge me to food.
Well, but I don't know. I think I honestly.
A spoonful of cinnamon in the middle. I don't know about that one there.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
need to have some standards. But I might have to depart. I got production.
Rascals
Yeah,
making
did
a
your,
P&G
did your
right
poor
now.
wife just walk in and go, "Honey, did you eat another Uncrustable? Oh my god, you're a father."
She's actually getting upset. But hopefully, I can get the studio back online and we can come back to hang out some more.
Yeah,
but I do have to
hopefully.
depart. Unfortunately, this was fun though, and I'm
Well,
glad
something.
it was something. It happened in real time. But I must leave, and I will be back at it again at some point, maybe this week when I hopefully get some good news from the airline. If not, I could just come in like this and just don't have the ability to play on Lorcanito, right? Or Lorcanito, what am I talking about? Pixelmore Connect. But
Disconnect
still,
it. Disconnect it.
You know what I'm saying? We'll make something happen for sure. But this was
That
dope.
was. I'm glad. JDZ,
Before you leave,
have some
JDZ.
things.
Huh?
Look what I got in the mail.
What is that? What is that? I can't see. Let me look in.
Maelstrom tokens.
Oh, let's go. Those are nice looking.
I got 8 of them, so one of them has your name on it.
Really?
Wait, I want one. Wait,
I feel like I'm
I could probably
a
get you one,
familiar
JD.
dude. I don't feel like I deserve one.
Yeah, because I remember there's this one broadcast where me and JDZ were like, you know what my favorite team is? There's this one team, and
Yep.
it's my favorite team. I love that team.
You look like I still remember that. I still think about that sometimes.
And I was
yeah.
like, look at this token. It's my favorite
Oh
token
man!
I've ever gotten
Thank
in
you,
my life.
Aaron.
I felt like such an idiot, and
I
Luke
know.
just sat there and just let us do it too.
Yeah, and
See,
he thought it was funny, I think.
And I was like, yeah, man, they got this tournament come up. You want to talk about it? He was like, no, I don't. I was like, well, that's awkward.
Well, there were
Awkward.
reasons I didn't want to talk about it.
That's awkward and weird. Thanks,
Yeah.
Luke, for just making me sit here in this. Like,
Yeah,
that.
and I was like, anyway, so this is my favorite team, and I'm gonna apply to be an ambassador.
Yeah.
I think, and
And they're so cool, and they're all so handsome, and they got like.
Yeah, do you know how hard it
rules.
was for me and Sailor to sit there and listen to
I
that
know, you
while
guys
we
were
were
very
sitting
eager.
waiting for something to happen that took an hour and a half longer to happen than it was supposed to happen?
I think it was my tattoo that made it like the most embarrassing. I think the
Yeah.
fact that I got a tattoo during that stream, but
You got a labyrinth tattoo.
Yeah.
during the stream,
What's up? What's up with them? Are they back or
they're Pokemon right now.
Okay,
They're
they're
playing
big
Big
Pokemon.
shout
Okay.
out to Lorcana, bro, for gifting out 5 subs.
That is a total- that's a
reward to
Lorcana
me
bro indeed.
for eating the sandwich faster than you.
Yeah, you kind of deserve
6
it, but you
times
don't.
faster.
I don't.
Without a
I'm
drink.
calling shenanigans on that. That just seems.
Yeah, it
impossible.
seems egregious.
Yeah,
It
that seems. That
I
seems
want in
a-
on this challenge next time. I wasn't.
That seems. That
informed
seems a bit much. I mean, that seems. If it had been maybe 5 seconds or 10 seconds faster.
My bread was probably just a higher quality bread than an Uncrustable. So your Uncrustable is dry and nasty, and my bread was delicious.
I think we gotta get actual peanut butter in there. I think we gotta
We
do
gotta-
a balance check. I
No,
think
we
that's
gotta
the
regulate
go
the
to.
Uncrusty. It has to be an official
All right,
Uncrusty.
I'll tell you what,
regulation
JDZ.
Even it out.
Uncrusty.
All right, we will each make homemade Uncrusties.
No more homemade.
Tomorrow.
'Cause we got different
I'm not.
ingredients.
I'm not buying Uncrusties.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
so
second
we'll
the
go
next time.
back.
You're using
I will
You're using
bring-
off-brand.
Next
She's
time we
using
meet-
regular.
How about this? Next time we meet,
I can eat 2.
I will bring a standard Uncrusty for all the consumers. We'll have a race. I'll bring the whole
Easy.
box. I'll
Easy
supply.
money.
I'll supply the Uncrusties, okay, and we'll have them there, and everyone has to, do like a Olympic style. We're gonna blood
Easy.
dope test. We're gonna check your mouths, make sure you don't have any type of, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna
anything
like
in
this.
there.
I don't like
And
Uncrusties.
Strawberry are great.
and we'll get it going. And that's
Regular
it.
and crusties are
Very
not
easy.
good.
How many
We bought
Uncrusties
some.
did Dan eat? Like, Dan's in the chat. How many did he eat? And
Dan did not eat any Uncrusties. Dan does not like jelly, apparently.
What?
Oh.
That's
Among
kinda...
other things.
What do you
Shout out
like,
to Dan.
Dan? What do you like?
Shout out to Dan, though.
Yeah, shout out
I
to Dan,
think
but
who we
also
really need in this is Dick Burns. Dick Burns needs to be in this competition.
So I feel confident in this.
Maybe.
I love challenging myself. I can eat a McDonald's cheeseburger in one bite. I've trained myself to do so. I can improve into double cheeseburgers now.
Oh.
So I feel confident in this competition. I grew up watching Man vs. Food and idolizing that man. So this is everything to me.
That's
you guys ever done a 999?
Everything. This is everything.
This is more intense than like any ICL pre-show ever. Like, I want an ICL for Crustable competition.
I would do it. Let's do that.
3v3.
KDZ, 999 with me.
999. What's
I'm so
999?
scared.
9 innings of baseball, 9 hot dogs, 9 beers.
Yeah.
9 beers?
Easy.
I'm a sober Sammy, dude. I don't think I can
You
get...
have
Dakota,
9 innings.
You've challenged us to have so many beverages that I don't know if you care about our health. I'm starting to worry that perchance.
I can do
Right.
the 9 innings of baseball, and I can do 9 dogs, I think, relatively easily.
9 dogs
Little-
is the roughest part.
Little
can do 9
known
dogs.
fact, I am a
got
Tippy
this.
Cup champion. So you should not challenge me to such things. Mostly because I haven't drank basically in 10 years. And I don't want to get as sick as I know I would get because I would get stupid once I started drinking Tippy. Like, I can't say no to Tippy Cup.
He's
Cup.
speaking my
Tippy
language.
What is Tippy Cup?
I just want to see
Oh.
Tippy Cup,
9
get
hot dogs.
fucked up.
My goodness.
Beefcake,
All right.
Beefcake's issued a Waffle House challenge, dude. Who wants that?
Let's go. I'll eat whatever. I'm down. Well, food challenge.
gonna
I
do
think
sign
you
me
got to
up.
go into the Waffle House, and whoever stays in there the longest wins.
Ooh.
I'm trying to make it the solid 45. So
You'll die.
crushing these food challenges.
I love Waffle House, dude. That'll kill you quick.
So you got to do
Waffle
the
House-
24-hour Waffle House thing where you have to stay in the Waffle House for 24 hours. Every pancake you eat is 1 hour off how long you
I'm
have
out
to
of
stay
there in
the
20
Waffle
minutes.
House. 20. That's
think
more
I
than
can- Listen,
a waffle a minute or a pancake a minute.
You
I
eat
can,
too much of that, baby.
I can do Waffle House. I grew up on Waffle House. I had a lot of good experiences at Waffle House. I've had so many Yu-Gi-Oh duels on those sticky ass Waffle House tables, dude. Getting loose, getting active in the Waffle House and the CC's Pizza. I think I can make it. I think I can clear.
Dude, I loved
24 hours.
playtesting at CC's Pizzas.
Dude,
It is
CC's
one of
and
the
Waffle House.
best places to like. We had the restaurant discussion the other day, but CC's Pizza is where it's at. They have giant tables, all you can eat. There's no servers. You can chill for 6 hours.
They don't
Like
care.
They don't
the
care.
best is you go right around lunchtime. You eat some lunch. You play test for 5 hours. You eat dinner. You play test a little bit more until close. It's like who cares? It's the best.
And they
LGS
don't
you ever knew you
they don't
had.
harass you either. They don't like come up to you and talk
They
to you.
don't
They
care.
just let you sit there.
So we can eat and play test, but we can't have a lunch break.
This is
Well,
that
yeah,
make sure we're
because you're
clear
doing
on
them at the
this.
same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can take my lunch break when I want. I'm not forced to have to wait.
It used to
others'
only be
lunch breaks.
CC's Pizza was only $2.99 too.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
All you can eat pizza. Granted, it was basically one step up above cardboard, but it was delish.
It's still better than Little Caesars.
Literally anything
in
else.
my mind.
It's
Dude.
still pretty
Didn't
nice.
they have like a mac and cheese pizza?
They
I
had
was
everything.
just
They had
about to say,
everything.
CC's mac and cheese
Dessert
pizza
pizza?
slaps.
I love dessert pizza.
Wild.
They had dessert pizza. Any kind of pizza you can think of, they had it for $2.99.
Now,
Oh,
What a
macaroni
crazy-
cheese, macaroni
We
cheese
heard
pizza.
carbs,
Yeah.
so we got your carbs with your carbs.
44 slices in an hour, and you only got fifth place.
hell, demons. That's the hall that you gotta run from. That's
Dude,
amazing.
there was like 10
Buffalo
years
chicken pizza?
together lost from those kids' lives.
Hell yeah.
10
How much
years
is-
of
How,
their
how much
lives.
is CC's now? How much does it cost to
$12.
get in? $12, you think? It probably, huh?
With a drink.
Well, they
How much
had to
is
get
it
rid of
Probably
CC's.
worth it. Honestly.
It's $12 with a drink. You get unlimited, and now you can actually like request a pizza, and they'll make a whole pie for you just to grab 2 slices and walk off.
Well,
It's
they did
amazing.
that back in the day too. They always
They did
do
that back in the day. The little mozzarella sticks. Oh my goodness, them things are so good.
You just had to know
Oh
that.
my
cheese sticks?
God.
Oh my god.
Did someone
but
sub?
I do have to leave. My wife is not
All
happy.
right.
I have to go.
Okay.
But hey,
Say hi
thanks for
to
letting me get
production.
out. I gotta
Get out of
bail.
here. Get out of
Peace, peace,
here.
peace. Until tomorrow. Bye.
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 Later, bud.
Later, bud.
Wow.
You did real good, son.
Production's
You
bringing
did
the big.
good, son.
Yeah. When the production calls, you must go. It's
You must. You really must.
Mysterious
Well,
camp.
that was probably one of the dumber things I've done for a bit, but I learned about myself and I learned about others, and I think that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a person that's done dumb shit on the internet, shoot, get it.
I will never forget. So I have this fledgling little podcast. It's a baby. I've never been on anyone's show, and my co-host says, "Hey, we got invited to be on Lorcana After Dark," and I said,
Terrible show.
I said, I don't know what this is. So this is a year ago. This is March of last year. And he says, yeah, it's this guy, and he does like late night stuff. It'll be fine. And I was like,
Late
okay.
night
And I watched
This one I
episode.
didn't care.
Yeah, and I was like, okay. And I hadn't really watched a full episode because whatever. And so I go on
Put your
it.
shoe
and,
back on.
And my co-host grabs his shoe.
My shoe.
And they crack a beverage and they drink a beverage out of their shoe. And I'm like,
This
what
one.
the hell is this? And it turns out this was a lifelong friend, but not the podcast host. He's gone. But anyway, it was really haunting. And
Didn't you like almost
Did you do a
die
shoey?
from a lung infection after you drank a shoey?
Not related to the shoey at all.
not related to the shoe.
I don't believe that. Chat, do not drink beverages out of shoes.
Yeah.
It was not related to any type of shoes. It was for other reasons that I physically and legally should not be talking about on a stream.
That was a weirder way to answer that than you could have, but
Anyway,
Yeah,
don't drink alcohol out of shoes, even if that didn't almost kill him.
Don't even
Do not
drink
recommend.
non-alcoholic beverages out of shoe. But you can.
No
It's fun
beverages
time.
out of shoes. Buy a
It's
glass
new.
slipper. Get a Cinderella shoe.
See,
if
that's
you're gonna
smart.
drink out of shoes.
I wish I was smart enough to do that.
Think you could love me? Think you could ever learn to love me?
what is this?
Oh,
Old Greg!
Is that, yeah, Brad, babe? You want welcome to Old Greg's for all things good.
You ever drunk Bailey's from a shoe?
I don't.
Right, that's
know
how
what
I
you're
feel when
talking
people
about.
come into my office. It's like, you want to see all things good? I've got all. Anyway, it's from the Mighty Bosch.
Yes, and I do love just doing impressions. So, like watching the stream, I was sitting there going, "I just want a hot dog real bad." Right with you.
Thank you. People don't appreciate my, you know, when you swing, sometimes you miss. All right, guys. Sometimes
Or
you miss.
the new Jennifer Coolidge quote of, everybody tends to sue me after I hit them with my Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Or the kids are trying to kill me.
Love Jennifer Coolidge.
Anyway, we're having
just
fun.
was
Habibi's
watching
not.
The White
Habibi
Lotus,
says,
so-
I thought we were going to have fun here, but all these guys are housing sandwiches. And
I'm just being respectful. If I start talking, I feel like everyone else doesn't get a chance to talk, so I'm trying to give everyone a chance.
well, we want to hear what's on Habibi's mind. What is on the mind, the day? Because I
I'm
mean,
just absorbing. I'm like a
you've been
sponge right
banished
now.
from so
I
many
feel like-
communities, and you're here, and
You keep rising up the challenge.
yeah, you
Really.
came in here, and you wore 2 ties and accidentally broke our show.
I ask him to behave, and he does very nicely.
He does,
and
actually.
then you tease him. He's like a tiger and a bear in a cage, but the door is unlocked.
Listen,
and you're
I
poking him
I'm
with
all-
a stick.
I'm all
You're-
hopped up on Smuckers Uncrustables. All right.
She's just trying to
This
start
is what
fights.
happens when you.
I have like a PR team, and they're trying really hard right now.
Yeah,
but
you're doing good. You're
you're
doing
kind
good.
of encouraging me.
It's
Listen,
just
you're doing really
pandemonium.
good. Wait, what? Way better than her Asian accent. When did I do an Asian accent? What? Why are you trying to
your
get me?
Jafar accent?
Jafar is, I guess, like Middle Eastern.
Technically.
And technically, I was doing when I did Jafar, I was doing Nosferatu. It was.
Oh my god, that just
I
makes so
want
much sense.
the
Everyone
lot.
kept telling me, "Oh my god, Habibi, next set will be your set," and I'm like, I
Ooh.
never understood it. It's what they think.
That's
They were just
terrible.
profiling you.
That's terrible.
Oh my, that makes so much more sense.
I didn't do an Asian accent on my game show. I did
It
Earth.
just flew over my head.
Who's
She
not?
did an
So
Ursula.
crazy. They said Jafar. Oh.
I am
Next
dying.
set will be your set. You'll win a DLC, I promise.
Oh my god.
I'm like, wow, they believe in me. They think I'm good.
Canceled.
No, they're just racist.
There's going to be a lot of really good songs, and they know that like you're a steel song
Yeah.
player. That's obviously what they're referring
They
to.
were very thoughtful about.
Exactly.
Like Amber didn't have anything new. You know, they're hoping for that. That's why. That's the only reason.
Well, that is amazing. Also, I'd like to note that Beefcake, I did not do an Asian accent. I did Gantu and I did Ursula, which notably are one is a sea witch with no known earthly ethnicity, and the other one is an alien. But Beefcake, I'm on to you. You can't get me canceled on my without my consent, I guess.
Anyone can get it canceled for anything nowadays.
Well, yeah, but I get you can't just like say Katie
Says
did
the
it.
man who's been canceled for very, very specific things.
Deep waters.
Ooh.
I can't say the words. I promise, Wander.
I know there was. It was tastefully bad. Once again, I don't know what you're referencing here. I feel like
Now
I'm
I gotta
being
watch the
entrapped.
VOD.
Yeah, I
See
feel like
it.
I'm being entrapped. I'm like, I'm not sure anyone gives their consent when being. Actually, no. So I did read a book called "So You've Been Canceled," or no, "So You've Been Publicly Shamed," and it basically was about how like you can reject being canceled, and that's like what happens to like the people in the world that like they're like, oh, did you hear they did this? And I'm like, yeah, and then like they can't be canceled because they're like
every comedian ever.
yeah, like they just don't care. They're like, I don't care. So the answer is you can only be canceled if you want to be, but also be good. And also, I did not do an Asian impression, so thank you for that, Beefcake. You've tripled.
A big way not to get canceled, or I guess I don't really necessarily want to say it because, like,
oh god,
I don't want cheaters to use it, right? But like, when someone comes out with like an apology for cheating, you can normally tell right away that they're full of it and they're cheating scum, right?
Of course.
It's almost like they can't help themselves. They're just
I
like,
didn't mean to. So
yeah,
shut up.
I could have
it's
let
like
my family
the
back home
cheaters
down.
who got away
I
with
do
it,
an
you
extra
never hear of
card
because they
accident.
shut their mouth. Like, I guess it's so weird. Like, any situation like that, you don't just bring it up yourself and talk about it a bunch. There's Streisand effect exists, right? Like,
Barbara
I don't know.
My whole thing is like, I don't care what you do, whether it's cheating or anything else.
I do. I am biased. I will judge you.
You just have to be willing to accept the consequence. I hate it when people do it
Mhm.
and then they're not willing to accept the consequence, and then they're like shocked that there's like repercussions for their actions.
Pikachu face.
I do like that the Beefcake. I felt pressured to win. I think that's like a really good one. Like unlike other people, I felt like I needed to win, and I'm like, well, that's a good one. If you wanted
to lose, like what are you?
It is a good time to
Hopefully you wanna
bring
win.
out your letterhead, though. You know, just whip out your cool letterhead you got made, and just be like,
Chris
"Look what I-"
Crow.
just be like, "I'm sorry, guys, but look at the cool image I used instead."
Isn't there like software
Sorry.
that checks like if somebody's used AI before? I want to put all the apologies through the software and just see how many people put their apology through ChatGPT. Because I promise you, I would. If I ever apologize for anything, it's gone through
full
ChatGPT.
send AI. Like, I'm sorry.
I typed it out to ChatGPT. I gave it a good prompt, but like I didn't type it. If it looks like there's no typing errors, I didn't write it.
I'm 90% sure you're saying Chat GDP, and I like that way more.
Maybe.
The chat.
This is why I use Chat
Chat global domestic
What is
product.
it?
Yeah, the global domestic product of chat. Here's the thing: I won't use AI because I don't want to, and also I think I'm old. It's the same reason that when people bring up Bitcoin, I'm like, and it's like I don't really have a good reason. I do. I like regulations because I'm not cool.
Well, no, AI is good for a handful of things, like writing your performance review for work,
That's
writing
true.
your apology for cheating, things like that.
Apparently streaming now too. Y'all ever heard of Neurosama?
What?
Yeah,
Is it
we have
AI?
we have an AI VTuber.
What?
We like us together as all of us.
Well, I guess the Twitch community.
Okay, I was like, we.
But yeah, she's pretty cute. I'll give her the pass.
Oh, great! So now you're like, she's just cute. Oh no.
Well, okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
Speaking
Not
of
like
being
that.
canceled,
This digital
No.
woman who is based and designed off of things that are to make me like her, I find quite attractive. Quite an
I mean, there's a
interesting
lot of
take,
accounts
that
do that
Rascal.
now.
No, I didn't say she was attractive. Hold on.
You did say
Oh,
she's
okay.
pretty cute.
She
Okay, my
yeah,
bad.
cute. Okay.
You said I've only donated $1,000 so far. Okay?
No, but I did almost buy her lava lamp.
Oh boy.
Buy her a lava lamp or buy
No.
a lava
Okay,
lamp
so
with her design on it?
there's a lava lamp that she has like at the bottom of her like stream,
Sounds
and
like
it
an-
changes colors, and then it changes in live time in your room if it's connected to Wi-Fi.
That's
And I was
actually
like,
quite sick.
that's actually kind of cool.
Okay, that's
Okay,
cool.
How many
I think
subs
all
did you
of you
get?
guys need to, not financial advice, find a financial advisor.
Oh, I am not good with money. I never claimed to be. I'm a cardboard player.
This is true. I mean, technically,
I mean,
I'm buying
of
shiny
all
cardboard.
of all the questionable things
Let's do.
that
Thank you.
has anime characters on it that he could be buying, I think
Yeah.
a lava lamp is probably one of the safest, less cringe things he could be.
He's
for.
gonna get
This is
AI
true.
VTuber bathwater.
Oh my god.
Would it
I
be a
think now
lunch?
is a good time to point out that this AI VTuber is modeled after a child, so it's like not
Oh
like that.
no, I think you should
All
have
right,
just
well-
not said that.
And
ChatGPT, give me
What?
that
No, no, no,
apology
no.
letter right
okay,
now.
Okay.
Get
Just
the letter,
I was
man.
just trying to get
Really?
the like creepy comments out the way because it's just like that ain't it, Chief.
Me?
Right,
Okay,
that makes
I made
sense
the
as to
wrong
why you
I
said
made
you-
the wrong
Oh.
content that you're like I'm absorbing. Okay,
It makes
I will-
sense as to
Yeah,
why you were like,
let-
no, I am
let's-
not attracted
No,
to her.
how
let's
was
not
how
use-
was
It
that
makes
today?
much more sense.
The
Let's,
matches-
let's not use
Yeah.
the words "I give her a pass" in any context.
Okay, okay.
Just
Zaz like, you know what? Here's a
Hey, a
question.
pass for
Do you
being
think
AI.
this
Made
is
a
the
ruling.
healthiest the Lorcana meta has ever been?
Well,
If not,
it's unreal.
when
it's
was it
fine.
better?
All right.
set 3.
nice.
I like set.
Nice.
All right, Habibi, what's your favorite set?
The great transition.
That's it.
I
She's
like
just waiting
set
there.
one.
Set 1, you think that was the best meta?
As an Amber Steel player, I think that was the best one.
I agree.
I mean, it's the set
I
that
think I
like
agree
made me
with
fall
that.
in love with the game. So I can't say like other. Yeah, there was better structured sets, but that's the one that made you fall in love with Lorcana. And the bar was high. I came from playing Magic, which was a game that's been developed and had many sets. So it's the one that convinced me. So if it was able to convince me to stay after all of these last sets that I not liked it as much, I think it's the best one. Notably, I didn't play Amber Steel in set 1 for the entire time. I was on a different color combination.
What did you play?
Green, yellow.
Just in time? Are we just in time?
Hell yeah. Lilo, Simba, just in time, Cusco, auto win, baby. Except for
No.
Amber Steel.
Yeah, I was gonna say I went Lantern, Ariel, and then went
You just
Tinkerbell, Swords.
Yeah, but like that's why I switched because I got sick of tired of losing to that.
Dodge.
You can't dodge in set 1. The meta was like 4 decks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
listen,
like
I know.
there's like
listen,
a total of 4 decisions that can be made on turn 4.
We live in fantasy land, okay? It's fine. If you just close our eyes and pretend like Amber Steel didn't exist in set 1, just in time Cusco was winnable and we won it all the time. But if Steel doesn't exist, we do great. So it was great.
You know what I find crazy is like in all of Canada, at least like my section of Canada, like Ontario, there was no popularity in green, blue-green. And I keep hearing about like people's local area where blue-green was like the 3rd most dominant deck. And that just makes no sense to me.
Wow.
Do you guys remember a blue-green deck in set 1?
There was like a weird like aggro, big bodies. They played like the Maleficent, 3 lore gainer and stuff like that just to win out. Yeah, it's tough. But yeah, the one that I never ran into was Amber Sapphire in set 1. Like that deck was quite a bit
That one
important.
too.
Yeah, like I never saw it anywhere. That one was the one that was like, how is this winning stuff? I just never saw it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it was. People who played it told me they beat Steel Song. They said they beat everything. And I think it was just like they didn't play against people who knew what to do with Steel Song. It's rough. Like, sure, if they're on the play and you stumble and they go Mickey, Surfer, Hades, and then like are double carding while you're still only single carding and you can't answer the stuff, you're going to lose. But you could just go wide and they can't answer. And eventually you double sword Tink and then they have not much and you just win from there basically.
Dude,
Like
that
double
Hades
Tink
reminds me.
swords or double swords Tink just like won most matchups except for Ruby.
Hades
Amethyst.
still good, huh? Hades still that dog.
Bro, Hades, people are playing Hades in red blue now. I got disgusted when my red blue won it.
Ugh.
I was like, are you
Very good in
serious
mirror.
right now? I have to play around 8 B preps, and now you have a freaking Hades. Like, let me breathe.
So someone in chat purchased 600 random cards, and they're about to open them. So packs or a random collection online.
Probably a bulk collection type of deal.
It's 600 Maui sharks, or is Maui's a fish hook?
They're going up. They're going up.
Are they?
Didn't y'all talk about this? It wasn't like 50
We tried to
cents.
pump it. I don't know if it worked.
It was 3 cents for a regular, and foils were like 77 cents.
It's about to get hit, but we're about to hit $1. This is Dojo. $1 is on the way.
The moon.
It's a one of. It's a one of. It's
diamond
not going to
hands
go
your
up.
hooks.
It's 1 to 2 of. That's the problem. Like if it was a 4 of, yeah.
Just do some crazy shenanigans and win some tournaments with the card, and make 4 of it, and boom, it works. We've seen it. Like we saw the Jafar prices. They ain't going.
That's a legend.
Yeah, but like still,
that's not gonna last. That
it's not.
That's
But
also
why
the
you
downside.
diamond hands it, baby. That's why you win an event and just rug the hooks away from everyone.
What were you saying, Rascal?
Oh, I was just saying that's the Zan Syed effect. Like anytime he does anything, everybody goes out, buys those cards, and then the market is just like all the way up there.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
Oswald shot up like 400% overnight because he won one tournament with it.
I mean, Zan's basically Zephyr at the moment for those who played when Zephyr was around.
Cool
like
name.
Zephyr would just brew some decks that were cool, and he'd make YouTube videos about it, and they'd get thousands and thousands of views, and cards would spike in price. Yeah. Zan is making a guide about it and winning events, and it's having a similar impact where he's building a deck that people might not have cards for. They want to play it, so they're going to go out and buy those cards. A bunch of people want to do it, so the singles are going to sell.
Yeah, I've thought about the process, but yeah, it's definitely a choice.
I mean, it'd be different if it wasn't for the fact he got results too, though. I mean, it'd be different if he's like, "Oh, I think this one's going to be the next big deck," and he posted the list, but he didn't post a list. He won, and then he's like, "Yeah, and this is the list." So, I think like people who are like, "Oh, it's a pump and dump scheme." I'm like, first off, like, how many Jafar illusionists do you think that he owns personally?
Well, the problem is the card
That's
shop
the thing.
that's like right behind it. You know,
I don't know. I think that's tin hat stuff, but I like
What's super interesting to me, which we were talking about in the pre-show, is that all of the decks tonight had a one of in it.
Really?
Trying to make the deck their own. Yeah. So like Dick Burns had a one of Dragonfire. Santiago had a one of, where did it go? Lucky Dime. Johnny had a one of Lucifer. Alex had a one of Nala. Mr. Dunce had a one of McDuck Manor, and Mr. Nguyen had a one of Bend to My Will.
Oh, that was a one of, and he hit it.
I'm sure Sky was only on 2.
Yeah,
he hit both in one of the games. They draw so many cards.
They do.
Yeah. Dewey is one of my best friends in the world, and that man just always has it. I cannot explain how or why. It just he's always there.
My thing is like you shouldn't play. Okay, this is gonna be a hot take. I don't know if you have to do that, but like I don't think you should be ever playing a one of unless it does what one of your other 4 ofs are doing. So it's like a 5th copy of Goat, for example, as a Rose, etc. And or you're playing a deck like Amber Steel or Blue Steel that can draw a lot of cards on one turn. Otherwise,
Ariel,
you need to see
Scrooge.
this card. Ariel, Scrooge, like wheel into wheel into wheel. What other deck can draw 25 cards in one turn? Only like wheel
Ruby,
decks.
Sapphire.
Not anymore.
Maybe not in one
Free
turn.
Hyrule.
Maybe not one turn, but yeah.
Yeah. But like my point is like if you're not drawing a lot, you need to see this card in the very specific slot at a very specific time. Like, oh, I'm gonna put Peter Pan Shadow as a one of so I can answer Diablos. Yeah, good luck finding it exactly on turn 3 all of your games. You're not gonna see it. That's my I mean, it's not even a hot take, it's just facts. But,
Any,
like, I totally
any
disagree.
Emerald deck that runs Diablo can draw a bunch of cards in one turn, right?
So the traditional thought process is that cards that you want to see every game you run as a 4 of. Cards you do not want to see in your opening hand, but you want to draw in the late game that have heavy impact in the matchups that they're relevant. You want to play 1 or 2 of. Some games that are like the card is very good, but like terrible in multiples, such as Hidden Cove, then you get this like 2 of 3 of, depending on how impactful it is. Like there were people who ran 4 Coves in some Diablo matchups and metas because they're like, this is the best thing you can be doing is Cove Diablo turn 2. You can't answer it with a single card in the set. It's the only way to do it. And like then people are doing that, right? But on average in Lorcana, it's tended to be 4s, unless you're Ed, and then you can do some 1s. In Steel Song, as Habibi was saying, it's easier to run some silver bullets because of Aerial. And similar back in Ruby Sapphire, because you draw so many cards and you have ways to recur the item. So you don't need to draw multiples of it. You draw it once and then you can recur it and use it and use it and use it again. And you have ways to ink with your uninkable 1-of slots.
Inkable tech 1-ofs is significantly like it's a lot
like
more
World's
different.
Greatest. Yeah.
Yeah, than like
swords.
playing something like that.
I
Yeah,
feel like
swords
the most notable 1-of is probably the Hades, right? The blue Hades.
Yeah, it's a late game
Sapphire.
card. You don't want
Right.
to see it in your starting hand. You want it in the late game after the game's gone long and you've drawn a bunch of cards.
It's
a perfect type of card to have 1 or 2 of.
The big Elsa for Blurple. Just not bad. No.
And you play the
Let it go.
bounce, so then you even get to reuse its ability.
Make more 1-ofs, and plus in top cuts, like whenever I play against an opponent in a top cut, and I just see like a bunch of 1-ofs, I'm like, oh my, I have to play around.
How do I play around
13
it?
different things. And you just
I mean-
can't. Like you just have to just accept that like it could happen, and then it's unlikely. But if it does, you lose. Like
I mean, I
if
play
you
around
gotta
cards
try to
not
play
even
around
in their
them.
deck. How am I
Yeah.
supposed to play
Right.
around cards I know are in their deck?
Exactly. Now I know he has 1 of everything.
But on the other hand, I love me a 15 card 4 of 60 pile. There's nothing that gives me more joy
Ed
than just seeing it.
specials.
Just the Ed
So-
special. Exactly. It's just so much joy seeing it. 2 line
Something-
4s only. Mwah.
Something I tried to push in like set 2, set 3 was Rainbow Stairwell. And I think now it actually could be quite fun to play. And if I just didn't have a bunch of other stuff going on, I might do it maybe after Jafar, which is a 60 card deck, singleton, 10 cards of each color.
Oh, interesting.
And so you get to play with like your favorite or the best cards in each color, and it's singleton. You can do themed if you want. Most likely it won't just all devolve into the same things because like a lot of the colors go for different strategies. So to make it synergistic, you kind of have to kind of pick a theme. And I think it could be quite the fun format if you're
Dude.
looking for something a little off the wall.
One of the
I just
fun
thought
formats that I saw was when Inklands was like $70 to buy a box. You buy a box and then do sealed, and then every week you add a pack to it.
Oh yeah.
And then you can just keep going at 40 cards, and you just keep adding a
Sealed
pack each
league.
week with like a group of friends. Yeah, that was awesome.
That can be really fun. I've done that a few times.
Love to do that.
It normally doesn't survive. Sadly, 1 or 2 people normally will get a deck that is just absurd. Just like
That's why you ban
insane
cards in the group.
ban cards. It's sealed though. Like they
Ban-
just
Yeah, but
adding
like
so
if you
many
want to,
extra.
well, the thing is,
like,
if you want
layers
to, if you want to keep
it-
doing it, you know, if you want to keep doing it, if you don't want to just like have it for 4 weeks or whatever, you want to like keep it rolling. If like they win like 3 times in a row, the players get to ban a card or 2 and just hit the collection.
It's
keep
like
them-
Survivor where you get a vote. Be like this.
Yeah,
person-
kinda. That way you can keep it going without having that happen, because that happens a lot. Like it happens a lot in that type of stuff where it's just collection grows, and if you have like the cards that your opponents don't, you win. So if you get rid of them, not too bad.
All right, chat asks, have we talked about what we think the announcement will be next week? No, we have not. And I don't. I have different thoughts, but realistically, I have one desire, and that's a digital client. I want them to announce a digital client. That is, I want them
Will
to
they,
be
though?
surprise. It's ready. You can download it right now. That's what I want to see. That would be one of the best things I could possibly see. You have no idea. I would be screaming like a little girl.
You'll know about it weeks in advance before they ever announce something like that. It's too big to hide.
I think so too. I think.
What if I already
this,
knew?
this could be the big, you know.
What?
What? Well, I wouldn't tell you. I knew that's for dang sure. Or would I?
But I think the Franz, the Traverse Tavern, posted the 4 shots. I think they're pretty accurate. I think World's
What do you
Info,
Why?
World's Info, Fabled, the reprints, DLC roadmap, and rotation.
So he just went over all the things that people might want to know about.
Like the big 4 hopes.
Yeah, he's like,
What's Fabled? Everyone keeps saying
it's
Fabled.
the next set after
9.
Jafar.
It's the
They
post
spoiled
rotate-
its
like,
name, I think.
But why are they
Yeah.
announcing the next set after before they announce what's happening in the next set?
Well,
They announced Jafar around then too, right? Like during the last set.
Yeah,
It
they
was
released
like,
them together. It could have been like a mid set if they do like a rotation situation where it's just like here's the best cards from the last bunch. Go crazy.
I think we're going to
So-
get a handful of reveals at it as well.
If they were going to do rotation, would you rather them tell you a month before, like, right? So if they were like, all right, Jafar comes out, the next set's Fabled, and when it comes out, the X sets are rotated, right? You're going to want to hear that a month or a full set in advance? Or do you want them to tell you this as you're buying the product?
Optimally, I would like to know like a general concept. It was like every X sets we're gonna rotate them out, you know? So it'll be a year at advance almost. We're just like, okay, I'll be ready by then.
I think I'd rather have it where
I'll
they
do it.
say like, hey, when Fabled comes out, set 1 and 2 are done, and then like the next set comes out, set 3's done, the next set, right? Rotate a set every set.
I don't know if I would like it rotated every set, but that could be a way to do it. If they're just like, boom, we're only going to have 8 sets, and then with each set comes out, 1 rotates. But that causes a lot of constantly being like, well, which got rotated and stuff. So they, most of the time, I think games will wait and be like, let's do this chunk. So then it's easier to remember. You don't have to worry about cards rotating. Like, imagine you quit playing for 3 months, you come back, half your cards are like because 2 sets came out or something, you didn't realize it. Granted, the same thing's going to happen if you show up and the first 4 sets are rotated, right? But it's gonna then not happen as often and maybe better, but it's probably about the same thing, honestly.
Doesn't that just tank the value of everyone's investments?
Yes, no.
Until they release an internal format.
So,
But even then, it's gonna be tanked because like only half the player base now is playing it.
It's gonna be tanked for a while, but there's multiple things. One, how much are these cards gonna go up in price if they announce a DLC season in 3 years that is the vintage format? Right? Like, 2, they're probably going to reprint some of the cards. So your DLC Rapunzels would probably be reprinted if they're going to maintain that power level. I don't think anyone's ever... Like, I've heard people complain about Rapunzel in set 1. But really, after about, like, set 3 or 4, some people are like, of course you have the Rapunzel. But no one was like, ban Rapunzel.
Rapunzel's like the worst card into good players, like by far. Like he just does nothing. It's a 1/5/4 cost quest for 2.
I think the other thing you got to think about when you think of the value of your cards is it's still Disney, and Disney is still collectible by itself, regardless of the game.
I believe that until like they mass printed everything. Like I know I'm like in the minority on this, but like I really believe the fact that they're still handing out where they were. They were still handing out like set 1 packs in like the Continentals. What is that about?
I don't think it's going to hurt your Enchanteds and your Legendaries, for example, right? Yeah. Everything else, probably, right? But
well, no, any tournament staple that was being upheld by its playability will take a hit, but it won't take a gigantic hit because first of all, if the cards are going to see play again, they're going to get reprinted or a new format's going to happen. So a new format's not here yet, so it's going to go down in price until that happens. You're going to have speculators who are like, oh, I'm buying them up at this price point. It's going to be good. But who knows if Rapunzel's going to be good with 5, 15, 20 more sets added. The power creep could be crazy. No one really knows. Also, they could reprint it. And if they reprinted Rapunzel, I would assume the DLC ones maintain prices and set 1 ones go down a little bit in price. But
I think the second that they made bans, they're not doing this rotation thing anymore. I think they're just going to go the ban route.
I think they're going to do both.
Yeah, but Magic is Magic. I don't think they're trying to do that. I have a bet on with somebody, but like I don't think in the next 2-3 years we see rotation.
I don't
Does
know.
not-
One Piece just did a rotation.
Yeah, they entered their 10th set and they said rotation.
Star Wars did a rotation.
Already.
They
And
both,
they've been
all
out
of them
just as
started
long.
right at the same time. Yeah.
Really,
Yeah,
Star Wars are crazy. Like 4
There,
sets.
most businesses are going to do rotations. You want people buying new sets, and from what I understand, Yu-Gi-Oh gets people to buy new sets by gigantic power creeps and having synergies that the only cards you can play with the
Yep.
synergy are new cards, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can't do that.
You don't want
It's
that.
terrible. Yeah.
Um,
It's not bad business, but
it's an interesting thing. I do want to see vintage formats eventually occur. I like multiple formats. I like to be able to play my favorite cards. I like to be able to hold on to things. Banning cards is like the problem is if we do this for 3 more years, do we need $200 cards? Because Rapunzel's going to be $200 for regular ones if it's not reprinted, and she's still a tournament staple in 2 more years, and
That's
not
fair.
rotated. Like, should we have cards like that you need to play at locals at set champs? Like, I think that's too absurd. And Magic learned very early: do not do a reprint set. If you reprint your cards too hard, it's terrible for the game. Now their reprint sets tend to reprint cards from like half a decade to a decade ago, and only a few, and still have some issues with plummeting the prices on some cards. It's a delicate dance to do. Because if you destroy the secondary market, why are people going to buy packs opening for an enchanted that's going to be worth nothing in a few years, right? Like, because they're going to reprint the same thing.
Yeah,
In
I want the secondary market to be more consistent. Like, that's the problem. You have cards that are like $100 something with Rapunzel's, and then every other legendary in the set is like $1. So you can open a box and have like
So-
0 EV.
I
In
think
my
that like a
mind-
set 10 Enchanted Elsa is going to go for less than a set 1 Enchanted Elsa.
Well, sure, sure. But what if the set 10 Enchanted Elsa looks better? Way better. What if it's
I
got
also don't
gilding
know
on
that
it?
they'll reprint Enchanteds.
We don't know that yet.
We don't know that,
So
right?
in Magic, they did expeditions, and then 7 years later, they did new expeditions of some of the same cards. And what? Boom! Like, I wouldn't like. When are they going to do even more? Right? Like, to me, that's a huge lack of security in card value. Sure, some people are going to want the most expensive ones. They don't even care what it looks like. If it's the most expensive, most foiled version of a card, they'll buy it.
Yeah.
But those kind of fluctuate a little bit. And I think if you want a cheaper card game, but to still have some cards worth a little bit of money, but not outrageous amounts, you have to get rid of legendaries. You have to get rid of super rares, and then you have to triple the size of the set. That's what you
Jack
have
just
to
made
do.
a good point of reprints of good cards that didn't get an enchanted as an enchanted in a new set would be awesome.
This is
alternate art cards, reprint styles.
Yeah.
You
do
also
that.
can't do a full reprint set. That's like another thing. If they're going to do reprints, it's got to be like 5% at most of the set.
But then wouldn't that
unless-
prices like how would they price that? Like would that be a common? Because like if you have limited cards in a set, then that people are gonna like assume that's gonna be more wanted, right?
Well, no, the rest of the cards are new cards though.
Yeah,
So
but like
all the cards are wanted.
they're gonna put a
If
different art on it. Like it's just like how do we establish a point where like oh this new thing is not cooler than the old one you have, other than just
I mean,
being
that's
old.
hit or miss. That right
Right.
there, that's going to be all based on everyone's own opinion.
Right.
So look at the blueprint enchanteds. I love them. Other people hate them, right? I hate the super goof enchanted. Other people love it. It's all personal opinions.
Right.
And it's hard to gauge there. Occasionally there is a majority personal opinion where like 80%, 90% like this one. Well, hope you're in the 10% and you get a cheaper copy of the card you like.
You know what I like? I like if you're doing a reprint set, make the second card from the last can be from any set. Something like that. That way,
I don't like the list.
You have a chance.
That's something Magic did. They made a list of like 1,000 cards, and they're like, in X amount of packs, you could get this. I think it can have issues with the limited, It's also just like it also reprints a lot of bad cards that don't need reprinting, and that in my mind is like environmentally not nice. Like, why are we printing trash? Like, no offense to anyone, but like if there's zero, like you have the ability to see if there's desire and demand for a card, and if there is zero, why are you reprinting it? Like that just makes zero sense to me. And Magic does that, Wizards does that, Yu-Gi-Oh, all the card games do that slough that no one wants or asks for. But it's hard to, like, sometimes it's hard to say what that is, and other times it's like, oh, obviously this is terrible.
I think I got like
so I have the Star Wars, what they said about it, and I'm just going to read it real quick. If some of your favorite cards are in sets that rotate out, don't fret. Once the first set rotations happen, we will also launch the Eternal format, in which all release sets for the game will also be legal. And yes, there will be official organized play support for the Eternal format. Even beyond that, if a card is reprinted in a booster pack for a Premier League set, then all versions of that card are legal, even those that were part of a previous set that has been rotated out.
Interesting.
So they're doing.
Did that mean? Does that mean that if they make like a league promo that you only get for playing the league, that's like say they make a league promo Be Prepared after Be Prepared rotates, that now Be Prepared is in like the core format again, even though it wasn't in a normal set, it was just a promo given away at league.
That's what it sounds like.
Because that's an interesting way. Like, one of the big issues with reprints, it's like, how do you not tank it? How do you make desire? Like you want people to buy your set. Why am I going to buy a bunch of packs of a set that I own? If I'm the whale they want, right? They want someone to buy 5 boxes, maybe. Let's just say 5 boxes set, 6 boxes a set. If I'm doing that every set, I have zero interest in a set that is half plus reprints.
Yeah.
I have it all, right?
I already said this 1,000 times, and I really believe this solves it. And the same thing happened in Magic. Serialized cards. Doesn't matter how bad your set is. We have Disney collectors that really like. I know you have the opposite opinion, but it's so good.
It kills the value.
I would open like 20 cases just to find.
You would
like,
open 20
one.
cases, and then you would get your serialized card. And then people who bought singles could maybe buy cheap decks. But everyone else who likes opening packs is severely punished because they're spending $6 for a pack that is going to open 30 cents worth of cards, unless they get lucky and they open a lotto ticket. Then you're literally forcing people to buy lotto tickets. I would like to open a $6 pack and on average open $6 worth of cards. Like on Magic Online, that kind of stuff actually happens where the card equalizes to the average price of opening a booster is what you get out of the pack. And if it's not, the price of the pack goes down until it equals the EV value of it, right? Like, it looks like we lost Breezy. Well, it looks like Breezy's back.
Did Luke kick me?
No.
Luke kicked me. I said I'm not cool enough.
No. You kicked yourself, apparently.
It's always why Breezy and not
but I was
how
here.
Breezy.
What do you...
You were here, I looked over, and then your screen turned off. And he just left again.
And he's gone. Sometimes it's when Breezy.
No, I think I'm fine. Everything was fine. I think we might have... Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no, we get those
I agree
cool...
with Beefcake there. I like... serialized cards should maybe be a thing. And maybe in some specialty booster packs that are like designed to be sold to whales. But the average pack shouldn't, like, it plummets the value of a set outside of opening the 2-3 chase serialized cards. And plus, like you were complaining earlier about how there's one legendary worth a bunch of money and the others aren't worth anything.
Yeah.
How bad are you going to feel when the serialized card you open is worth $100? And not the $10,000 one, not the $5,000.
I'm not telling them to make serialized cards like for every single card. I want them to make like
they're not all going to be hits.
Anytime you like from now until the end of Lorcana, like say they have an extra 100 Mickeys, like we'll say they spread them out amongst packs over the next 5
sets. Crazy.
Now it's like the whole. I want to open every set because there's a chance I get a golden Mickey.
I would be outraged.
I'd be okay.
I would be
as long as
so outraged.
They listed
you don't own a golden Mickey. You don't own the
Yeah,
golden
yeah.
Mickey, so of course you would not be outraged.
You know,
and this is why reprinting cards is rough. Like,
as much as
and
I hate the 1%, I
there
agree with
will
you there,
eventually
Luke.
be a golden Mickey reprint. I'm guessing in 14 years from now.
Really?
What if
I
we
think
get
they
a
will make
silver Mickey?
a new version
Platinum.
or a better version of the same promo. So there'll be like a platinum Mickey of the same type, which instantly makes the golden
Golden
Mickey
ones.
like half in
But
price or something.
I
I mean,
don't
if
think
it's
that's-
14 years though, you know, then different.
I feel like they're always gonna people are always
Maybe.
gonna want the original one. Always.
Yeah. Especially
Okay,
like
so we
that
talked
old.
about rotations. We talked about new formats. Do you think there'll ever be a format where we'll get like a sealed DLC or something like that? Maybe even like, for example,
100%.
the
It'll be
North
sick.
American Continental Championships, right? Instead of an LCQ where you bring your own deck, maybe that LCQ is a sealed event, right?
I rolled.
Do you think we'll ever get to something like that?
I'm thinking it's going to happen this next year. Like
That'd be
every set I have felt the limited part has been better. It might not be fully there yet, but I think it'll get there soon.
Dude, if I have to play in Continentals against somebody that got in because they opened good packs, I'm gonna be annoyed.
What? You should be happy. Because most likely they're not as good at constructed, and so it's
They're
almost
gonna,
a buy.
They're gonna go triple open Daisy, and just beat me.
Well,
I'm
sure.
gonna be like, oh, I suck, I guess.
But most
That luck
likely
is gonna
they'll
be
have
over,
LCQs that you get to choose to play limited or
Mhm.
constructed, and most likely NA champs would be split with limited. By the time they do limited RCQ or LCQs, limited would be probably part of the event, and that's I don't know. I like it. I liked limited GPs in Magic. I played limited. I think it's a great skill expression, and like most high level events like Pro Tours, Worlds, whatever a DLC is, like mixed between a PT and a GP, like they probably don't want a one trick constantly winning with the same deck, right? So adding a limited portion to make that one trick who's not as good at other aspects not do as well, they're going to want to do that. They don't want DK, no offense to DKP, they don't want him winning with Shark Burn every single DLC in a year. They don't want that. That's terrible for their brand to have the same deck win. Now, if DKP won all of them with a different deck, they would love that. They would raise him as a gigantic celebrity, have him on everything, put him the face of Lorcana, right? And that's kind of what Zan's going for. He's switching his deck. People are saying he's selling out, whatever. The meta moves. The same deck is not going to be the best deck the whole time unless the format's broken. And this format is clearly not broken.
Yeah.
While you're talking there, we have 50 people in the chat. Do you want to explain what a PT is and a GP is? So that everybody in the chat knows.
PT is a pro tour. And to play in it, in Magic the Gathering, you had to be invited through various ways, through either winning a qualifier event or doing well enough at a GP to finish in like the top 8. You'll probably get a Pro Tour invite. And a GP is an open event that all you have to do is buy a ticket to get into, similar to a DLC. The difference is I don't think I've ever heard of a single GP capping. Maybe getting close, maybe them making it bigger, constantly being like, this is the biggest GP since whatever, and they got up to like 4K. Whereas in the DLCs, they didn't expect them to get as big and or just didn't want to continue getting bigger. So they're capped. But the reason I said DLCs between a GP and a PT is the pricing. Because Lorcana pricing is fantastic. Perfect. Like, I made more money my first Lorcana finish than I made in 20 years of Magic. Is that because I'm bad? Partially. Is that because I made like 15K on my first event if I had sold it in the first 3 days? Yes. I didn't get that much. I only got $7,000 out of my prizes.
Whoa, Mr. Moneybags. Whoa.
Hey, you know, that paid for me to play in all the other DLCs and it bought me a car. So thank you.
Amazing.
Like, that was some very life-changing money for me, and I'm hoping Worlds lets me buy a house. That would be, I would never shut up about a card game buying me a house. It's Nebraska. Houses are cheap, so it's on the table.
Hey,
I have to win every DLC ever created to buy a small apartment
box
in Toronto.
Just a box.
Yeah, My rent's $900. Yours.
Okay,
is
I'm gonna leave. I'm
much
sad
higher.
now.
I'm so upset.
Your house is way better than mine, though. I
That was-
guarantee your politics are better. I guarantee your weather's better.
Oh, speaking of politics, the Canadian.
All right, I'm out. Good night. Yeah.
So you said it was is it an election day or was it
It's
like an election holiday? So
Everyone went and voted today. They find out today by 2:30 a.m. who is the Prime Minister of Canada.
Did you go vote?
I did.
Heck yeah.
Good on you.
You gotta vote.
Gotta vote.
So can people in Canada still go out and vote right now, or is it done?
I
and then
cut
they're
out
counting?
like 9:30 p.m.
Oof,
PM,
that's kinda
wow.
early.
What?
Yeah,
That's cool.
Do they give you off work?
Early voting, a lot of early voting days. So this is like the deadline day.
Do they give you off work to vote?
3 hours, everybody by law are
Okay.
given. So
I like
most
that.
people do it because they're like, hey, I got 3 hours to go vote.
I think it should be a national holiday. I think it's idiotic that it is not a national holiday, a voting day to do that. And I think
Yeah.
it should be that plus what Habibi was saying. It's like jobs have to at least give you time to do it.
100%.
See.
They get fined a lot of money. If
I know
they
the auto
do that.
workers union, at least here in Michigan, we get the day off to vote
Good.
in major elections.
That's Mark Carney, I think. right?
Major.
That's
They
the
don't
guy.
want you interfering with those local elections that impact their bottom line.
Yeah, just every 2 years we get it off.
We should have an election for Lorcana.
I agree.
How so?
Let
I
me
think-
decide. Tell me more.
Let me think that one.
Reveal vote system. If you want, just give me popularity votes. I don't care. Just let me shake some hands.
There
And-
should be a voting for where they host the DLCs. Yes. Yes.
At that point, it's gonna be big cities only.
It should be.
It's just like, all right.
Who the hell wants to go to Australia? No offense, Australia.
I mean, people that live in Australia, maybe.
Besides that, like, it's a 14-hour flight.
I think it's Maine that has you like rate how you would like them in a row, and then like if your top vote, like if there's like a tie or something, it goes to the second vote. I think it's definitely a way. It gets rid
You
of the
Lorcana social credit.
I'm only voting for this person because I don't want this other one to win type of mentality. I think it's a little bit better overall.
I think New York does that too.
Lorcana social credit. Just get bad takes, it goes down.
Social credit, bro.
You get bad takes, it goes down. You get good takes, it goes up. You know.
I'm like homeless in Lorcana. like it's actually bad.
Just ran down. Just like okay.
I'm running out of communities that like exist for me.
Social credit down, maybe. You know, there's options. There's options we could go through. We really need to have way more DLCs and have them uncapped. Yeah. How many more DLCs should they add into the tour?
I was discussing this with R&B actually, literally right before I joined the pre-show, and I don't think if they made the DLC cap 5,000 players and then they said, "Hey, there's 2 formats, limited and constructed," we would even fill up on DLC. Yeah, I know the first one sold out immediately. All of them sold out
5,000
immediately.
is so many though. Like
If you
3,000.
said what?
I don't
If you
think
said had
I don't
a
even
cap of 3K, it wouldn't fill.
if they split up constructed and then like draft
In the same. See, here's
Same
the thing
day.
with GPs or
This one's
DLCs.
weird too.
I do not want. It's gonna sound. I'm gonna have to reword this so it doesn't get clipped and taken out of context. I do not want mixed format in a DLC because you don't want to do like half limited, half constructed in that type of scenario because there's so many people. For a mixed format would be something like National, NA Champs, Worlds, a Pro Tour circuit if they create one, where instead of 1,000, 2,000 players, you have a couple hundred. Because then what you do is you can do drafts instead of sealed, because drafting is a much higher skill expression than sealed is, right? And then you do a couple rounds of draft, then you do constructed. But doing a limited DLC takes a lot of extra work because you need all of that product for everybody, and then you have to do deck registration of limited, which is also a pain in the butt. I'll tell you, if you've never had to do that, Habibi, well, you played Magic, so you did, right? You played competitive.
I did, but like I think it's actually impossible to do it the way Lorcana does it because they're all gonna cheat. Everyone's gonna cheat. Dude, I'm gonna pull Rapunzel every single time. It's gonna be crazy.
Well, they do ways to prevent that cheating, such as you open all of your packs, and then you register everything you open, and then everyone puts their packs together, and then they say, pass it to the left. Now pass it to the left. Now pass it across the table. This is the pool you have. Please register this. And then since the first person filled out the form, put their name on it, then passed it, then the other person goes through, marks down what they're playing as their deck, and then they play. If there's any issues, they go back and they talk to the first person. They're like, hey, did you register a pool that had 3 Rapunzels and an Elsa in it? No, I did not. Well, then they DQ you, Habibi. And there is ways they can do it. The problem is that it takes like an hour.
It'd be impossible if we open a pack with no hit, because I can just literally go,
and the cards are stamped.
Swap. Like, I can swap
cards sometimes.
Stamped?
Normally, they're stamped product, which I feel bad for the judges that have to open a booster and then stamp, move, stamp, move, stamp, move on 10,000 cards.
I feel like logistically it's going to be very hard because I don't think Ravensburger...
There's no shot they can run that properly.
There's no way.
No shot.
They're barely able to like run a DLC. I think
Maybe he doesn't want that just
That
because he's going to
wasn't
select every
RB,
shiny
though.
card that's in there.
Yeah, that was PBG.
Yeah, don't be
Well, no,
blaming
Spoiled out
RB
deck
for...
of trash.
my first Lorcana draft ever, I never knew about the rarities, and I just assumed the last card was the good
foil?
one. It was a legendary. So I just drafted a full deck of just the foils, and then I looked at my deck later on, it's just Pumbaa foils. And everyone was like, dude, you kept handing me good cards. Like, what's going on? That was a very bad draft experience.
I was just grabbing the good money cards. I didn't know it.
Look at my foils.
It's like I got.
It's harder to money draft with 3
They're
rare
so
slots,
shiny.
2 rare slots.
Oh man.
So,
do you guys think AI would ever become like a deck building thing?
Eventually.
That's gonna be a
Matt
scary
wants to stab an enchanted.
I mean,
I have no opinions on AI.
If they can teach a computer to play chess, eventually they'll teach a computer to play any digital game. And then they'll use AI to farm random digital card games to get gold and stuff. And then they sell accounts. So maybe you'll play against AI. I remember on Magic there was definitely a few users who were accused of doing things like that to try to farm certain things.
Can you imagine having an AI deck builder? Like, this is statistically the best Amber Steel build. Period. Pilot it.
I mean, that's a mathematical thing, though. Like, that's going to be rougher. And that's, like, one of the issues with the way the AI would be. Like, it would either have to actually be able to, like, actually learn with machine learning in a manner that works. Or it would just be tons of, like, it would be like Zan and a bunch of other worlds qualifiers in a room being asked a question, be like, well, would you do it if this happens? Well, what about this? What about this? To create thousands of if and then statements to try to juggle through, and it probably still wouldn't be great.
On top of that, too, like, I think the benefit of, like, coaching in general is, like, when you talk to somebody, you realize that, like, people play very differently, instinctively. Like, they have different play styles, play patterns. Like, my play style versus my teammate, Chris, that only likes to ever play mid-range decks. Like, an AI machine can just funnel out, like, this is the best deck, but Chris might play it horribly because it's not, doesn't fit his style, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, that's where I think the AI thing kind of will alter. It's a human touch.
How many times have people told you your deck is terrible and they can't win with it? It's the exact same thing.
That's very fair.
There is skill to playing the game. So, like, it's just like someone taking Zan's Jafar wheel deck and then losing at locals with it. Like,
I can't wait for that set champ season, man. People are going to
Not
bring that
only-
big. It's going to be terrible for them. It's going to be awesome.
not only is the deck hard to play, but, like, if you have no idea why he's only playing 3 whole new worlds and went through the process of choosing to do that, then you have no idea how to play the deck. He put every card in that deck for a reason. And it baffles me that there's only 3 whole new worlds. I can kind of make assumptions and guesses, but I haven't played the deck. So I don't know why there's only 3, but he made that choice, right? So it's just like, maybe he doesn't value the whole new world, and some people are going to mull wrong. How do you mulligan with this deck if you don't even know what its game plan is? Like, and we all know that the altar phase is the most important thing in the game.
I just asked ChatGPT to build me the best Lorcana deck, and it put in Dr. Facilier, Agent Provocateur.
Let's go! Cooking.
The moon! Quickly, buy them!
Buy them!
I love that card. I'm not gonna lie, I really like that card, and it's got some cool things going about it. I think it's part of the only infinite combo in the deck. One of the only ones.
With
It built me a Ruby Amethyst deck.
Yeah, I think there's
a few
only
weird ones.
2. Isn't there only 2 infinite combos in the game right now?
I'm sure some of them deal with your opponents having resist and being able to like LeFou and Madam Ma'am.
Well, I guess
Can you
there's
do an OTK combo with Beast and then hit something with resist being Cogsworth and it just goes infinite? You do something with discard.
You don't ready your beast if the damage is prevented.
Oh yeah. So the Cogsworth is a stop for it, but like
Cogsworth stops the combo actually.
Yeah. So it's not actually infinite because you need to have like an infinite amount of character toughness on board.
It's gotta get to 20. Yeah.
But the infinite one that requires them having resist is so you can like challenge the character with Sure Khan in play to gain the 1 lore, and then the character goes back to your hand because it doesn't die in the challenge, and then you put it back into play and it ready the LeFou and it readies the Madam Mim. Then you challenge with the LeFou and then you bounce it back and then you re-put it in with the Madam Mim, and it's silly and not great. Like most infinite combos in this game.
I was building a version of that with Imperial Proclamation, the 1-drop Cogsworth, and Dr. Facilier, because Imperial Proclamation makes your character 1 cheaper. Cogsworth becomes free and then gives him self-rush. Dr. Facilier then bounces him back to your hand, and then you just keep doing the loop with either Shere Khan or Merlin Shapeshifter.
See? And when you pull that off at locals, those kids are going to think you're crazy.
Can I buy your knight, sir?
I forgot there's Maui Shark one too.
All right, we just hit 6 hours. It is almost midnight. We're going to raid somebody. So let's get some shout outs. We're going to start with Dakota.
Yeah, shout out to the judges for tonight. Obviously, they are the bread and butter of this. Thank you all for casting and having a wonderful night. Thanks to all the listeners for listening to us ramble for a while here. You can find us on Instagram at Legends of the Inkwell. We're also on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, as well as anywhere else you can find podcasts. Legends of the Inkwell, Lorcana podcast. Yeah, check us out.
All right, over to Rascal.
I don't particularly have a real shout out per se, but more of a public apology for that game 3, as I was the one who suggested Dewey take the anchor slot. So I may or may not have been responsible for the glue mirror. So sorry.
If you wouldn't have done that, it would have been like the whole matchups would have been changed. There would have been 0 draws.
Yeah, like this. Tonight is all me. My bad. I can take the heat off of BB a bit.
Do you know how happy these other teams have to be that this happened?
Yeah.
Villain Club is in 2nd place, tied with Ink Thieves. They have... All right, the Villain Club is undefeated, 3-0. The Ink Thieves are 2-1. They have the same set wins of 5. So they are tied there. And Backseat Genius has 4 with a win-loss-loss. So Luxury here, if Luxury gets a 2-0 or a 2-1, then they're up to 5 points and tied. There's the possibility of quite a few of 3 different teams, probably only 2 because it's unlikely they all get paired down. 2 teams will probably be tying for 2nd place. So going into the last round, we're probably going to have 7 point, 5 point, 5 point, 5 point, 5 point. And so like the 2 5s are going to have to play each other. Enter the Battlefield is going to be dream crushing. It's possible that the team that has to play ETB, if they lose or get shut out, they don't make top 4. And that's crazy to be happening if you're in second place going in the
Let's
last
go.
round.
We'll do it.
ATV's
like,
Habibi the Dream Crusher.
Christ on dreams.
I guess I'm not sorry anymore. I've created a cool plot line.
Yeah.
This is good. And also we're guaranteed in no matter what now. And we're guaranteed
Yeah.
first seed. So
You know what? I was looking out for my boy Habibi.
appreciate you, brother.
Crush some dreams.
Yes, it is. It is. I think actually impossible for you not to make it, because if Villain Club, Ink Thieves, and Backseat all somehow go 3-0, they can tie or beat you. But Luxury is in 5th place with 3 points, and if they go 3-0, I guess hold on. Sorry, that's not true.
They're just gonna win.
Luxury
like,
hasn't
game or
played yet
something.
this round. So Luxury could 3-0. All right, there's a world if you get 0-3 to BB. And Luxury and another. All right, I think there's
That
a world
guy?
that if you get 0-3,
Come
you
on.
might not get in. A crazy world. Just don't get 0-3 to BB. Don't get 0-3.
I
It's
would
that simple.
if we get I'm not gonna make crazy.
He's like, no, I don't want to eat anything.
I'm not playing the next rounds. I can't like crazy bet, you know? I trust my teammates, but like they'll just punts just to watch me do the thing that I said.
It's like, Adrian, you're off the team. If you get 0-3.
How many
All right,
ties you gonna
Habibi,
wear?
any shout outs you want to give out?
I mean, shout out to all the other lovely casters we casted with today. Shout out to the judges as always. We always appreciate their hard work. All volunteers taking care of our lovely ICL. The spectators all coming in to watch us ramble in the pre and post show. Get off topic food eating competitions. It's always a great time. And of course, the team enter the battlefield. Appreciate everyone in the local scene as well as the teammates always supporting each other. That's all.
All right. Ya breezy.
Yeah, breezy. Shout out to everyone did the judges, so I got to do it too. Shout out to the judges, the casters. Everyone's been fantastic. I'm on a timer right now. You can find me on twitch.tv/ybreezy. It's going too fast for me. Twitch.tv/ybreezy. We yap there. We have fun there. See you there tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you don't show up, then we're gonna stuff Uncrustables in your face. So figure it out.
I should be streaming tomorrow morning, but I think I might also have a random appointment, so I might not be there, but I might be late. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow night. Who knows? I might have to pick up the slack for JDZ if his thing's not up. I might stream and have him VDO onto my. Like who knows? Who knows what we'll do?
Gotta figure it out.
Thanks a lot to everyone for watching, hanging out, the casters, everyone in the pre-show, post-show, judges. Everyone and Beefcake, because obviously, look at those muscles. Oh,
damn! I wish I could be like Beefcake. Teach me your ways.
All right, and we are rated.
That's a chessboard. I'm looking at a